Well, good morning, everyone. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed additional expenditure and particulars of certain proposed additional expenditures for 2013 for the portfolios of environment and communications. The committee may also examine annual reports of the department and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set Friday 11th of April 2014, I'll repeat that, Friday the 11th of April 2014, as a date by which answers to questions on notice are to be returned. Today we will examine the department and agencies of the communications portfolio. Understanding Order 26, a committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of the rules. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate in Hansard. Officers called upon the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Mobile phones should be switched off or silenced. I welcome Senator the Honourable Mitch Fifield, Assistant Minister for Social Services, representing the Minister for Communications and Portfolio Officers. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Welcome to Estimates, Mr Clark. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Drew Clark, Secretary, Department of Communications. No statement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'll now invite questions. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Clark, Minister. At supplementary estimates in November, the Department advised it had not been provided with the methodology for calculating the cost to industry of the regulation administered by the Department. Has that methodology been provided to the Department now?
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask Ms O'Loughlin to come to the table and respond to that.
Narita O'Loughlin, Deputy Secretary. Senator, we're proceeding on using the business cost calculator process as the methodology for doing the costings for the DREG agenda at this stage. So we have a methodology that we are using to cost proposals as required under the deregulation policy.
Okay, thank you. Will the Department be able to complete the task of costing regulation by September, consistent with the Government's commitment for this to be completed in 12 months?
Senator, the audit process for our costing of all regulation is to be completed this year, and we're confident that we will complete that this year.
Right, okay. Thank you. By September, do you think? Or
I think we're pretty well progressed, so that would be our aim, but we've been given 12 months to do it, so we will progress within that.
How many people are directly employed in the deregulation activity in the Department?
The deregulation unit is headed by an SES officer and has a couple of other full-time people in it, but as I think we explained last time, we're really managing the deregulation agenda right across the department, so very much through most of the line areas in the department we'll have people working on the dereg agenda as part of their normal job, so it may be a percentage of their job. So right. It's a major task, but it's well spread across the department. Right. So
effectively, there's 3 full-time equivalents, and then others. Would that be?
That's about right, Senator. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The Minister has indicated that submissions made on deregulation will be made available. Will these, or when will they be placed on the department's website?
So we're expecting that they will be placed on the website sometime next week, Senator. We originally, when the Minister wrote to various organisations, had not indicated that they would be made public, so we've had to go back to each of those submitters and make sure that they are comfortable with their submissions being made public. Right. So we're just finalising that task at the moment.
Great, thank you. The Government has announced it will conduct its initial deregulation day in March. Will items for the communications portfolio generate any actual savings for industry?
Senator, the final proposals for repeal day 1 have not been approved at this point, but we certainly are looking at a range of proposals that may possibly be removed in March, and we're investigating what sort of savings that they would have for industry.
Right, okay. The Coalition's policy for the digital economy released before the election states, and I'll just read that out, if elected, the Coalition will update the NDES during its first term of government. Such an update will include a greater focus on presenting an integrated view across the different tiers of government. Has the department prepared a timetable for preparing the update?
Thank you, Senator. As you quote, the reference was to the term, which is obviously a fairly wide period. So we have started thinking about what that might look like, but have not yet confirmed an actual timeline with the Minister, I believe, Mr Rizvi. I'll ask Mr Rizvi to respond in more detail.
Abel Rizvi, Deputy Secretary, Department of Communications. That's correct, Ms Urquhart. Senator Urquhart, we're in the process of pulling together options on how that timeline might be established, how the process might work. We're in consultation with the Minister on that, but nothing's yet been finalised.
Right. So has the department instituted any processes to establish an integrated view across the different tiers of government?
Senator, yes.
Okay,
but,
can you
but
just...
my
answer, yep.
my answer is at a high level,
Right.
in that the opportunity afforded to us by that election commitment is to look more widely and deeply and build on the policy statement of the previous government. So our initial focus has been on implementing the precise election commitments of the incoming government, and then we're going to move through to what that would look like for an update of the NDES. But in doing the implementation of the election commitments, that necessarily takes us down to a closer engagement with our colleagues in finance and other parts of the service.
Right, okay. And what do you have a time frame for how that's sort of tracking and where it'll end up in terms of the length of time?
In terms of an update to the NDES, as Mr Rizvi has said, no, we're still mapping out implementation of the specific election commitments in the government's e-government policy statement, and that the NDES update is a medium-term, first-term project, and the Minister has not yet made a decision as to where that will fit over the 3-year period.
Okay. How many staff are currently engaged in the digital economy branch?
I don't think, Senator, we actually have a branch called the Digital Economy Branch anymore.
Right.
You may be referring to the e-government branch, which has, and I will need to take this on notice, but it would have less than 10 staff.
Okay, so there's about 3 involved in the deregulation, 3 full-time equivalents plus others obviously that are brought in, and about 10 in the e-government branch. Okay. So which
Senator, may I clarify?
Absolutely.
Your summary, of course, reflects accurately the answers you've received, but I think as Ms O'Loughlin and Mr Rizvi would attest, they're the people working the issues at the centre.
Yeah.
Much of the department is involved in the deregulation agenda. All of the policy areas in broadcasting, communications, telecommunications are deeply involved in the dereg agenda, and similarly much of the work in digital economy works through our programs and other policy areas. So the numbers that we've given you are, if you like, at the centre of those processes.
Yeah.
They don't represent the totality.
Yeah, no, I understand that because it's broader, as I think, as Ms O'Loughlin said, it goes across other people who spend a percentage of their time
Correct.
working in that area.
Thank you.
Which of the 2 activities would have a greater impact on the future economic prosperity of Australia?
I don't think we could answer that question. I think it's an interesting strategic question in terms of the agendas, and I don't think we have sufficient evidence to give a robust answer to that at this stage. I think they both have the potential, both executed well. I think both can have a profound impact, but I would be loath to attempt to relatively quantify them at this stage.
Right. And is there a stage when you may be able to quantify that?
I think it is the kind of research question that the department should be able to answer, frankly, Senator, to have an understanding of the impact of these sorts of, in the one case, a policy-driven agenda, and in the other case, a market-driven agenda, and to understand the impact. yes, I would like to be able to give you a robust answer. And the focus that I'm trying to develop in the department now to strengthen our strategic research capacity would be designed to be able to give you a good answer to that sort of question.
Okay, maybe I'll ask you again next estimates.
I think it's an excellent question, and I would like to be able to give you a good answer.
Okay. How many staff are currently employed in the department?
There are, of course, many ways to count staff, but a working number would be 510.
Right, okay. And how many do you expect to be employed at 30 June 2014?
I've not yet... I don't have a precise number for 30 June 14 at this stage, but it will be less. Our budget forecasts, forward estimates lock in a significant reduction as a function of both terminating programs and accumulated efficiency dividends. The actual impact on that number, 30 June 14, I can't state at this time, but it will be less.
Yeah, and you said it will be significantly less,
Yes.
so I'm not sure what I know what my definition of significant is. I I understand your reluctance to put specific numbers on, given that we're talking about people's jobs,
correct.
But is significant in the hundreds, in the...
I don't think... I can't be more precise at this stage, Senator.
Oh, okay. And how do you expect to achieve that reduction in staff?
Well, to get to the number we are at today, the low 500s, we've done a number of things. We've implemented a department-wide voluntary redundancy program. We've implemented, as has the service generally, very tight restrictions on external recruitment, virtually zero. And we're managing very carefully our contract and non-ongoing staff with a view to letting their contracts terminate and only renewing them under exceptional circumstances. That process has already yielded around 100 reduction over the last 8-9 months, a net reduction of about 100 over that period. The next stage will be a lot harder, and I'll actually be talking to my staff about that within the next week, about the process, and we're just finalising that process now. So if you'd forgive me, I'd rather not preempt that discussion in this hearing.
So that 510, is that counting the contract and non-ongoing? That's a complete picture, or...?
No, that's... So we'll just... Yeah, it includes the non-ongoing, Senator.
Right, okay.
Not contract. I do make the distinction between contract, where we've contracted out a service, like much of our IT is not in that number, but where we've appointed people to do core departmental work, they are included in those numbers.
Right, okay, thank you. Is there any overlap of functions between the department and the ACMA?
Overlap is a loaded term. There are many subject matters on which we both have roles, many subject matters where the department has primarily a policy role and the ACMA obviously primarily a regulatory role. So we talk about where those boundaries are as a regular process. So there is common themes, but not duplication now. Okay. Where overlap sits in that frame.
So would there be any staff efficiencies that could be gained by reviewing those roles performed both in the department and the authority?
Well, only to the extent that they're duplicative. If they're roles that have to be done, then the question is where are they most efficiently and effectively done, but it's only removal of duplication or better ways of doing them that will yield efficiency.
Yeah. And as I understood, you said there's really not that duplication there.
We're not doing the same thing in both places.
Okay. I note that the department has just advertised a position of Chief Economist.
Yes.
Can you provide more information on what that role of the Chief Economist will be?
Certainly. The position was advertised on Friday last week and also had an international development by posting it in The Economist online, which is the sort of market we're interested in. So this actually relates to your question about the relative economic impact of two major policy themes My intent is to recruit a chief economist to lead a new Bureau of Communications research within the department. The department has in previous years had a dedicated economic research unit, and I'm going to re-establish that. The chief economist position is quite possibly the only position that we'll be recruiting externally, but it's the leadership position to come in. My expectation is that the balance of the Bureau will be staffed by transferring existing Department of Communications staff into that area. So my contention is that by focusing, centralising, if you like, a proportion of our strategic policy research, we will get a sharper product rather than where it is now diffused across the department. The chief economist's job is to lead the establishment of that, provide the professional quality assurance on the economic analysis that it produces, sign off on the publications that will come from the Bureau.
So the advertisement says, for the position said, the Bureau of Communications Research has been created as a professionally independent unit within the department to contribute to strengthening and maintaining the department's strategic policy capability. So you talked about transferring existing employees. How many staff would there be in that new Bureau?
We think the size of this Bureau we think 20 is the minimum sustainable size for this sort of function. How much more than 20 we can manage will be a process of ensuring that I've got sufficient resources on the more immediate priorities of government in the various implementation tasks that we're doing. But somewhere in the 20s would be a reasonable estimate today.
And so they would come out of possibly some of the other areas where there might be that reduction from the 510, is that?
No, the Bureau staffing will be included in the department's budget. It won't have a separate line.
Right.
So
okay.
it will be a reallocation, a reprioritisation.
Right, okay. Yep, okay. Did the ACMA replace Rebecca Burden after she left the role of the Chief Economist?
You'll have to ask my ACMA colleagues, who I think are the next up, Senator.
Does the economic group in the ACCC undertake any of the economic research envisioned for the new Chief Economist?
Okay, so the thrust of your question is important in that you're implicitly pointing out that other agencies in the portfolio already undertake research in the communications marketplace, which is clearly true. The ACMA does, the ACCC does. Indeed, there are many bodies that do it, both public and private. The extent to which the product of the new Bureau is original research done by them versus analysis, synthesis, interpretation of work done by others is a question that the Chief Economist is going to have to work through. I certainly think that a significant proportion, a material proportion of the output of the Bureau will be drawing on the research done by other public and private sector bodies.
Right, okay, thank you. I'm advised that the previous Communications Research Unit in the department was highly valued unit until the day it published research about line fees that conflicted with the government's policy position. Have you provided any specific thought to how the new Bureau can be encouraged to engage with the communications research and analysis community without being constrained to being a mouthpiece for established policy?
Yes. I'm very conscious of that risk in these areas. I've established an analogous bureau in another portfolio, and of course there are several such bureaus around this town. So that fine line between professional independence and respect in the market is one that I'm very conscious of.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Clark. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Ruston.
Morning. Can I just ask you about the best practice regulation reports of 213 and 212? In those reports, it actually shows that the department made an exceptional circumstances claim for not doing a regulatory impact statement with regards to the convergence review, and just note here specifically the range of measures including the introduction of Australian content requirements, the decision not to pursue spectrum on broadcast licences for a full free-to-air network, and repeal of the 75% reach rule. Also, the extension of the Telstar retail price controls to June 2014, and in relation to the problem gambling initiative. Just wondering, what were the circumstances that led to the request and the granting of exceptional circumstances in relation to not doing a regulatory impact statement?
So, Senator, I don't think we're going to be able to give you a comprehensive answer from the floor, but your question is, what was the basis of the request?
Yes. So what were the circumstances that led up to applying exceptional circumstances to not doing a regulatory impact statement in relation to that?
When you say circumstances, do you? I think.
Well, I mean, what was that? What
was the basis?
Yeah,
of
what was
claim?
the basis? I mean,
Thank
what was
you.
the justification for the decision? And then I suppose it would be interesting to know, had you been required to do a regulatory impact statement, what kind of level of work and resources that would have needed to have been applied to actually do it, and further to that, did the department have a view of what the likely impact would have been had you actually undertaken, but which this all may play out in sort of the reasons why you actually chose to seek that in the first place.
Okay, we can probably give you a partial answer now, which I'll ask Mr Risley to respond to, but I think the bulk of your question will need to take on notice.
Sure.
Senator, in respect of the IGA review, we were in close contact with the Office of Best Practice Regulation on the conduct of that review, and the intention was that to the extent that the government decided or may have decided to proceed with the recommendations to modify the IGA, then a comprehensive regulation impact statement would have been developed. As it turned out, the previous government did not proceed to modify the Act as a result of that review, and as a result, a regulation impact statement was not required.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be interested in your detailed
That only
response
addresses
to
part of the...
Yeah, certainly. Okay, I'm being wound up by the Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ruston.
I have a number of questions I'd like to put on notice too. So
You're certainly welcome to do that. I now call officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority, please. Yeah, Anne, well, we've got 1 hour. Anne, how long do you need this time? Yeah. What would you want? 20, 10, 15 minutes?
I wouldn't mind 20 if I could.
20 minutes?
But obviously if the Greens come in, then I'll...
There you go.
Where's Mr Chairman? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Mr Chapman, would you like to make an opening statement?
Chairman, thank you for that welcome. No opening statement. I'm joined by my Deputy Chair, Mr Richard Bean, and my 5 General Managers.
How many?
5 General Managers.
You're lucky.
I don't have a CEO or two Deputy CEOs,
Right.
Chair. We have, as you're aware, a very wide portfolio, and the relevant GMs have a very good feel for the subject matter involved.
Very good, very good. Senator Ruston, you can open the batting if you wish. Sorry, Senator Urquhart. I'll go to Senator Urquhart first.
Thank you, Chair.
Getting confused again.
Just call us Anne and we'll be fine.
That'll be... Yeah, I can't do that. Not formal enough.
Thanks, Mr Chapman. Could you please outline the important role the ACMA plays in enforcing content standards in the broadcasting sector?
Jennifer McNeil, General Manager, Content, Consumer and Citizen Division. The ACMA has a role in enforcing both provisions of the Act and broadcasting standards made under the Act, as well as industry codes of practice. Typically, if a citizen has a concern about compliance with the Act or compliance with a standard, they can raise that concern directly with the ACMA, But where a code of practice is concerned, the person should complain first to the broadcaster involved, and then if the broadcaster doesn't give them a satisfactory response or doesn't respond within 60 days, they can raise their concern with the ACMA. We'll, investigate that.
Right, thank you. Does the ACMA investigate commercial broadcasters for breaching licence conditions and for breaches of the industry codes of practice?
It does.
Okay. How many investigations did the ACMA instigate into broadcasters by Ray Hadley in 2013?
I do not have those figures to hand. I can say that in the last financial year we conducted a total of 212 broadcasting investigations, and that was into all of the broadcasting sectors.
Okay. I understood that there were 3 that were instigated into broadcast by Ray Hadley, but I'm just wondering, what were those investigations into? Can you give us a bit of detail about those?
We did conduct last year a number of investigations into the compliance of Harbour Radio, which is the licensee who broadcasts Mr Hadley's show. Some of those resulted in breach findings, some resulted in no breach findings. Typically they raised concerns about accuracy or complaints handling or compliance with decency standards. I'm not sure whether there was an investigation which concerned provocation of intense dislike on particular grounds, but in the past we have investigated that licensee for compliance with those provisions in the code.
Okay. And how many investigations did the ACMA instigate into broadcast by Alan Jones in 2013?
Again, I don't have those figures to hand, but we would regard that as an investigation, again, against the licensee rather than against Mr Jones or any particular personality or presenter.
Yep, okay. Well, I understand there were about 10 into that. And again, what were those investigations into?
Typically the same suites of issues, and again, my memory is that there was a combination of breach and non-breach findings.
Are you able to provide on notice a little bit more detail about both?
I'd be happy to do that, Senator.
That'd be great, thank you. In relation to the ABC and SBS, does the ACMA have the same role in investigating breaches of codes?
It has a very similar role, yes.
Right, so similar, or how does it differ?
There's a similar construct which contemplates that if an audience is concerned about compliance with one of the codes of practice which the national broadcasters have, they should pursue that first with the national broadcaster involved, and then in the event that they don't get a satisfactory response or no response within 60 days, they can pursue their concerns with us. We would then have a similar investigative process where we formed a view on whether the relevant code provisions had been breached. But at the back end, the options available to the ACMA are different in the event that there is a breach found.
Yep, great. How many investigations did the ACMA instigate into broadcast by ABC Radio in 2013?
Senator, I do have those figures for financial years, but not by calendar year.
Okay, right.
So I can say that in the 2012-13 financial year, we opened 57 investigations into the ABC's compliance with codes or the Act. 2013-14 to date, we've opened 29 investigations.
Okay. Would you be able to break that down into 2013 and provide some further information on that on notice as well?
I would, yes.
Yeah, okay. And what were those investigations into?
Again, a full gamut of matters. Some of them concern captioning, some concern accuracy, some concern complaints about impartiality, so some concern about harm and offence. So there's a provision in the ABC Code dealing with harm and offence, so full range of matters.
Okay. Again, if you could provide a bit more detail on notice, that would be great. Does the same processes apply in relation to television broadcasting as they do for radio?
Yes.
Okay. In an interview with the Prime Minister on air on the 29th of January, Ray Hadley referred to the issue of allegations about treatment of asylum seekers, and he said, ACMA attack myself and Alan Jones almost on a monthly basis. You know, some person makes a spurious complaint about me and they fall over themselves to investigate me. you know, and they find against me that they don't declare this and I didn't declare that. I'm an honest, decent person, yet these blokes and these women get away with this on a daily basis and no one holds them accountable. Is it incorrect to say that ACMA is investing Mr Jones and Mr Hadley while not investigating the ABC?
That is incorrect.
Incorrect? Yep, okay. Does the ACMA investigate complaints about the ABC the same way it investigates complaints about the commercial broadcasters?
Yes, it does, Senator.
In response to Mr Hadley, the Prime Minister said, "Look, I can understand your frustration, Ray, because at times there seems to be a double standard in large swathes of our national life, and I can understand the frustration that you feel." So the Prime Minister was implying there was double standards at the operation. On the basis of your evidence that the ACMA investigates complaints about the ABC the same way it investigates complaints about commercial broadcasters, is the Prime Minister wrong to claim there are double standards?
I might just interpose
Thought you might,
the Senator.
Minister?
From my reading, that the Prime Minister was simply empathising with broadcasters who have a range of people commenting on their contributions to the airwaves. I don't think he was reflecting on any regulatory bodies.
Okay. So you don't think because he said there was double standards that he feels that he was getting double standards?
As I say, I don't think he was reflecting on any regulatory bodies.
You don't think?
I said I do not think the Prime Minister was reflecting on any regulatory bodies.
Okay. In relation to the broadcasts about allegations of treatment of boat arrivals, concerned citizens can complain to the broadcaster, the ABC, and if not satisfied, complain to the ACMA just like they could if they were aired on a commercial network. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Yes. In general, in relation to the broadcasters, what powers do you have when you conclude an investigation?
With respect to commercial broadcasters, public broadcasters,
Well, in relation to broadcasters.
There's a different regime of powers because there's a slightly different construct. So
right.
I just didn't hear that final answer.
Okay, so just in relation to broadcasters, what powers do you conclude an investigation? So I guess if there's difference, can you just explain the difference between the two?
Yes, Senator. So in the event of a breach of a code of practice, for all broadcasters other than the national broadcasters, the ACMA might elect to take no action at all, other than, for example, to publish the report. It might agree on particular measures the broadcaster will take to address concerns or systemic issues that have been flagged by the investigation. The ACMA can accept an enforceable undertaking, a court enforceable undertaking offered by the broadcaster, or the ACMA can impose an additional licence condition on the broadcaster. That's a little different to the suite of powers available in respect of national broadcasters. There again, the ACMA might elect to take no action. It might agree measures to be implemented by the national broadcaster to address any concerns surfaced up through the investigative processes, or it can give a written notice recommending that the broadcaster take particular action, and in the event that the broadcaster does not take that action, the ACMA can report that to the Minister. So there's a different style of accountability. Now, there's a different suite of remedies available in respect of licence conditions and standards breaches, but I'm assuming that you're really after the code of practice differences.
Yes, that's right, yeah. And should these powers be augmented in any way, do you think?
I think we're on record over the last several years as indicating that that it would be beneficial to the regulator to have what we call slightly more calibrated mid-tier powers. We think public confidence in the system would be enhanced if there was a slightly widened suite of mid-tier powers. And that's, as I said on the record. Having said that, I think the system the regulatory system and the regulatory construct works very well. But you've asked me a question, I've given you an answer with respect to something that would be useful, but it's on the margin.
Yep, okay, thank you. I just asked the department this question and they referred me to ACMA. Did the ACMA replace Rebecca Burden after she left the role of the Chief Economist?
We did, Senator.
You did, okay. Now, I don't know whether you can answer this question, whether I might need to get the Secretary back in if he's here. Is there any overlap between that role and the new role of the Chief Economist within the department?
I don't know the answer to that. We have very distinct and separate responsibilities and functions. We have found the appointment of a senior economist in Rebecca Burden originally, and then more recently in Midge McGlade, to be of enormous bonus to the ACMA in terms of enhanced expertise and rigour. The government's new deregulatory program will only make those skills more important and cause us to bring it to even sharper focus, adequate identification of costs and benefits. And I can't comment on the Secretary of the Department's reasons. I'm not across the specification. I can say that there is extremely good cooperation between the ACMA and the department, and I think this is another area that would be ripe for enhanced cooperation.
Okay, thank you. I just want to touch on digital radio now. Are you aware that there has been a recent flurry of interest by regional communities in digital radio?
Senator Maureen Carl, General Manager, Communications Infrastructure Division. We haven't been approached directly in relation to potential for additional digital radio rollout requirements.
Okay, thank you. The ACMA website on the rollout of digital radio to regional areas says the Minister for the Department of Broadband Communications and the Digital Economy is responsible for specifying the digital radio start-up day for regional licence areas. Digital radio will not be available in regional licence areas before the government concludes its review of digital radio transmission technology for regional areas. So, to be clear, the next trigger is a decision to be made by the Minister about a start-up day, is that correct?
The Government is aware of interest in digital radio more generally. As part of that, the Department of Communications has actually issued a discussion paper that looks at the process moving forward for digital radio. The Department issued this discussion paper on the 24th of December and comments are due in by the 28th of February. This, I'm sure, will contribute to the discussion of what would be the appropriate policy and policy settings for the rollout of digital radio.
Okay. The same page of the ACMA website says that trials of digital audio broadcasting plus in Canberra and Darwin commenced in July and August 2010 respectively. It also says the trials have been extended to 31st of July 2012. Have they been concluded?
No, the trials have been continued to be enabled by the ACMA.
Okay, until when?
At this stage it is, I believe, July this year, and we will again consider, should there be further application, the application on its merits.
Right, okay. So the Department Review of Technologies for Digital Radio was tabled in Parliament on the 12th of October 2011. Is this the review to which the section of your website refers?
It isn't the review. That was part of the general process of looking at what might be the settings around digital radio, so that was part of that. But as I say, there is a statutory review being conducted by the department at this stage. Discussion papers are out there that canvass a raft of matters, including the technology and where it might be headed.
Yeah, okay. So am I correct that the two technologies favoured in that review are DAB Plus and DRM? Can you inform the committee of the difference between them?
Yeah, that's how you word it.
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information available. We'll have to take the details on notice. Okay. But broadly speaking, you're right, those are the two technologies that we're being canvassed.
Right, but you can provide
We will provide detailed technologies,
yeah. Okay.
Detailed information on the technologies.
Right. Can you tell me why technical trials are only being conducted on the DAB+?
Again, Senator, I would have to take that question on notice.
And is there any work currently being undertaken by the ACMA on digital radio that needs to be completed before the Minister could make a decision on the start-up day for regional licences?
Senator, we're continuing to support any decision-making of government into the future, which might be through providing advice on technology. It's also ensuring that there are 14 megahertz of VHF spectrum available through the restack process that could be made available.
Okay, thanks. I've got some more, but I'm going to let the others do them.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to refer to your release of 10 January 2012, in which you said Telstra had paid an administrative penalty for failure to meet customer service guarantee benchmarks. When were those benchmarks introduced?
Senator Pratt, I think you're referring to January 2014.
Yes. Sorry, I am...
Sorry, with respect to the January 2014, the question was?
Yes. So they're in relation to the administrative penalties for failure to meet customer service guarantee benchmarks, that's correct. And when were those benchmarks introduced? 2011. Thank you. Excuse my confusion with dates. Is that the first time that Telstra has failed to meet those benchmarks introduced in 2011?
From memory. No, 2011 was... I'm sorry.
Yeah, could you just speak up a bit, unless I've spent too long on a tractor, but I'm finding it hard.
The answer is yes, Senator.
Okay. The document says this is an administrative penalty. Can you explain what that is?
It's like a parking infringement notice, Senator.
Okay.
It's just an expensive parking infringement notice. There is a view concluded by the ACMA that Telstra was in breach of that particular benchmark. And in lieu of more complicated legal proceedings and or further penalties, the offer is made to the recipient of the notice to pay this fine and conclude the matter at that stage. We issued an infringement notice to Telstra for that amount. That amount is the prescribed amount in the legislation, and Telstra decided to pay the fine, and we moved on.
Sounds like an effective way of resolving the issue. Is that what you've has previously been referred to as like a mid-tier power for resolving these issues?
Infringement notices are a potential component of mid-tier powers. When we talk about mid-tier powers, we've been particularly talking in the broadcasting space.
Yes.
The infringement notice capabilities were given to us several years ago in the telecommunications space by the then Minister. We thought that was a very useful adjunct to our powers in the telco area.
Good. Okay. Which Minister was that? That would have been Minister Conroy at the time, was it?
It was, Senator, yes.
Yeah. Has the have you discussed with the department the provision of any additional powers? I think this goes back to some of the earlier questioning.
We haven't had any current discussions. Well, I haven't had any discussions with the department about the mid-tier powers. There's a lot of activity in the space generally. As I said earlier in response to Senator Urquhart's question, I think the system is working satisfactorily, and it's not something that I'm pushing at the top of our agenda at the moment, bearing in mind that there are a lot of other priorities.
Yeah, but clearly they can be effective, as in this instance, effective tools. Has ACMA seen evidence presented on the state of Telstra's copper network that's been presented to the Senate Select Committee on the National Broadband Network?
Senator, I was present for a good part of those hearings, so I saw some of that material that was presented. I think we also made some... we also answered some questions ourselves.
Yes, indeed. ACMA's Act details the functions of ACMA, and clearly you'll understand what they are, but for the record, they include sections 8(1)(c) and D, to report and advise the Minister in relation to the telecommunications industry, to report and advise the Minister in relation to matters affecting consumers or proposed consumers of carriage services. Given that the Minister is proposing to change telecommunications policy to continue to use the copper network instead of replacing it with fibre, has ACMA provided the Minister with an assessment of the state of Telstra's copper network?
No, we haven't, Senator.
The Senate Select Committee was advised in Perth by Mr O'Donnell that Telstra's CNI, and I think that's Customer Network Improvement, that Telstra's CNI database would provide information about the state of the copper network. And that says, for all intents and purposes, the Union, the media, and I'm certain members of this committee have pursued Telstra to put that CNI record and database out there for the public to be made aware of. I think it is critical, if we are looking at fibre to the node or fibre to the premises model, if we are fair dinkum about finding out, and Telstra is legitimate about telling people what state the copper network is in, then they should put that CNI database up. I do not know why it is not public property already. The Australian taxpayers have a right to know how bad or how good the copper network is, and that the CNI database, which is the Customer Network Improvement database, is the biggest clue that we have to figure that out. Can I ask if ACMA has ever sought access to Telstra's CNI database?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Finally, I just want to take the opportunity to follow up on a question that ACMA took on notice at the Senate Select Committee on NBN. In particular, it was in relation to the thickness of copper. So in ACMA's view, does reducing the diameter of copper wire have a greater effect on the attenuation of high frequencies used for data than it does for lower frequencies used for voice? I do appreciate it's a
I'm not sure.
quite technical
I can't
question.
recall that particular question, nor can I recall the ACMA response. But in any event, Senator, we would need to take that on notice.
I understand
if
that.
it is and I qualify that by saying if it is a relevant consideration within our remit. The ACMA, as an overarching statement, has a role in telecommunications with respect to consumer protections. We have very little visibility under our area's responsibility for the state of the Telstra copper. And contrary to urban myth, it's not a matter that we have a particular role with respect to.
Well, I wouldn't, arguably, and I wouldn't call it urban myth, but arguably you have a role in reporting and advising the Minister in relation to matters affecting consumers or proposed consumers of carriage services. And, clearly the extent to which one consumer in one region gets different services to another because of the state of Telstra's copper network.
Yes, I might actually.
Would be relevant.
No, I accept your response, Senator. I was just simply trying to make the point that we aren't the source of truth for the state of Telstra's copper. We have we have a number of peripheral roles in that space, including some that Mr. Tanner was just going to touch on.
Okay.
Yes, I think we made the point previously that our primary focus was on outcomes for consumers. The way the benchmarks have been set up, the way the CSG has been set up, what it's really about is ensuring that there's recourse for particular consumers who experience substandard service, but also there's general recourse by the regulator when the percentage performance by carriers actually declines below 90%. I did say that, but I think it's I don't want to gloss over altogether that we do actually have a more general function in obtaining information from Telstra about a number of aspects of the performance of its network and, in fact, publishing that. And you'll find much of the data we collect published in our annual communications report. We put out our most recent one late last year, and there is a tremendous amount of data in there. And that does actually include data which might potentially go to the performance of the network, but we don't attempt to construe it. For example, we do publish comprehensive data about CSG compliance, and that includes comprehensive data about the number of faults. We also publish further fault data under the Network Reliability Framework, and the story that fault data tells you over a number of years is reproduced in a number of graphs in the communications report. So there is actually material collected by the ACMA from the major carriers, including Telstra, and much of which is in fact in the public domain, promulgated in our communications report, which generally goes to the performance of the network. What we haven't done is taken that extra step of actually send people out into the field to attempt to in some way audit or compile information on the state of the copper network. And I think you rightly make the point that our remit to advise the Minister is potentially open-ended, that is as an advisor, but that's not a discretion that we've exercised at this time.
So you haven't yet sought access to the CNI database, but clearly that kind of information is relevant to the kind of information you're already highlighting.
We collect and we publish a fair bit of information about the performance of the fixed line network, including a fair bit of information on faults. The total number of faults from year to year, you can see the series data, the percentage of lines that subscriber lines in a given month that experience a problem, we publish that data. The number of lines that experience more than 3 faults in a 60-day period, we publish that data as a time series. The number of lines that experience more than, I think it's 4 faults, over a 365-day period, we publish time series on that. It's all in the communications report. So there is a substantial amount of data which is collected from the carriers and the major carriers and put into the public domain.
Would the CNI database be a good complement to that information?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. In addition to the question about attenuation of frequencies for data versus voice, if you can take that on notice, and clearly they're all related. In addition, could you also advise whether poor joints and corrosion on the surface of a copper wire has a greater effect on the attenuation of high frequencies used for data than it does for lower frequencies used for voice? And again, I would be happy for you to take that on notice to get ACMA's view.
Senator, I can't guarantee that they are matters within our expertise, but we will take it on notice and respond genuinely with respect to the limits of our expertise. Okay.
Well, I would hope, given that they may be matters that affect consumers, that it is, that it is something that you could see to be within your remit, notwithstanding their clearly complex issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ruston.
Can I just go back to something that Mr Giles was talking about in relation to your fault reporting for your networks? Just you obviously have some sort of requirement that you report on faults, so that's part of your charter.
The major carriers that are subject to the CSG report to us annually on their gross number of faults as part of CSG reporting.
Okay, and under the terms that you, or the areas that you just described. I'm just wondering, just as a matter of interest, over the last, have we seen an increase in the amount of faults that have been reported in relation to Telstra, or have we seen a decrease in the number of faults over the last, 12 months, 2 years?
The answer is that the number has been fairly static. To give, as I say, there is a number of time series data shots in the communications report, and I commend those to senators with an interest in reported faults. But for example, Telstra reported 933,052 faults in the 2012-13 year. That was compared with 1,000,008 1,832 faults in the previous year. Now, that's a decline of 7.5%, but the point also should be made that the number of CSG services itself also dropped because a lot of people are giving up fixed line telephony. It dropped by 5%. So if you look at those, take those two figures together, you see that the fault numbers declined very slightly. I would suggest probably insignificantly from last year to this.
Yeah. It's still a 2.5% decline on the figures that you've just given. I suppose what I'm thinking is there's been quite a lot of hysteria around the copper network in the debate about the NBN rollout, and the suggestion being that it's in such a parlous state that it's completely imploding. One would have suggested that if that was the case, you would have seen a marked increase in the number of faults that you were having to report in relation to the copper network, and that quite obviously isn't the case, because albeit only a small decrease in the number of faults that are being reported, it's nonetheless a decrease in the number of faults. So I was just interested to get those figures. So do you continue to collect data on the percentage of the SG standard services experiencing faults in any given month?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So what's the current level of performance?
All right.
There?
Now, it might be easiest if I simply refer you to pages 70 through to 72 of the most recent communications report, where we actually publish, I think of most relevance to your service, we publish the number of services as a time series which have greater than 4 faults every year in any given year and greater than 3 faults in any 60 days. The reason I'm being a bit coy is because what I've got here in front of me is the graphs, the time series, and you can see the trends of them, but what I can't do is it's quite hard for me to read off the exact figure from that. That information isn't actually there. So
I suppose I'm
if
just
you want a
trying to
visual
get
representation, it's there, and if you want the exact figures, I can get those. I don't have those.
I suppose what I'm just trying to get is the level of performance low? Is it high? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing?
Yes. Well, let me give you a couple of generalisations then, just by using my own naked eye and these graphs from our own communications report. The graph shows performance against those two criteria from 2008 through to June 2013. The timeline for greater than 3 faults in 60 days doesn't show any upward trend at all. It jigs and jags about, but it's pretty flat over that whole 5-year period. There is a small discernible increase in the number of services showing greater than 4 faults in any 365-day period over the period from 2008 to 2013, but that increase mostly seems to have occurred in the first half of that time series, and it's flattened out since. So I'm now describing to you what those trends are. If I can also generalise from the data too, I think I've given you the overall number of faults for Telstra comparing the last year with the year before. The only thing which has actually increased over that period is the time taken to fix each fault. That's gone up, and that seems to be related to something else which has received a bit of attention, which is that our statistics show that there's been quite a sharp uptick, particularly in I think it was the first half of last year, in Telstra's reliance on mass service disruption notices caused particularly by severe weather events. So it appears that it took longer on average for faults to be fixed, but the number of faults was staying pretty flat.
Okay.
I hope that's helpful. I'm sorry, it'd be easier to just show you the graphs, and they're on. You can get them off our website.
No, certainly. I will go and have a look at them, and I suppose, as I say, all I'm trying to do is establish that there hasn't necessarily been a decline as one would have been led to believe.
And Chair, through you, I should point out, just picking up Senator Ruston's point about the hysteria in some quarters about the copper network, that the intention of NBN Co is to use the best technology in each given area. And obviously, they take into account a range of factors: cost, time, network performance, which is probably a statement which is self-evident, but it probably bears repeating.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Minister. Can I just go back? Excuse me. To the initial questioning about your inquiries into to complaints. I noted that between July 2013 to your report in January this year that you'd finalised 112 investigations, and of that 112 investigations you'd found 27 breaches. I noted in your answer to Senator Urquhart you'd said about what the majority of the complaints were about. I'm just wondering what were the majority of the major issues of those that you found in breach?
I don't have the information to hand, and I can get that for you, but my...
Sort of just generally, were they, incitement of hatred? Was it accuracy of information? Was it bias? So, I don't need to be, you don't need to be exact.
To give you a sense, there were several captioning provision breaches. The majority of those were disregarded under the legislation that allows us to disregard breaches that result from unforeseen technical or engineering difficulties. There were 3 breaches of accuracy provisions. My expectation is, I don't have the numbers here, but my expectation is that there would have been several breaches also of complaint handling obligations under the code. So that just gives you a flavour. One of the breaches concerned incitement of hatred, I think on racial grounds.
Yeah. Okay. So nothing unusual in the trend.
No.
Okay. Do you have a statutory length of time within which you must report back?
We do not.
No.
When you say must report back, conclude our investigation.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
sorry.
that's fine. No, we don't, Senator. We've historically had a internal KPI, for want of another better expression, of 6 months from the commencement of the investigation.
Your commencement, or the
Yes.
So it doesn't include the bit where they have to go back to the original media outlet that
No.
is.
So no. Up until a enlivened complaint is with us. We're talking about code breaches here, because as Ms McNeil explained earlier, there are different constructs depending on whether it's licence conditions, standards, codes. But with respect to 90% of the action, say code breaches, it could take months, sometimes years, before a complaint gets to us. I'm taking years in the wildest. So we don't actually have currently a statutory limit on the lack of freshness of a complaint. But we measure our performance from the date a complaint is received, which in the ordinary case might be 3 or 4 months later, bearing in mind the thresholds that a complainant needs to go through. Take their concerns to the licensee in the first instance. If 60 days expires without a response, that enlivens the complaint to us, and or they're not happy with the licensee's response. So 6 months KPI from the date of the receipt of the complaint. We have worked assiduously over the last 4 to 5 years to do a lot better than that, and the average time taken to complete an investigation is 3.2 months. We've been progressively bringing it down and down as we've improved our processes and triaged in a lot more effective way those complaints. So the holy grail number is sub 3 months. But it's a very iterative process with licensees, and we'll be doing very well to get sub 3 months, but at the moment it's 3.2.
Okay. So one can assume that there's some that go through fairly quickly, because some of the more complex ones are obviously going to take a lot longer. So
that's exactly right. And a lot of them are, well, not a lot of them, but some of them are elongated as a result of licensees exercising their prerogative to test certain aspects of the investigation, either with the Federal Court or the Administrative Appeals Tribunal.
Yeah. I was just noticing the numbers of complaints that you've got listed, because you said there was 1,003 were received until between the July 1 and the 31st of January in the last 7 months. There seems to be quite a noticeable decline from 2012-13 and 2011-12 in the number of complaints that you're receiving, because on the figures that you've got published, you're sort of looking at between about 42 complaints per week in 12-13 and about 43 per week in 11-12, and yet to date you've only received an average of 33 complaints per week in the 7 months this year. Is there any explanation for that, or is it just one of those strange anomalies?
I think it's one of those strange anomalies, Senator. So
Yeah,
I haven't worked out
change of government. He thinks perhaps.
I haven't worked out the average figures. But looking at them, the preceding 2 financial years, we had around 2,200 complaints or inquiries, and for a 6-month period this year we had 1,000. So it's not.
Well, it's actually a 7-month period. You had 1,000.
Oh, you're right. You're correct. I apologise.
Yeah, 6-month period. It's probably not that thing, but I mean but it's really significant. I mean, I just did a quick calculation on my phone, and it's gone from 40.
Head.
No, in my head, indeed. It's gone from 43 complaints per week to 33 complaints per week. I mean, that's a significant decrease. A significant decrease. And I noted that in your figures, you'd actually removed the complaints in relation to the prank. So there's not even that spiking. When you do your analysis of your year, if it turns out that you have had such a significant decrease, it'd be very interesting to know why you think that's the case.
I should say that figure picks up complaints and inquiries, so they're not necessarily all what we would call valid complaints, namely complaints we're obliged to investigate, where it's at the stage where preliminary concerns have been raised with the licensee and then they're brought to us after the 60 days or after an unsatisfactory response. There are also people with concerns about general concerns. How does it work? Is there a rule against this? Who should I go to? I didn't like the colour of the newsreader's tie, whatever it might be.
Yeah, because certainly the number of investigations completed would suggest that
the number of valid complaints
hasn't actually
relatively consistent.
So why are people not complaining, I suppose, then is the question that might be interested to have a look at.
It is.
Okay.
And interestingly, Senator, that comes off the back of several years of the introduction of the ability to lodge complaints electronically, which concern or apprehension was at the outset that they may actually give rise to a small tsunami of complaints, whereas in reality, notwithstanding the availability of online electronic complaint facilities, the numbers have, as you've remarked, observed, stayed fairly constant, if not slightly declined, although they do tend to fluctuate from year to year and depending on topicality.
Yeah,
we could yet have a post-Christmas rush, so people at home watching television.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Urquhart, you have a follow-up question?
Just a question in relation to the fault data that you referred to in one of the questions from Senator Ruston. Was that voice or ADSL faults that you referred to?
Going to have to the data the 2 graphs I was comparing are basically on the network reliability framework, Telstra's fixed line telephone services network.
So that's the voice, is it?
And it certainly is voice, but I'm not sure if it's limited to voice. I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, would you be able to take that on notice and
yes,
get back to
okay.
us? That'd be great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Now, Senator Urquhart, you'd like to have one more question, Mr. Clark, if we could call
I would
him.
if he can.
Is that possible, if Mr. Clark could return for just one question? Well, we've got a bit of time up our sleeve. Go
Thanks,
ahead, Senator Urquhart.
Mr. Clark. Obviously, I've asked ACMA about the replacement of Rebecca Burden, and they've said yes, they did replace that that person. So would you be able to outline whether there's any overlap between that role and what the new role of the chief economist within the department does?
I certainly don't see it as duplicative, and as Mr Chapman indicated, I see it as an opportunity for deeper collaboration in the shared research agenda that we have.
Right.
So there really is a network of these chief economists, as the general label, folk around government departments and agencies, and I want us to be part of that conversation, part of the deeper strategic economic analysis, and where we can build on work done by Mr Chapman's authority or on the ACCC or anyone else, that's great, and where there are gaps, then we will do the research ourselves.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Thank you, Mr Clark.
I mean, if you want to, do you want to go on, because I've got other questions, the ones I was going to put on notice if you want me to.
Well, we've still got some time up our sleeve if you wish to go on.
Okay. Oh, Mr Clark. Not this.
Do you want to call Mr Clark back?
Oh, right, you can take the time. Otherwise, I'll just put them on notice. Yeah, no, I don't mind. I mind at all.
Mr Clark, could we bother you to return again, please? Sorry for having you wear out the carpet. Senator Ruston has a few questions for you that you may be able to assist with.
Chair, are we dismissed?
Yes.
Yes, you are dismissed. Thanks, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
No, you're not.
Allow me to come to the table.
Yep, that'll be fine, Mr Clark. About 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm just being exceedingly lazy because it saves me putting on notice. Yes. Now, Mr Clark, I mean, more than happy to take this. There's a whole list of just budgetary questions, which I'm happy to take on notice, and I'm just being extremely lazy because it saves me having to put them in writing if I can ask them to you here. So just wondering what the impact on the communications agency on jobs, operations and services of the efficiency dividend decisions of the former government?
The accumulated effect of those efficiency dividends will be in my department that I will need to reduce staff numbers. The issue within communications is compounded by there being a number of terminating programs, so there is no more work in some areas. So it is the total of the two that will be driving my reduction in headcount.
So there were a number of programs that were required to be terminated?
Correct. The programs whose came to the end of their natural life. They were not prematurely terminated. They were always going to end at that time, and we therefore need to take the commensurate actions.
Okay. What's the implication for a potential operating loss?
I'm not expecting an operating loss in the department this year. My budget outlook is to come in on budget, and that's what I'm seeking to do.
Okay. So how many redundancies or job reductions are you going to have to, that you've either had to undertake in this financial year or will be required to take in this financial year to meet those objectives?
Yes, so I responded to a similar question from Senator Urquhart where I outlined that there have already been a net reduction of around 100 people since 30 June last year through a combination of voluntary redundancies, natural attrition and so forth. But I will need to make further cuts in the future. I'm not in a position to quantify those numbers at this stage, but I think the word I used to Senator Urquhart was that they're significant.
Yeah, okay. Did you have an idea of this? Well, sorry, first question should be, were any of the redundancies or any of the potential redundancies that you're going to have to undertake as a result of these efficiency gains of the previous government going to result in compulsory redundancies or any compulsory activity, or are you trying to do them all by natural attrition or voluntary means?
Well, I've already had to move to a limited number of involuntary redundancies through the formal provisions because the scale of the reduction, the total of terminating programs and efficiency dividends was beyond my capacity to deal with it by VRs.
Yeah, sure. In this process, have you had any tendering or procurement processes that have had to have been abandoned or disrupted in this period?
Well, I'd have to manage the department to the budget, so I would not point to something that I needed to do or desperately wanted to do that I've been unable to do. I've had to manage both my headcount and my contracting and procurement to the budget, and so far I'm on track to do that for this financial year.
Okay, just and once again into that sort of period pre-September the 7th, during that period from prior to the election, did you issue any offers in relation to grants or tenders or anything that in that period?
Oh, it's a very broad question, Senator. I mean, right up until the commencement of the caretaker period, of course, we were doing the normal business of government of the day. So the answer is inevitably yes. And of course, as soon as caretaker commenced, we worked under those conventions.
Yeah. Okay. Just, I suppose, just be interesting if there are any major ones. I mean, obviously the general stuff that you have to do on a day-to-day basis.
In programs or other?
Well, programs, grants particularly.
Yeah.
But large tenders as well would be.
Well, when you say a tender, we would not have initiated a tender.
No.
That couldn't have been. Well, we would have been very careful not to have locked in the incoming government by a tendering process in that period. But there certainly were existing programs that had grant elements that we did administer under the program guidelines right up to caretaker.
Sure. Just wondering, the inevitable question, did your agency provide any funding to unions during the past 3 years?
Not to my knowledge, but I will double-check that question, Senator.
And just in that immediate period, were there any last-minute decisions to have any ministerial appointments to boards or other senior roles in the period immediately prior to the caretaker mode that you're aware of?
There are none that immediately come to mind, but that's a question on which I will be able to check the records and give you a precise answer.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Thank you, Mr. Clark. I now call officers from the Department in relation to Program 1.1, Broadband and Communications Infrastructure. Do you want to kick off the questioning? Okay, Senator Urquhart, you can...
Senator Conroy will kick off for us.
Senator Conroy.
No, I wanted to talk about the prioritised rollout and your broadband survey. the conference rebooting the NBN on the 18th of November, the Minister said, and I quote, "Up to 2 million households and businesses across Australia cannot get basic fixed-line broadband at present. Addressing these underserved service areas first is a key objective of our NBN policy." Your document, the department's document, seems to not quite mirror that policy commitment. On page 6, you state, "The objective is to prioritise the areas of greatest need where this is logistically and commercially feasible." Have you drawn that to the Minister's attention?
Well, the Minister is familiar with the document that the department produced. He indeed released it, as you know, Senator.
Yeah.
And the remarks that he made on launching it are entirely consistent, I believe, with his earlier remarks in this area.
No, the underserved areas first. There's no qualification. It just says first. Is a key objective of our NBN policy. But your document qualifies that by saying where this is logistically and commercially feasible. So if it's not logistically and commercially feasible, they won't be getting it first.
Well, the department's report, which has been provided to the NBN to inform their prioritisation.
But you haven't informed their prioritisation. You actually told them that they don't have to do it if it's not logistically and commercially feasible.
No, on the contrary, we've said to them, here are
on the contrary, that's exactly what you've said.
Pomeroy, will you please let Mr Clark complete his answer?
If Mr Clark's misleading the Senate, I will draw it to his attention.
Senator, Mr Clark, you have the call.
Senator, I believe that the document, the advice that we have provided to NBN to inform their prioritisation speaks for itself. We've said here are the areas that are not served or poorly served, and this should be a key input to your prioritisation for the rollout.
But you don't meet the commitment, or as Mr Turnbull says on November the 18th, the key objective of NBN policy is to address these underserved areas first. He doesn't say first if it's logically and commercially feasible. There's a quantum difference between what you've written and what the Minister stated publicly on November the 18th.
Well, first of all, Senator, I don't think there is any difference between what we've written and what the Minister stated when he launched the document, and I don't accept that it's a quantum difference. I think it's a sensible observation around the pragmatics of such a large-scale rollout.
So Minister Turnbull's statement, underserviced areas first, is not a sensible statement?
No, I'm sorry, Senator, that's not...
well, you've just said this one is a sensible statement, which, given that it is substantively different, implies that the first one wasn't sensible.
I don't accept that it is substantively different. I think the statements are consistent and have the same spirit, that priority will be given to underserved areas.
Where it's commercially feasible. What if you're not in a...
Correct. Very different.
Very different.
So, your report states on page 12, in general, states or territories with either a higher population density or more urbanised population were found to have a greater level of access to broadband services. So you do make the point that density, higher population, mysteriously seems to have greater level of access to broadband. Why is it that some areas have bad broadband? I mean, because they're not dense enough?
I don't think it's mysterious, Senator. I don't understand the point. It's a statement about the observed reality on the ground at the moment.
And it's because often non-dense areas are not logically or commercially feasible for markets to service those areas.
Correct.
Correct. So your document clearly indicates where you recommend the objective is to prioritise the areas of greatest need where there is logistically and commercially feasible. It says to people who live in non-dense areas, you're not getting it first.
No, that is absolutely
Sounds like
not.
that to me.
Well, Senator.
That's exactly what it says.
Order.
Senators.
Order.
That is.
Now, Senator Conroy, we're not going to have interjections when the witness is wanting to answer the question. You ask the question, and please be quiet and let the witness answer the question from now on.
Mr. Clark is more than capable of handling the odd interjection.
Well, that's all right. I'm running this committee. Senator Conroy, I'm running this committee.
Great confidence in him. He doesn't need your help.
Chair, just through you, I think it's important to observe at this point that there's been a fundamental change in policy from the previous government to this government. That areas which
there's been a fundamental change in policy from November to January.
Poor
is what I'm
service,
pointing out.
areas which have poor service, there will be a prioritisation. There was no prioritisation under the previous government for those areas.
Senator, no, I
You have the call, Mr. Clark.
Please, Senator Conroy and Senator Pratt have drawn an inference from two elements of the report that is not true, simply not true.
No, you can state that, but it doesn't make it correct.
Quite the contrary.
You can state that,
Senator
but it doesn't
Conroy.
make it true.
Quite the contrary, having pointed out, as you say, Senator, the observation that areas in policy terms of market failure, where it was not commercial pre the NBN to provide high-speed broadband service, it is not a surprise that they have come up in this analysis as poorly served. That, in fact, is one of the primary policy objectives to serve those areas.
So it will be logistically and commercially feasible to service all those areas?
It will be logistically, a question that you'll ask, no doubt, NBN Co shortly. The policy direction that the government is giving is to give priority to underserved areas at present.
No, it's not true. You can't use a half a sentence when you've got a written document in front of you, Mr. Clark. It's just... You can't do that.
Senator,
you have written, your name is on this, the objective is to prioritise the areas of greatest need where this is logistically and commercially feasible. Stop taking half the sentence off when you give your verbal answers.
So the question really, Senator, is what's the counterfactual? Will the rollout be different as a result of this advice to what it would have otherwise been? And the answer is undoubtedly yes.
Only where it's logistically and commercially feasible will it be different.
Yes, you're trying to say...
So in the currently underserved areas, which we agree are underserved because the market doesn't serve them because it's not logistically and commercially feasible, okay, so the market test of logistically and commercially feasible, you've recommended be applied by NBN Co, which is not what the Minister promised to the Australian public on November the 18th.
I mean, I'll just come in here, Chair, just as a simple minister representing the minister. But it would occur to me that even when seeking to prioritise areas of poor service, there will be a prioritisation. There will be an order in which those particular areas receive services. So all those areas, I assume, won't receive services on the same day.
Those where it's less feasible will come last.
And what may not be, or where there may be a logistical challenge today, that's not to say that logistical challenges.
Do you understand anything about network rollouts?
Continue.
Logistical challenges that there won't be. There won't be ways of addressing those in the future.
Will be different. We agree.
The point is that these are things which feed into the ordering, the sequencing in which poorly serviced areas receive better service. But the point that the Secretary made is there will be a difference,
and we agree,
in the rollout compared to the previous government, that there will be poorly serviced areas that receive service. Better service sooner than they otherwise would have.
No, we agree that the rollout will be different, but the areas that the Minister is claiming will be different won't be first.
Yes,
that's the bottom line.
No, Senator, that is not a reasonable interpretation of the report at all.
That's an entirely
Mr. Clark, order. Mr. Clark, you have answered the question several times. Perhaps Senator Conroy may have another question to ask today, and if he's not going to have
Senator Conroy will decide what questions he's got.
Okay. Well,
Mr.
Clark
is doing
has
fine.
answered the question.
Mr. Clark's doing fine. He doesn't need your help. He's sitting there cool as a cucumber.
This was so pleasant this morning until you turned up.
Yes, well, you might have Senator Williams trained like a puppy to do what you want.
Oh, really?
It's not going to be the case now.
No, we had respectful senators here this morning, Senator Conroy. We don't seem to
Order.
Well, when we start
Senator
getting the
Conroy,
truth
you
at
have the call.
table,
Do you
we'll
have
get
another
respect.
question, or are you going to sit here and pass comments all day?
The Minister has said that he wants the NBN Co to function more like a private business. Areas in Australia that are underserved are usually underserved because they are not profitable for private enterprise to service. We've already had that discussion. If NBN Co is only going to prioritise areas where it is logistically or commercially feasible to do so, will any areas be prioritised?
Senator, again, you're drawing 2 points and an incorrect conclusion by joining them together. Yes, the remark that the Minister has made about behaving more like a private business is in its operations. In terms of prioritisation, it is a public business, and the Minister has directed that it give priority to underserved areas. And that's, to my mind, that's entirely rational, the joining together of those 2 points. Yes, areas will get that there will be higher priority given to underserved areas.
Higher priority is not first, though, is it?
We'll see. We haven't got the plan in front of us.
You keep trying to pretend that it is. Even Mr Switkowski in December didn't try and pretend that first and higher priority were the same, but you are.
Senator, through you, Chair, I'll just quote from Minister Turnbull's press release or statements. The NBN's recent strategic review found that underserviced areas can be upgraded on average 2 years sooner if they are prioritised in the rollout. That is a material difference to when those areas would receive a better service. And also in the policy document that we released in April last year, stated that we would seek NBN Co to amend so that they could receive, and I'll just quote it here, amend the rollout plan from the earliest commercially feasible date to grant priority to identified underserved areas.
No, thanks for that. I'm glad you brought that point up, because that's the exact point I'm going to next. So let's assume some areas will be prioritised, as you're claiming. So let's look at what the word first means. I thought I might start with the Oxford Dictionary. It defines the word first as coming before all others in time or order. Earliest, first. Now, during a hearing of the Senate Select Committee last year, NBN Co's head of transformation and yachting, Mr Rousselot, said that these areas will be, and I quote, and I think you've just quoted something fairly similar, completed 2.5 years earlier than the rest. Dr Switkowski also said, we're going to bring these areas forward in the rollout schedule. Does that mean that they are the first areas that we will look at? Now, this is what Dr Switkowski said. No, it does not mean that. It's fairly clear-cut. So, Mr Clark, you can continue to claim that prioritise and first are the same. The Oxford Dictionary will disagree with you. But more importantly, Dr Switkowski disagrees with you. He says, does that mean they are the first areas that we will look at? No. And that's Dr Switkowski asking himself rhetorically and answering the question. I'm sure you've seen the Hansard. I'm sure you were forced possibly to even watch that tortured Senate hearing. So the Minister said that these areas would be served first, November the 18th. He was already the Minister. But according to NBN Co, they will not be serving these areas first, despite your best efforts to pretend it. According to your study, areas will only be prioritised. Now, we can look up the word prioritised in the Oxford Dictionary and compare it to first, if you like, Mr Clark. But prioritised where it is logistically and commercially feasible. So which of these is correct according to the department's understanding of the policy? The minister's statement on November the 18th or your document?
Senator, in my view, and I go back to the earlier remarks that you made, the two statements are consistent about the change in priority to be given in the rollout. Now, NBN will speak for themselves as to how they will turn this policy direction into an operational large-scale engineering project, and they, of course, as you know, have the burden of having to deal with the engineering and physical aspects of it, but the policy direction, to my mind, is clear and consistent.
The policy areas, according to the Oxford Dictionary, are not clear and consistent, and you can keep muddying it up and pretending they are, but I'll move on. Your report indicates that approximately 20 to 40% of premises in Band B have no access to at least one fixed broadband technology. Is that correct? That's, I think, table on page 8.
Thank you. Literally, availability rating B states between 60 to 80% of premises in these areas have access to at least one fixed broadband
and
technology.
And the counterfactual to that is that between 20 and 40% of premises in there have no access to at least one.
Or have one or less, I think would be the...
No access.
Look, perhaps I could bring an expert to the table.
Please do, because this is an important point. I was actually surprised by this.
Certainly.
So I'm actually trying to understand exactly what it says. But
sure.
By saying that 60 to 80 do, that does tend to imply that 20 to 40 don't.
I understand your point.
So perhaps we can...
I'll ask Ms Granger to elaborate or to explain that point.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator. Jo Granger, Department of Communications. Yes, Senator, you're correct in your understanding. The way the categories work is we've compared distribution areas, which means that we're not looking at individual premises, we're looking at a local area. The distribution area is anywhere between, say, on average, typically 100 to 200 premises. And so in our availability calculation, we are looking at how many premises in that distribution area have access to at least one fixed broadband technology. So you're right, category B means that 60 to 80% of premises in the DA have access to at least one fixed broadband technology, and therefore, opposite, 20 to 40% don't.
Have access to one?
To one. So there may be many premises in that DA who have access to multiple technologies, because as you're aware, HFC, DSL... So
20 to 40 don't have access to
fixed broadband.
Any fixed broadband.
But
I just wanted to... That's what I thought it meant, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Obviously, this is fixed broadband itself, and we consider fixed broadband separately to mobile broadband.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That doesn't mean
by
that
definition,
mobile isn't available.
98% of Australians have access to Telstra's 3-4G network, so that's a moot question according to Telstra statistics. The report also indicates that up to 20% of premises in Band A have no access to at least one fixed broadband technology. Is that correct, on the same interpretation that you've just given?
That's right, Senator. So that's our category, 80 to 100% for category A.
Okay, now, the NBN Co employee that jointly owns a yacht with Mr Turnbull, Mr Rousselot, noted during the December hearing of the Senate Select Committee that the bottom three categories will be prioritised in the rollout. So that would be C, D and E?
Yes, Senator.
Right. So just confirming that the bottom three categories are C, D and E.
Well, Senator...
Sorry, I haven't asked a question yet.
No, but may I clarify the premise that you've already put? So the date of the evidence from Mr Rousselot,
was
clarify?
The December hearing, which is...
Well, and we had not completed this analysis.
No, I'm just going on what the man who wrote the strategic review...
sorry, in terms of the strategic review.
Yeah,
I apologise. Thank
Mr
you.
Rousselot is an employee and joint yacht owner with Mr Turnbull, and he stated... It's the transcript, page 49.
Yes, I'm sorry. The document is the strategic review, not this report.
No,
thank you.
No, this was evidence. Yeah. This was not. He was not talking to the strategic review. we were having a conversation about prioritising the rollout, and he stated that the bottom 3 categories would be prioritised in the rollout, which is C, D and E, which we've agreed is C, D and E.
Well, Senator, if I could clarify, in terms of our report, C, D and E are the bottom 3 categories, but I recognise that we've passed all of our analysis to NBN Co in terms of the results, and it's up to NBN Co to then work out the prioritisation.
No, but NBN Co are making it, they're saying
I do.
C, D and E are the 3 they're going to prioritise.
I would note, Senator, that our summary report was released on the 23rd of December, and then obviously last week was when our full report was released, and so potentially Senator Mr Rusolo was referring to his understanding, recognising that we had not yet finalised our analysis.
What can I say? I mean, I don't share a yacht with Mr Turnbull, but Mr Swiskowski promised me he was an incredibly smart bloke and he'd never worked with anyone as smart as him. So I'm assuming he knew what he was talking about. You know, I hesitate to be wrong on that, but I'm just going to assume Mr Rusolo knew what he was talking about. So the underserved premises, the 20 to 40% of premises in Band B and the 20% of premises in Band A will not be prioritised. I'm just trying to, rigorously go through to understand where the prioritisation, which isn't first, but where the prioritisation will and will not take place. And on your evidence, 20 to 40% of premises in Band B and 20% of premises in Band A will not be, on the evidence of Mr Rusolo, be prioritised. It's just 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Senator, I think we're very early in this process in terms of the rollout over the next few years, which is where...
How was Mr Rusolo able to write a strategic plan forecasting take-up rates and revenues?
Senator, the point I'm making is that the company has not yet put down in detail what exactly will be the rollout plan over that period.
Well, I'm sorry,
as you're aware, they're still in the transition period.
A detailed answer.
And at this point, we've only just published this full report. We have provided this full report to the company. The policy intent is quite clear, and we will see how the company responds. Clearly, they will give priority and respond to the government's direction in this area. What exactly it means across the 5 bands that we've identified, how exactly they implement it, is a question that will become apparent over the next year or two.
Mr Rusolo's been very clear about his perspective. Dr Swiskowski has been very clear about their perspective. It's not for you to contradict them. They've made it clear. The first sentence in the executive summary to your broadband availability and quality report states, the Australian Government has asked NBN Co, the company building the national broadband network, to prioritise the many Australians without adequate fixed-line broadband in the rollout.
Indeed.
That's what you said. But I can find no such request in the interim statement of expectations, just a direction that NBN Co provide information to the Department's inquiry.
And
so I've got a lot of woolly words from you, a lot of woolly words from Mr Turnbull, but when it comes to actually what matters, and you and I both know what that is, it's the statement of intent, it's not there.
So, Senator...
so has there been an update to the statement of directions?
Senator, the 2 points. The Minister's... 3 points. The policy intent has always been clear for the government in this area, and the very evidence that you quoted from Mr Rusolo and Dr Switkowski indicates that they are conscious, very conscious of the government's intent in this area and are working through their implementation. Second point, when the Minister released this report, he reiterated that guidance, policy guidance to the company. I agree with you that the formal incarnation of a policy direction to this GBE is through the statement of intent, statement of expectations, and I would expect it to be reflected in that document very soon. But they have no doubt what the government's expectations are.
Expectations and statements of intent are 2 different things. I expected a couple of million homes to be connected. It didn't happen, though. Just because Mr Turnbull expects NBN Co to do something doesn't mean it actually happens.
But, Senator, I reiterate, I think the evidence that you've already quoted from Mr Rusolo and Dr Switkowski illustrates that they understand exactly what is required and they are working at it. and I'm confident that this requirement will be reflected in the next iteration of the Statement of Expectations.
So there's an iteration coming?
There will indeed.
When will that be expected?
It's a matter for the government, but there will be an updated one. The current one was clearly an interim or transitional one,
okay.
And it logically follows that there will be another one, and indeed there will be.
And will that follow Mr Turnbull's statement in November that underserved areas will be first?
We'll see what language is used.
Or will it be the weasel words that you've inserted into the debate?
I can't predict what will be in that document, Senator.
Yes.
Chair, I don't think it's fair to use that phrase to reflect on the witness.
I think if you read this morning's paper, you'd find that a commentator in the newspaper described the words very accurately. I'm just quoting a statement by an Australian columnist today where he described the words as weasel words. It's your favourite newspaper, is it?
No, I just don't think you should reflect on a witness using
I'm literally
Senator
quoting.
Senator Conroy, will you please refrain from using such words when addressing...
Sorry, I'm actually quoting someone else. I'm quoting a newspaper columnist. Would you like to write to them and tell them to refrain from describing the words as that?
No, I wouldn't.
And am I not allowed to refer to them?
Keep the level of civility
You weren't quoting at that.
I was absolutely. I was borrowing them, to be fair.
Yeah,
you're borrowing.
I was borrowing them. I was borrowing his quote.
You're not a journalist. You're a senator.
Thank God for that.
Yes. Last week, as we've been talking about, the Minister released the Broadband Quality and Availability Report on the My Broadband website, which we have talked about before. Could you provide an indication of what the purpose of that report is?
The purpose of the document that we've been discussing is to provide an assessment of broadband availability and quality at a level of granularity, spatial resolution if you like, that is suitable to inform the company's prioritisation in the rollout. And the website, of course, supports that by providing a more accessible version for the public to also view what our assessment concluded in the areas in which they live.
Okay. Is the intention of the department to now keep the report up to date as the new infrastructure is built?
Senator, we're looking at a number of ways in which this report and the website might evolve. The options that we're looking at closely now are first to add a capacity for people to measure their actual broadband experience, the speed test, if you will, and to send that information back through the website to the department so that we get data points on actual user experience. So
there's no actual speeds reflected in your report, though I think there is one small subset.
It's modelling. It's largely modelling.
It's a model.
I'll let Ms Granger speak to that, but it's largely a modelled product.
It's a model.
And as I said, given that the purpose was to inform rollout prioritisation, I think the modelling is fit for that purpose. But we would like to get richer data, so we're looking at a speed test
What's your
option.
broadband speed at home, Mr Clark? Did you go on the website and check? Did you do a comparison with your speed test?
I don't think I did, Senator. I know the answer.
I don't blame you.
I know the answer to the first
Hopefully you're
part
on
of
the
your question.
NBN and it actually doesn't matter.
No, I'm not, unfortunately.
Ms Granger, have you plugged in your own home and seen what theoretical speed you might be able to achieve, and have you done a speed test?
I have, Senator.
No, you're under oath. You're not allowed to just make up a speed.
Order, Senator Conroy. Ms Granger, could you speak closer, perhaps a little bit louder to the microphone, because I know Hansard have had some troubles hearing you, okay?
My apologies, Chair.
Thank you.
Senator, I hadn't finished. You asked the question about future development of the site. Yep. So we're interested in, we're working to add a speed test capability. Now that's not trivial to do that, and we've got to make sure we get that right. And of course what we do with the data that comes, how representative we believe it is, are all the issues that we're working on. So that's one development. Second, I'd like to be able to publish more of the underlying data
that was my next question.
My preference would be to publish it on data.gov, and we're working through the processes of approvals to do that. I'm very conscious that many smart people will be able to interrogate the website and derive the underlying data. It would be better, in my view, for us to just publish it as a single authoritative reference set. And the third development we're looking at is how we can maintain and improve the product over time, because it is a snapshot, and I think it would be in the interest of good public policy in this area to keep it up to date if we can do so.
Thank you. I'm fascinated. Ms Granger's tested her theoretical speed versus her speed test. How'd we go?
Well, Senator, if I can just clarify, the ADSL median speed that's on the My Broadband website is a median for the distribution area. So it means that
a median is not a speed anyone actually gets.
Well, no, Senator, it's the median
By
of
definition.
the range of speeds.
Right, I know what a median is, but I just wanted to confirm for anyone listening that a median is not an actual speed any punter gets in their home.
Well, actually, Senator, we've actually had feedback that
a mode might be a more indicative thing that says the most commonly occurring across this area is this speed. That would actually be a speed, but a median is not anyone's actual speed, except by coincidence.
Well, Senator, as I was saying, we've received feedback that a number of people are very close to the median speed for their area, but obviously, as we explain on the site, when you hover over that speed, we explain there'll be people getting lower speeds or higher speeds.
So how did you go?
I was very close, Senator, for my personal
Very close?
address.
Above or below? You're on oath.
I can't remember that. I think it's 16.46 megabits for the distribution area I'm in, and I think we get about 13 megs.
Right. So what's that as a percent? About 80% forecast? So you'd be 20% wrong on your median?
I think, Senator,
Mr Robinson, you wanted to give us your personal speed test.
Well, I think I'm happy to, Senator. It's Ian Robinson, Deputy Secretary. I think, as Ms Granger said, it's actually we tried to go out of our way both in the report and on the website to explain what the numbers are and what they mean, and that people will inevitably vary from median speeds, because that's what medians are, and we provided information on the reasons for that. And in fact, on the website, you can't actually get the results for your local area without there being information that pops up and explains that, because there are variances that come from a whole range of things, including the equipment that people are using in their individual homes, etc. So all that's explained as best we can, and inevitably people's results will vary, but it's a modelled result for median speeds in their relevant areas.
Thanks. Are the 700,000 premises, or the 6% of the total that are unable to receive a fixed broadband service, mostly in areas where the NBN Co fixed wireless service and long-term satellite service will be provided?
Senator, I would need to take that on notice to make sure that my language is absolutely correct for you. The 700,000 premises are, as you would expect, distributed across the country, but when we look at the analysis in terms of the remoteness classification, more premises without access to fixed broadband services are in the remote locations. So that may lead you to thinking about what particular solution they may receive.
So more would imply 51% or 52%?
Senator, if I can refer you to the remoteness results for our report in relation to states and territories. So as you were discussing earlier, there was obviously, page 12. I'm looking at page 12 in figure 4, the distribution of broadband availability ratings by state and territory, and then looking at, if we go to page 20, that's the broadband availability by remoteness classification. And this is the ABS classification in relation to that. Major cities of Australia, inner regional, outer regional, remote Australia or very remote Australia. And you'll see that with figure 9, obviously major cities have the highest availability, and very remote sees the most premises in the E band, but the different relative results there are in that figure.
Now, did you test the median speed when it rained?
Senator, rain was not an element that we considered as part of our analysis.
But even the ministers acknowledged that there are soggy areas that affect broadband speeds.
And the report explicitly acknowledges that local factors do affect broadband performance.
Well, rain's not a local factor, right?
Well,
It's a weather factor. A local
Senator,
factor is the quality of the copper in the ground.
I'm not in any way trying to dodge that point. The report is explicit that factors such as weather, interference, etc., have not been included in this analysis.
Okay, so your median speed is in good weather.
It goes
when
back
it's
to your
dry.
question about what was the objective of this report, and the objective was to inform the prioritisation of the NBN rollout, and that's it.
So it's a median speed. Just want to be clear, so people who are listening, watching, reading this transcript understand that the median speeds that you're advertising are median speeds in good weather.
Senator, if I could provide just some further clarification for you. The median DSL speeds are based on some empirical data, so real-world data of real-world experience of broadband at ADSL.
Okay, did your empirical data test it during rain?
And what I was about to add for your information is that we don't have information about when that was tested, but my understanding is that that was raw data that a carrier has provided us, and so therefore it's likely that those tests were done at different times of day and night at a range of locations across Australia.
It's good of you to try and tell us what
and
you
so
assume.
I can't definitively say there was rain.
I'm looking to find out how much of your empirical data, and each area is different. So again, I'm not sure remotely saying that one empirical test of 20,000, was it 16 or 20,000?
I'm sorry, Senator?
Was it 16 or 20,000 that was the empirical test?
20,000.
20. But I'm not sure one area of 20,000 could remotely be described as empirical when it comes to the weather. But if you want to assert that, that's okay. I don't think you're doing that. And I don't think the report attempts to do that. But I just wanted to clarify that we have no knowledge of whether or not the tests or the median speeds take into account rain or the weather.
Well, Senator, I think they are, as Ms Granger said, they are actually as 20,000 actual observations of speed tests, and so they would cover periods of rain.
You're familiar with the fact that the government's about to announce tomorrow drought relief? So that there are whole areas of Australia that are in drought. Now, last time I checked, the word drought implied no rain.
Well,
so any single line that was tested in a drought-affected area, by definition, Mr Robinson, hasn't been tested when it's been raining.
Senator, this goes to the point of, again, and forgive me for repeating it, as to what was the objective of this study.
But I'm not suggesting that.
The objective of the study
Your officers
was
are now
not
trying to pretend that it took into account real-world things. I'm accepting what you've written. I'm just clarifying.
And it included a specific statement that local events, including weather events, are not included in this analysis.
Yeah. But now there's an attempt by the officers to imply that it's robust and does.
No, not at all. They're saying that the 20,000 data points that included that clearly included an average impact of weather. I absolutely acknowledge your point that
except if it was a drought.
The immediate impact of a weather event can be much larger than is indicated by the average.
Okay, we've agreed on that. Now, I just wanted to ask about the 20,000 empirical. Which company? Was it one company or two companies or three companies?
One carrier provided that data to us.
Are you able to identify the carrier?
Senator, if I can take that on notice.
I would have thought you would have known, that was all.
I think Ms Granger's taking it on notice in order to get permission from the carrier.
Okay, no, that's fine. If you say I've got to get permission to release, that's fine. I totally understand.
Yeah.
Now, the Minister refers to 1.6 million premises having inadequate or no broadband. Is it your understanding that he defines the 920,000 premises in areas with an estimated peak median download speed of less than 4.8 meg? So I'm trying to understand exactly, make sure we're actually talking about apples and apples. The Minister, yourselves and myself are talking about the same apples.
Senator, my understanding is the approximate 1.6 million figure is a combination of two numbers in the report: the approximate 700,000 premises without access to a fixed line broadband service, and the approximately 920,000 premises who are in areas where the median peak speed is 4.8 megabits or below.
On a good day with no rain. Now, are you aware that in an interview in April 2009 on Radio 4R0 in Rockhampton, Mr Turnbull's opposition leader said he was getting a download speed of 3.6 megs on a wireless card, and I quote, "From a practical point of view, that enables me to do everything I need to do." You're aware? Everything. That's what he said.
No, we're not aware of that interview.
You're not aware?
No.
You might want to look it up. 3.6, he can do everything he wants to do. Does his claim now that less than 4.8 meg is inadequate underline the fact that the expectation of broadband speed continues to increase? I mean, he defined 3.6 as absolutely fantastic, and today 4.8 is inadequate.
I'm not familiar with the quote, so I have nothing to comment, nothing to say on that question, on that matter.
How many years ago?
Sorry?
Well, you said when he was opposition leader.
Yeah, no, I said April 2009 on a 3G phone in Rockhampton. Now, I wanted to talk about upload speeds.
Last question, Senator Conroy, before we have a tea break.
Okay, I want to talk about uploads.
I'm
having a break now. No, because I'm changing topics, so I'm having a break now.
Okay, we'll have a break now. Good idea. We'll return shortly after 11:15. Thank you. Yeah, the point is the whole time allocated does not all go to the opposition, as Senator Pratt and Urquhart aware as we work through it.
The opposition decide who their questioners are, not you.
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, no, we actually have some questions. I'll give you 5 minutes.
I'm happy to go to. I'm not disputing the rotation among the parties, but you don't decide our party's questioners.
No, I didn't infer that, surely. So
I'm happy to race through my last couple, as I was about to do before.
I'll give you 5 minutes, then we're going to Senator Smith.
Thanks, Chair. And then when they finish, we'll come back to us for the remainder of our time.
There's only 20 minutes left in this session.
Chair, we will be resolving this on the floor and Senate for you in the future. You don't have to worry. That's fine. Chair and Senate, because you're not going to get to play this game in the future. Just to give you. You're not going to get any time. This is called estimates for the opposition. The fact that you want to call agencies and that you want to ask questions and you want to waste the committee's time and take time from the opposition is an obvious tactic, and will resolve it on the floor of the chamber. But don't think you're going to get the people voting.
We haven't had a problem until you appeared on the scene. To the committee, and to you, Senator Conroy, you have 5 minutes left in your question time.
Thank you very much. Chair, Senator Conroy, if I may, a question we took on notice, I can give you an answer straight away. Very quick. You asked about the source of our 20,000 empirical data points. It is in fact published in the report in Appendix F, and it is Telstra.
It is Telstra. No, I expected it to be Telstra, but I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Now, you've made an effort to calculate a median download speed. Did you do a median upload speed?
No, Senator, we didn't.
Well, why not?
Senator, we didn't have data available to us in that respect.
What, nobody knows what their upload speeds are?
Well, we didn't have data available to us. Obviously, if you go online and go to speedtest.net...
Ms Granger, could you speak up a little bit, please?
My apologies, Chair. No, Senator, we didn't have the data available to us in that respect. We do set out in the report the download speeds and upload speeds in relation to each technology platform, but we're specifically focused in download speed with ADSL and that.
But we're talking about, broadband quality, and you identify 5 meg upload as defining broadband quality, and you've made no effort to test even the 20,000 Telstra lines for their upload.
Senator, we had download speed, real empirical data available to us, but we did not have the upload speed data available to us.
So you have no actual data on upload speeds, which you define yourself as being you categorise, 5 meg as your top. I don't know why 5 meg only is your top, but let's not have that argument today. 5 meg is your top, but you then don't attempt at all. You've clearly attempted to get a median speed for downloads. So how's any Australian meant to look at the website and think, well, quality broadband on the department's definition includes upload, but you've not made any attempt to provide a median speed on upload in these areas?
So, Senator, we fully appreciate that the two numbers are both significant. Agreed. There's no, that's not in dispute. I must go back again to the purpose of the report. The purpose of the report was to inform prioritisation of the rollout. Download speed, availability and quality, we judge is a good indicator to inform that process, and it was the data set most available to us.
Well, I appreciate.
I would love to include real data.
I've
on
appreciated
upload.
that the government don't understand the role upload plays, and you don't have to go further than the last Senate hearing in Perth to hear a well-known RSP say this is about upload speeds as well. So I'm just confused why the department thinks a website that doesn't provide any upload speed information is of any use in prioritising anything, when clearly it's vital to a broadband consumer's ability to use it. I mean, you define up the 5 as the top range. You've got to have 5 to get your category A in quality, and to not bother to try and use it when you're then recommending to the government. But
I think, Senator, Ms Granger did mention that when looking at the various technology platforms and the benefits of each, we did consider upload speeds, and that's identified in the report when we were sort of assessing which technology platforms are.
I'm intrigued by how HFC, with an upload speed of 2 pretend, which would have been fascinated by your median speed of uploads, HFC gets to be classified as a top quality A or B.
Senator, I can refer you to
I've read it
in the report.
Yeah, I've read it. I've laughed when I read it. Anyway, because I'm about to use my 5 minutes up, so I'll ask one last question and just thank you. As you know, I live in Williamstown in Melbourne, and I put Williamstown in. And do you know what category Williamstown came up? I'm sure one of you must have, like, just for the fun of it. Take a punt. Come on.
What did it come up with, Senator?
E.
Was that E for quality, Senator?
Speed.
Yes.
So I'm in the bottom. So I'm looking forward to being prioritised because we don't have any HFC in Williamstown, so we've got no, and I'm in the bottom category. So I can't wait to get no upload speeds at the price of $40 billion.
Senator, that last remark is not a reasonable interpretation.
Is an accurate statement of fact.
It is not.
But I've used my time up.
Thank you, Senator Conroy. Mr Clark, just one question from me. Last September, election time, I think there were about 240,000 premises passed under Senator Conroy's watch. Was that about the figure correct, was it, in total? Mr Robinson?
Just a moment.
I'm just going from memory.
Senator, at 8 September last year, there were, in brownfields areas, 206,000 premises passed.
Okay. Now, Minister Turnbull discovered there are some 70,000 premises could not be hooked to that the fibre had rolled past. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. They haven't been connected yet. Not that they could not.
Senator,
could not be connected.
Mr Robinson, was it a case that some 70,000 premises had been included in that figure but could not be connected to?
There's a category of premises, Senator, which is called Service Class 0, and at the comparable figure at 8 September, and it increased a bit, or it has increased after that, was 60...
First of all, could you explain category connecting 0? Does that mean it just can't connect to those premises?
At this stage, they can't connect. Customers can't connect.
At this
and it's-
stage,
Senator Conroy.
have some of those premises
Senator Conroy,
been connected since the 7th
Senator
of
Conroy,
September?
I have the call. Disregard Senator Conroy's question, Mr Robinson. So some 70,000, is that the figure that could not be connected to?
It increased to 70,000, Senator, and typically they are multi-development units, that is apartment blocks or similar.
Yeah.
And
Senator Conroy.
And
so they could be connected then, because some have been connected.
And if they're service class zeros,
disregard.
customers, members of the public in those buildings at that point can't get a service.
Has there been any advancement in technology design to actually hook those 70,000 people to the service?
I think a question best directed to NBN Co.
Okay.
Senator.
But the previous government did include those 70,000 in their rollout figures, is that correct?
The premises passed, it did include those, Senator, and there's now, well, the NBN Co website now provides all that information, including premises passed.
Exactly, some
service class
transparency
zeros.
and honesty.
And have some of those been connected?
So
Don't mislead the
70,000
Senate.
were included and could not be connected to. That was clearly
Do
the
not
state
mislead
under
the Senate.
Minister Conroy at the time.
Do not mislead the Senate in your question or your
Senator
answer, Mr.
Conroy,
Robinson.
order. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Of course, I'm here, in my capacity as a senator, but I just want to start by letting you know that I've had, large numbers of constituent inquiries being made to me in my capacity as a regional senator for Western Australia in regards to the interim satellite service. And I'm just wondering, thought we might start with, have complaints and queries been raised with the department about access to the service?
Yes, Senator.
Are they small number of queries and complaints? Are they large numbers of queries and complaints?
Well, it's...
How would you categorise the contact the department's had?
In national terms, small in absolute number, but as a proportion of people in regional Australia seeking access to high-speed telecommunications and broadband, it's a material number.
Absolutely, and then that's the critical point that I'd like to start with. While this might be an issue that doesn't resonate with many Australians, it is resonating with those Australians across regional Australia in quite a serious way. I'd just like to start by just testing a couple of facts, if I may. Is it true that in December the interim satellite service reached its capacity of 48,000 customers?
Yes, Senator.
And that new registrations are now closed?
Yes, Senator.
Can you just explain to me why that is?
It may well be a question best directed to NBN Co, Senator.
But they're coming, and they'll get the question as well. Yep.
But there were, the short answer I think is 48,000 services purchased for the interim satellite service, and that was in effect a maximum connection amount. Active customers is actually a bit less than that because some people have connected and subsequently no longer have a service. But it's the cap was 48,000.
And in the public's mind, in the public consciousness, is 48,000 a figure that that they are familiar with, or were they expecting much larger numbers of connections to be available to them?
That would be an opinion.
Senator Conroy,
that would be asking an opinion.
Senator Conroy, we are friends. You're testing my friendship.
No,
you're
not.
testing my friendship.
Let's be clear. We're not friends.
Senator Conroy, by your own admission.
Order. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thanks
Continue
very much.
But he's not allowed to
Senator
ask
Conroy.
opinions.
Senator Conroy, you're
not allowed to ask opinions. Rephrase your question.
Let me put the question
Rephrase
another
your
way.
question.
Another way.
Senator Conroy, you're not the chair.
Was it true that the former government originally announced that there would be 165,000 households and businesses eligible for the interim satellite service?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yep, please do. Is it true also that in early 2013 that was lifted to 250,000 by Labor, by the former government?
I would have to take it on notice, Senator, but there was some figures used that were both satellite and fixed wireless. So that the numbers you might be using may be both, but I will confirm that and take it on notice.
On notice, that's right. By going from 165,000 to 250,000, when capacity was only available for 48,000, who would have made those changes or authorised those changes in terms of what was being communicated to the community in terms of eligibility?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Right, so the first that you knew about it, Mr Robertson, was reading in the paper, seeing it in a pamphlet?
Well, there was corporate plans released for NBN Co, and they had estimates of take-up in them, and of course we were familiar with all of those. And there was a difference made between premises covered by the satellite and the take-up of services.
Senator, I've confirmed with officers present. I believe your numbers of 165 and 250 are correct.
Right. Thanks very much, Secretary. The authorisation to go from to publicly announce eligibility of 165,000 and then to take that to 250,000, who would have made that authorisation? Who would have allowed that to happen? Is that a question for NBN Co, or were you familiar of the contemplation that might have been going across government about talking about it going from 165,000 to 250,000?
Well, what you've clarified is the very important distinction between eligibility and, if you like, footprint or coverage of the service versus the physical capacity of the service at 48,000. So the calculation between 165 and 250, I'm not familiar with the detail of it. I imagine it was of a technical coverage nature, but the 48,000 cap remained firm.
So were you alarmed, given your experience in communications policy, were you alarmed to learn that there was an interim satellite service that had a capacity of 48,000, but people were then being told that 165,000 people would be eligible, and then told in July 2013 that 250,000 people would be eligible? Did that ring any alarm bells?
Senator, I won't go into the space of alarm as an emotion.
You'll be alert
response.
but not alarmed.
No, I'll avoid sort of describing emotions in this process, if you don't mind.
That's my job and Senator Conroy's job.
There is the distinction between eligibility and coverage as one analysis, and the physical capacity that's brought as another is quite real. Now, there would have been, I'm sure, a forecast that said that 48,000 would be sufficient. That forecast turned out not to be accurate.
Sorry. Can I just clarify something?
Let me use emotion.
Yes, I can.
Let me use emotion.
You weren't even in the department, so don't make accusations that you can't possibly back up.
What accusation did I make, sir?
You just said you assumed.
Order.
That's not a...
Senator
you've answered
Order.
your assumption.
Order.
And you weren't in the department.
Senator Conroy, order. Senator Smith, you have the call. Continue your question.
Let me use the highly emotional language that, going from 48,000 to 165 to 250, is extreme, and I'm surprised that the outrage that I'm hearing from constituents hasn't been louder than it already is, and it is very, very louder. But let's just move on from that point, because I think it's been made. And this is a question I'll put to NBN if you don't have the answer. What is the current cost of the interim satellite service, in your understanding?
Probably a question best put to NBN. Okay, so I can take it on notice, but...
Right. But perhaps you can let me know on notice whether or not my estimate of 350 million is accurate, or if it's not accurate, what the what the difference might...
I'll take it on notice, Senator, but that's approximately what I think it would be.
Right, thanks very much. So that's, based on my calculation, that's about $7,300 per user.
Yes, Senator.
Right. So, Senator Ludlam, your questions will come later, I hope. So, no... Sorry. I aspire to be in Senator Fifield's spot, but that's a long way away at the moment. So I just, I'm interested, Senator Conroy. We've had this performance at the Senate Select Inquiry. Now we're having it at the Senate Estimates Inquiry. Is there any end?
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Stick to your question because you're running out of time fast.
Great, thanks. I just want to go on to the customer experience then. What's the practical experience for customers who are using the interim satellite service?
Well, Senator, there are two issues at the moment, and of course the minister's made some public comments about them. One is that eligibility is closed, as you asked about, and the other one is service quality on the interim satellite solution, which has also declined substantially. So concerns from members of the public are coming on both those fronts.
So what I'm hearing from constituents is that children trying to use the internet to do homework, etc., that experience, that broadband experience that they were hoping to get through the interim satellite service is not being delivered. So what is happening in that? When we look at those who are using the interim satellite service, what is happening? Why is there a disparity in the customer experience?
Well, I think take-up of the satellite in terms of usage of data, etc., has increased substantially, and the experience, the example you give is consistent with representations the department and others are getting. It does vary. It varies across parts of the country, and it varies at the time of day, etc., but the quality of service has declined substantially.
When I've made inquiries on behalf of constituents, I've been pointed to, the activities of the retail service providers themselves. Can you sort of share, what you understand some of the retail service provider behaviour to be?
Well, some of the retail service providers did sell plans on the interim satellite service with high data usage allowances, and that is probably a contributing factor to the issues that have arisen.
And what remedies are you considering?
The minister said that the government's looking at options at the moment, and that consideration's still occurring. So I'm not in a position to comment, really, Senator.
So my understanding is that the average cost for those that are using the service for the interim satellite service itself is about $7,300, but the retail cost or the consumer cost is still in the order of $50 to $60 a month. Does that sound right? Okay, thanks, Chair. Just a few minutes.
That sounds right, Senator. Yes.
So that's a huge gap.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Smith. Any further question you put on notice? Senator Conroy, I'm speaking. I thank you for your attendance. I now call officers from the NBN Co, please.
Just while the officers are changing over, if I could indicate that because the Chair has failed to allocate sufficient time for questions, you will be getting called to the Senate Select Committee in the near future, so we can complete the questioning. But the fact that insufficient time has been allocated is entirely in the hands of the Chair.
Tough. Don't worry me. And who wants to talk? I've got a call. We'll check it from the box. Welcome, Mr. Switkowski. Would you like to make an opening statement? I'm sure you would.
Thank you, sir. Ziggy Switkowski, the Executive Chairman of NBN Co, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make an opening statement, because it gives me the chance to update the committee on the transition process within NBN and on some recent and upcoming events, and also detailing some of the milestones in the company's progress. So last Friday, as has been reported in the media, we released NBN Co's first 6-month report, which outlined our financial and operational performance for the period up to December 31. This, of course, was a period that in which there was the change of government and the change of management and strategy. Our half-year report was evidence of the government's call for greater transparency and timeliness of information, and we aim to continue this reporting on a quarterly basis. The half-year will have a full presentation, and the interim quarters will give a progress report on network statistics and rollout data. So the report is now on the public record, so I don't propose to go through these details here today. But I will summarise by saying, look, there remains a lot to be done, but the company is making progress in some important areas. As one example, the transit network program is running on schedule and within budget, and this is a critical bit of infrastructure that links towns and cities to all the major network components and underpins the fixed wireless network, the satellites and any fixed line technology deployed in the future. 38,000 kilometres of transit fibre has been deployed, and 94 out of a planned 121 points of interconnect are complete, representing 80% of the points of interconnect program. In addition, and relating to other questions that have occurred earlier today, the preparations for the launch of 2 satellites next year in 2015 remain on track for key milestones, including Earth station construction around the continent. And there is a separate review of our fixed and wireless satellite strategy underway, and we expect to have those findings in a few weeks' time. Now, these are positive, encouraging signs, and elements of the build are going well, but we are still some distance from getting the entire project on track. As we do this, NBN Co is in a period of transition, and this will also continue for some time. The strategic review found that the fastest and most affordable way to deliver the NBN is to apply a mix of technologies based on their best fit with the infrastructure already in place, and NBN Co is now making preparations to implement the strategy under the government's direction. And to manage and to drive the transition, a Transformation Management Office has been established within NBN Co under the leadership of Mr Russello. This office is engaging widely with staff, with our delivery partners, our customers, our suppliers and the community to ensure that the findings of the review, once agreed and endorsed by the government, are understood and that the next steps are successfully implemented. The Transformation Office is looking at all of our current in-flight projects, of which there are a great many, to assess their alignment with the new strategic direction and to map the existing set of business relationships and governance structures. And the aim is to build a whole-of-business strategy with which all business units are aligned. As part of that, an employee engagement survey is about to be initiated with our nearly 3,000 employees to give us a cultural baseline to assist the incoming CEO, Bill Morrow, in his review of the organisation and its strengths, and against which the efficacy of future changes can be measured. Meanwhile, the fibre to the premise rollout continues, and our aim is to stabilise the process and give contractors, suppliers and customers more visibility of forward plans and greater certainty. And NBN Co is working with our delivery partners to address planning and construction issues that led to the delays in the past, and I'll give you an example of how this is going, and we've talked about this in part in the past. NBN Co's reporting and our contracts with delivery partners in previous times had a strong focus on premises passed. That was the subject of some inquiry a few minutes ago. And look, it's axiomatic that you get the outcomes you incentivise, whether they're desired or not. And the focus on premises passed led to a situation where running fibre up and down streets was prioritised over actually connecting it to buildings. And the result was that a high number of premises that simply could not connect to the network existed, despite being counted as having been passed, a correct count but meaningless. We are now working productively with our delivery partners to ensure the incentives go to serviceable premises and retail service providers are able to connect end users quickly and efficiently. NBN Co is also working as quickly as possible on the required commercial negotiations, product development, policy arrangements and technology testing that will underpin the new direction and the future rollout. We've got some trials underway. Technology testing is being carried out through a series of programs that will help the company incorporate a broader mix of technologies and move the rollout to scale. A fibre to the building pilot will test delivery of VDSL broadband to end users in 10 buildings in Carlton, Brunswick and Parkville in Melbourne. Fibre optic cables are being delivered to a telecommunications connection box in the building, which then connect to the existing in-building wiring, copper wiring, and retail service providers will then be able to deliver fast broadband to each premises, particularly as they're part of the design of the whole process. A technology trial in December last year produced very fast download speeds in excess of 100 megabits per second and upload speeds approaching 50 megabits per second in the one trial that we'd completed by then. A fibre to the node build pilot is set for 2 locations near Woy Woy on the New South Wales Central Coast and Epping in Melbourne's northern suburbs. And we will construct 2 small-scale copper serving area modules and erect curbside cabinets. And NBN Co will then invite RSPs to participate in the fibre to the node end user trial to test the delivery of high-speed broadband to about 100 premises in each location, and then to design the deployment processes together so that we can upscale to the level that we need. Just finally on disconnection, because that's looming on the horizon, let me emphasise what this means. On the 23rd of May, we will reach the copper disconnection date for the first 15 fibre serving areas. This means nearly all existing landline, phone and internet services in these areas will be disconnected from the copper network. If residents and business owners want to continue these services, they need to switch across to NBN. And disconnection is not only an operational issue, it's also a very complex communications project which NBN Co has been working on collaboratively with retail service providers, with government application providers, industry and consumer groups for some time. We're working to ensure that this disconnection process is as smooth as possible and that everyone in these areas knows what to expect and what to do. And this includes being very sensitive to the requirements of the more vulnerable people in our communities. We continue to communicate through a range of measures, including through direct mail, local advertising, information kiosks, door knocking and engagement through community groups and local advocates. Importantly, RSPs and application providers are also directly engaging their customers to assist them in this process. So, Chairman, I conclude that along with our continuing construction work, the trials, pilots and reviews all form a vital part of the forward direction of the NBN Co. Our focus for 2014 will be to learn from our past experiences, to transform the company in line with the advice we receive from government and to deliver the NBN to more Australians sooner and at lower cost. So I've got part of my team from the NBN Co executive here. You can see John Simon, Kevin Brown, Robin Payne, and between us we'll endeavour to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Switkowski, and please note the presence of media here. I'm sure you're aware of that. I'm sure no one has any objections to that. And the call goes to Senator Conroy.
Thank you. And I appreciate that you had a comprehensive opening statement. I just wonder if we could get a copy, because you were reading very fast to try and get it done as quickly as you could. So if we could get a copy and get it, we have to officially table it as a formal process. So you've got a copy, if it could circulate it. Thank you. Now, I noted you made some commentary on past versus connected. Can I just clarify the HFC network, which you've identified of 2.3 million or 2.5 million homes as a footprint? closer to 3 million. Is that connected to 3 million homes?
Sorry?
Is that connected to 3 million homes?
No.
No, so that'd be a meaningless number then.
Depends on the question.
You defined passing a premise with a cable as a meaningless number. I'm just pointing out to you that the number you're claiming as passed by HFC is equally meaningless. The take-up of Telstra and Optus's HFC is roughly 33% after 15 years. So I'm just trying to understand, are you counting, for the purposes of your deployment model, the roughly 65% of Australian homes that are not connected to the HFC model?
I'm not sure that the analogy is valid, but let's assume that...
Well, you used to own it. You rolled one out.
In the case of the HFC footprint, if you are in the footprint and unconnected, you can call up Optus and Telstra and be connected, and probably within a number of days.
So you actually have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
you do know that, don't you?
Let me finish the answer.
Optus refused
Senator Conroy,
to connect any multi...
Order. Senator Conroy, will you let
unit.
Dr Swidgowski answer, please?
It's the danger of being 10 years out of date.
Well, in the case of, and we've had this debate in previous forums, in the case of the figure that was used to measure the network rollout, which was premises passed, it passed a number of premises which at the time could not be connected.
Have any of them been connected since then?
Some have been.
Some have. So they could be connected.
The technical solution for connecting multi-dwelling units has only been recently developed and deployed.
No, that's the one you're talking about for VDSL, which I have no problem with as a technology. But you have continued since the 7th of September to connect units that were classified as service class area with the original fibre to the apartment. So your continued representation that they couldn't be connected is a point in time mislead of the Senate, because they could be connected once the design was completed. Now, it was taking longer than was originally hoped, but to continually make the point that they couldn't be connected is just to mislead the Senate.
No, because in the context of what is the correct or the better metric, both to inform users as to the size of the footprint and to incent the people doing the rollout to do the right thing, simply to roll cable down a street is not the right metric.
Like Optus and Telstra did, to simply roll cable down the street.
And right behind that, you could place an order and be connected.
And 65% of Australian homes are not connected to the HFC cable, whether in the footprint.
Actually, on that one, you're probably not right, Senator, with respect, because the 30-odd percentage of the cable footprint that has a cable subscription television service are not the same 30% that was there last year or the year before. I suspect we'll find, and here I'm guessing, more than half of the footprint has a lead-in and is connected.
No, when I moved house, to be fair, and I changed my subscription to my new house, I didn't pull them out of the wall. So
that's right.
Your semantic's available,
but that's
that still leaves 50%.
Well, whatever the number is.
50% of your 3 million is a meaningless number.
No, because they can order a service.
You can order a service from NBN code.
I'm asserting, without having done it recently, that they could call Telstra or Optus and get a service.
Not in an MDU from Optus.
And you won't have
His name's
the company
René
saying...
LeMay. I suggest you read his travails with trying to get himself connected to HFC in his footprint. And they won't do it. He lives in an MDU and they won't do it. How can that be a case in your world, Mr Swidgowski?
It may have something to do with Optus's diminishing interest in that network, which is not the case with NBN.
I think he's been doing it for a lot longer than the NBN's been on the table. I think he's had that problem. But maybe he's just a one-off Australian citizen.
But your line of interrogation, Senator, goes to the relevance of a measure that measures simply linear kilometres of cable strung as against the number of premises that can order a service and get it. And I would say the latter measure is the more relevant.
You're misrepresenting Optus's rollout because you actually don't know anything about it.
I'm not actually interested.
Chair. Sorry, I was hesitating to interrupt Senator Conroy's line of questioning, but both in this bracket and previously with the Secretary of the Department, Senator Conroy has developed a pattern of accusing witnesses of misleading in various ways. Now, misleading is a very serious charge, and I'm sure that Senator Conroy doesn't really mean that. But I would just draw to your attention, Chair, that it's important that colleagues don't reflect on witnesses. It's not the way that these proceedings are appropriately conducted.
Certainly, Minister.
Sorry, is he chairing it or you?
I'm chairing it.
Good.
Senator Conroy,
Okay.
you got the call.
Now, could I just also indicate that because the Chair and the majority of the committee refused to allocate sufficient time for us to complete all of our questions, we will be calling you to a Senate Select Committee. I think the date, originally you couldn't make it because you were chairing Suncorp. It's been moved to, I think the 12th, I'm guessing, but I just wanted to indicate to you, and we'll, just so you got on the record, we'll expect all of your direct reports, Mr Rousselot and others included, on that date for the day to complete our questioning of you on this and a range of other questions we won't get to today. So I just wanted to put that on the record up front so we all know that one of the reasons you'll be forced to come back is because of the filibustering taking place from the Chair and the deliberate reduction of the amount of time available for senators from the opposition to ask questions. So I just wanted to give you the heads up on that one. And we'll get to debate.
Just add, we've got over 3 hours here, and you've been
Of which you're allocating an hour and a half to your team to ask questions.
No, that is simply wrong. You've been allocated 2 hours.
How kind of you.
Listen to me.
In the Senate's opposition.
You've been allocated 2 hours. The Greens 40 minutes. And the Coalition just 35 minutes.
How kind of you.
If those people don't use that time, we'll come back to you.
How kind of you.
But you've been issued the lion's share.
How kind of you to say we can only have, as a committee of the Parliament of Australia, 3 hours to question a $40 billion investment. That's what I call increased transparency under the Turnbull government. How kind of you
we could argue
allow
that,
us to
Senator
have 3
Conroy,
hours.
We could argue about. You might want to go on a few questions, perhaps, and use some of your time.
Now, I noted from an article in ZDNet on the 17th of February that some 7,800 premises from the Transact fibre deal will be added to NBNCo's premises passed for March. Is that correct?
Yes, having acquired that network and those customers, they will be added.
My understanding when the original deal was announced was that Mr Turnbull and Senator Birmingham expressed outrage that they could possibly be included in a premise count. Have they indicated that to you at all?
I haven't had that conversation.
Absolute outrage that it was a rort to include those numbers towards your target. That's what they expressed previously. I'm just checking to see if they've done it again.
What I can say, because it's been the subject of our own internal executive conversations, is that we will flag any additional customers that have been included because they have been acquired in that way, just to make it transparent.
Yeah, no, to be clear, I indicated they wouldn't be included for the purposes of that, to avoid that exact same thing. I just wanted to know if the Minister or Senator Birmingham, Parliamentary Secretary Birmingham, had been in touch with you to express their outrage at your decision.
No.
No, thanks. I'm shocked. But more importantly, is this 7,800 premises that you don't need to build to reach your lowball target of 357,000?
No.
So you're expecting to make 357,000 plus the 7,000?
If you want to add it in that way, yes.
Okay, thanks. Now, do you recall the graphs that I showed you at the December hearing of the Senate Select Committee on the various rollout trajectories for NBNCo?
Generally.
And during that discussion, I noted that NBNCo was passing on average about 5,000 premises per week. I also noted that if NBNCo plateaued at its current level of activity, NBNCo would easily pass more than 400,000 premises by the 30th of June 2014. And I do recall, Dr Swiskowski, you took a very dim view of this $5,000 average, given that it included downtime over the Christmas break. What is NBNCo's current weekly average?
Somewhere between 4,500 and 5,000 premises passed.
And I also note that Mr Adcock said last week that NBN Co expects to be doing 6,000 premises by the 30th of June. Is that correct?
That was the statement that was made, yes.
So I've been doing some maths of my own. NBN Co's weekly average for brownfield premises, and I think you're roughly indicating this, passed over the past 17 weeks is about the 4,500. If you exclude the 2 weeks Christmas shutdown where contractors appear to have downloaded tools, it comes to 5,078. So between, as you said, 4,500 and 5,000. Now, if you extrapolate 5,000 premises, which is less than your own Chief Operating Officer is indicating, to the 30th of June, and there's no Christmas shutdown between now and the 30th of June, that's right, isn't it?
Just Easter.
Just Easter. Oh, are you allowing an Easter shutdown as well?
I'm just reflecting how the industry operates.
Fantastic. NBN Co gets to slightly more than 400,000 premises. Even if you take the 4,500 weekly average and assume a steady linear growth to Mr Adcock's 6,000 per week by the 30th of June, NBN Co will still pass more than 400,000 brownfield premises by the 30th of June. Does that seem, without you having done the maths and without hoping that I'm serially misleading you at the desk? Does that sound about right?
Well, your algebra is certainly right.
So to meet the strategic review target of 357,000, NBN Co now only has to pass 45,295. I probably included the Transact in your target there, and I appreciate that point. So allow a little bit of movement because of that. So you only got to pass 45,000 premises in 19 weeks from the weekend in the 16th of February. That's only 2,300 roughly a week, which is about half your weekly average over the past 4 months. And even without the Transact deal, you'll need to pass 2,794 premises a week to meet the 357,000. So you only need to pass 2,700 homes to meet your own target each week, which is basically half your own forecast rate today.
I think you're generally right, and maybe just to make it easy, from today's level of homes passed to the 357,000 number, a weekly run rate of about 3,000 homes passed will get us there.
But you're planning on being at 6,000. I'm agreeing with you, but you're planning on being at 6,000.
And we are. And I have to be in front of the committee after June explaining how we did better than the early forecasts.
Well, if you set the bar as high as a pencil on the floor, you can get over it. But well done. I mean, like, seriously, you actually set a target so low that it actually is lower than when Malcolm Turnbull accused NBN Co of doing an arthritic snail.
Well,
you actually, in your strategic review, set a target that's an arthritic snail.
Senator Conroy.
Slower than an arthritic snail.
Senator Conroy, address the Minister by his correct title.
Oh, sorry, Minister Turnbull.
Recall the strategic review made the forecast based upon their analyses last October and November of the history of NBN and the then run rate, and put out a number that was 357,000 homes passed, which at the time looked consistent with what we might be able to deliver if we managed to straighten out the whole production line. Now we're 3 months further in and 3 months out for the end of the year, and we've got a more reliable fix on the run rate. Can I say that a little bit more than 357,000 homes by year end, while happily will be a reasonable result in the context of expectations, is still not an acceptable number. It is too low.
Well, I'm intrigued because you do remember you went to Blacktown. There's a YouTube video, and I know you love YouTube videos. But on the 8th of November, you went to Blacktown with Minister Turnbull. Do you remember that?
I remember the experience, yes.
The experience, yes. You stood next to the Minister when he said they would pass 450,000 premises by the 30th of June 2014. You didn't correct him at the time. I'm just intrigued. That's the 8th of November. It's after the date you've just suggested you were doing all your calculations. You didn't turn to him in the video and say, Minister, no, we're only going to pass 357,000. Why was that?
Well, the 8th of November was 5 to 6 weeks before the end of the strategic review. I did not have any numbers at that point.
On what basis did Minister Turnbull pick 450,000?
I think we had that discussion last time. I don't want to. I can't explain Minister Turnbull's reasoning of that number, but I can kind of reconcile it with the numbers that were being floated around at that stage, which had started at 600,000+ and were edging their way down, and they had probably moved through the 450,000 mark at that point. They got to 357,000 on December the 12th.
Okay, so Minister Turnbull, on the 8th of November, with you standing next to him, said 450,000 premises, and you said nothing.
I had no basis for saying anything at that point.
Okay, now just because I know you're always interested in accuracy, we've got someone online who has been listening to the debate, and they live with an Optus cable going past their house, and they've actually just phoned Optus and asked to be connected, but told even though the cable runs past their place, it's not available to them. Just wanted you to know there's 2 Australians now that you're aware of. His name's, well, it's his tag, Scottatron. He's just tried, but that's 2. Perhaps we might discover 3 or 4 before the end of the hearing. But don't worry, in your world, Optus can connect everybody, and this is long before the NBN came on the...
Senator Conroy, you are misrepresenting the discussion.
I think Hansard will accurately record the discussion.
The relevant point was when the cable rollout went out for subscription television, people could order a service and get it. There was not a category...
So what year was that? That was 1995 you were involved in that?
I was.
Yep. And in the year 2014...
Excuse me. There was not a category that said 30% of the premises that we pass with this cable rollout cannot be connected.
And there isn't one with NBN Co.
And that's what was happening with NBN Co. It's still happening.
No, I'm sorry, I've accused people of misleading and being attacked, but you are simply lying to the committee now and misrepresenting service class 0.
Senator
and you should be ashamed
Conroy,
of yourself. That is a straight lie. You have connected service class 0 since the election, and you know it.
Senator Conroy, I asked you to retract what you just said.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Meeting? Well, excuse me, the committee will be adjourned while we have a private meeting. Senator Conroy, I asked you to retract what you said earlier on about...
I retract.
Thank you. Continue your questioning.
Thank you. So, Dr. Swiskowski, as we've discussed, the strategic review assumes a very slow fibre rollout in the revised outlook, even slower than the Minister was forecasting in November. And because of the slowness of that rollout, the completion date in the strategic review gets to be pushed out to 2024. That's correct?
Of the original plan, that is correct.
The strategic review's plan. So it's forecast of the completion date for the purposes of its forecasting of the costs and everything.
For the multi-technology mix model?
No, this is for the...
For the fibre to the premises model?
To the premise.
That was extended to 2024.
Yeah. Given that the NBN Co is currently tracking at about twice the rate assumed in the revised outlook just to the 30th of June, what will be the effect of this faster rollout on the completion date assumed in the strategic review?
So this is symptomatic of the forecasting methodology that used to be used, and that is...
You're talking about yours.
No, and that is that you take the run rate in the early months of a rollout and then attempt to extrapolate 10 years on the basis of variations. And if the run rate was twice as fast for a month, you would then increase the outlook proportionally. That doesn't make any sense at all. So whether we pass 5,000 homes a week at the moment, 4,000 or 6,000, is immaterial to our judgment as to what's going to happen in 2020.
Now, I'm actually asking about what's happening right now in that you're exceeding your own forecast.
At very low numbers.
And you're exceeding your own forecast and forecasting to increase
While we re-engineer the processes, those numbers are going to vary. Hopefully,
they're not varying at all. They've been consistent now for 17 weeks in a row.
Hopefully, they will vary at a very low level. Hopefully, they will
you're actually increasing them,
as we must.
You've actually increased them, and the point I'm making is the number that you forecast, you're already easily surpassing the number.
I would never, with 3% of the task done, revise my estimates 10 years out on the basis of that experience.
So you've made a forecast on the basis of no information whatsoever to do an entire rollout of your whatever you call it.
We've revised the strategy in terms of the technology choices and how we'll go about the rollout.
You've done an 8-year rollout plan and a business model based on the exact same type of assumptions.
But these are not...
So it's not credible for one set, but credible for the ones you want to put your name to.
In any business, in an early stage, as you gain experience and as you make the sharp revisions that we're making, changes in the performance aren't going to be reflected in a changed estimate 10 years out.
But you're prepared to put your name to forecasts 8 years out.
The strategic review laid out expectation and scenarios. The forecasts...
It's yours, isn't it? It is yours.
The forecasts that we'll be accountable for will be published when we produce our 14-15 budget and then the 14-17 corporate plan. And we foreshadowed that the next step in the strategic review process is to take the strategy, subject of course to government feedback, and then reduce it to practical, measurable milestones over the next 1 to 3 years.
Look, I'm very confused by your evidence, Dr. Switkowski. You're prepared to stand behind your own forecast done by Mr Turnbull's mate. You're prepared to sit there and say, well, with just 3% done, you can extrapolate a figure, but you're not prepared to take any other extrapolation. I mean, you're just absolutely changing your story to suit the facts.
No, I'm acting in a very commercially normal way.
You are absolutely changing your story to suit your own facts.
Let me give you another example, Senator Conroy. As we revealed on Friday last week, the total government investment the total investment so far into NBN Co approaches $7 billion for 3% of the build. If you extrapolate that by a factor of 30, you get $210 billion. Is that a sensible thing to do?
Did you say you were applying business principles?
Hang on, but I'm just giving you a kind of reasoning that I think is closer to the way you're causing this conversation. You can't just take numbers without understanding exactly where you are in the history of a particular project and then make a judgment 10 years out. That would be, as your reaction suggests, that would be foolish.
It would be dishonest of anybody to sit there and say that the capex cost of the transit network can be divided into the number of connections. That would be seriously dishonest. So to talk about $7 billion, of which a couple of billion is the transit network to make every single home in the country work, is just a dishonest representation.
Senator Conroy, you are contriving again so that you can play to this allegation of dishonesty. What I'm saying is you cannot take one figure and then say, therefore, the end result is going to be a multiple of that figure at this stage of a project of this magnitude and this complexity. Our forecasts are much more nuanced than that, and they're much, I hope, rooted in experience and actual performance than simply a linear extrapolation on the trend over a couple of months.
We established at the December hearing that one result of this slower rollout that the strategic review artificially places is that some $11.6 billion in revenue is lost and pushed out beyond 2021. So $11 billion of revenue, because of your decision to go slower, is pushed out into the nether for the purposes of your calculations.
But Senator Conroy,
sorry, can I ask my question? Dr. Switkowski what would be the effect of a faster rollout on NBNCo's revenue in the revised outlook for the years 2014 to 2021 relative to the strategic review's forecast?
Well, two things. Firstly, you've just accused me of not slowing the rollout because the figures are higher. Okay. So second point.
There's two very separate points.
The second point is, if we can accelerate the rollout, that will be good for NBN and it will be good for Australians. That's what we're trying to do.
So what would be the result for the faster rollout for revenue?
I cannot do that calculation in my head.
Would it be fair to be you would lose revenue by rolling out faster?
No, as I said, it's good. It's positive.
So you would gain revenue by rolling out faster?
Yes.
Magnificent. And you are exceeding your forecast at the moment?
To the extent that that's a relevant observation, yes.
To the extent that it's a fact, yes. Another effect of the slower rollout that you forecast miraculously in the revised outlook is that operating expenditure is increased. Page 38 of the strategic review states cumulative operating expenditure to network completion increases by $5.4 billion in the revised outlook. This is a consequence of the delay in premises being passed, the consequential increase in licence and migration payments, and the addition of 3 more years of operating expenditure. I think that's straight from the... So, Dr Switkowski, what would be the effect of a faster rollout on NBNCo's operating expenditure assumed in the revised outlook for the years 2021 to 2024?
What is that question? What will our expenses in the aggregate be?
No, what would your expenses be if there's a faster rollout in those 3 years? The answer is lower. But I could offer you the options. Is it going to be higher? No. The answer is?
Well, no. The reason I hesitate is by then operating expenses are tied to the revenue generation of the network.
Correct. So if you are getting more revenue, your operating expenses are lower.
What I think the point is you're trying to get, which is correct, is that by then the capital spending will be done and our operating expenses will be in line with whatever marketing successes we have at that time.
It's algebra, Dr Switkowski, and the algebra says if your revenue increases here, then your operating expenses in that 21 to 24 are down.
No. I'm sorry. You misunderstand the way the accounting works.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree and we'll come back to argue this at considerable length on the 12th. Another effect of the slower rollout assumed in the strategic review is the NBNCo will need to borrow more from debt markets and pay more interest. We also established that in the December hearing. You had $7.5 billion in interest payments. That's page 38, December transcript. So the overall effect, in combination with the deployment, revenue and OPEX factors that we've discussed, is that the strategic review assumes a peak funding blowout of $13 billion based on one core assumption about the speed of your rollout. What would be the effect of a faster rollout on NBNCo's peak funding assumed in the revised outlook?
Did you want to have a go at that, Robin?
I'm not sure he did any work on the strategic review, so I'm not sure. It's your strategic review. I'd appreciate your answer. You're responsible for it.
And I am.
He was put in a room and you had the wonder boy, Mr Rousselot, who isn't here, unfortunately. No explanation for why. But
the explanation, Senator, is somebody has to be doing some work back at NBNCo.
Yeah, this is the Parliament of Australia. It's the Senate.
This is the 5th time we've appeared.
And it won't be the last.
3 months.
And it won't be the last.
And we're traversing the same sort of ground.
And if you continue to not present witnesses and the government members continue to waste time and limit time, unfortunately you'll get to keep coming back. I don't particularly want to be here any more than you do. But given the opportunities are continuing to be truncated by Senator Williams and the Liberal members of both committees, unfortunately, just say to them, I can handle Conroy, let me deal with him. Just tell them that.
Senator Conroy, the reason we're here, and I guess the reason we're traversing these areas, is because this government and NBN Co's new management are endeavouring to fix up your errors. And I've been stunned, I've got to say, the focus that you've had on forecast, given there wasn't a single forecast that you met during your tenure as minister, that you're focusing on the speed of rollout, given your disastrous
Does the Minister have a question?
Rollout program.
Yeah, neither do I.
Well, I'm just trying to help explain to Senator Conroy why things might seem to be taking time.
I'm sorry that you don't understand anything we're talking about, but I can't help you.
Well, Minister, clearly you're learning as we go here, given your results when you were minister.
Dr. Swiskowski's doing fine. He doesn't need your help, honest. Ask him.
Senator Conroy,
thank you.
Question.
I'll ask you a question. So the key here is that you're going faster already, just a few short months, going faster than your strategic route forecast that you would be. That's just unambiguously true.
That's true.
As much as you try and dismiss it, it's unambiguously true.
But it's not going faster than we were tracking up until the strategic review or indeed the change of government. So the reference is the number the strategic review put out there for the end of June, and relative
was
to
an
that
incredibly low ball number.
And relative to that number, we are tracking better at this stage.
And your forecast all through, the forecasts for the fibre to the premise rollout, all through are just outrageously low.
I don't accept that.
Well, you can accept it or not accept it. It's just a statement of fact.
Senator Conroy, the revised strategy under the multi-technology mode anticipates that the rollout will be finished around about 2020 with the expenditure of $40+ billion. I think that's a very, very demanding outlook. And in support of that, I would remind you of the following. NBN, as I recall, was announced in April of 2009 and construction began a couple of months later. It is now
in Tasmania.
It is now 5 years.
It's the only place it started.
But the announcement, as I recall, and I stand to be corrected, foreshadowed an 8-year rollout plan in 2009. 5 years into that period, we're at 3%.
No, see, there's where you're being dishonest again.
No, excuse me.
There's where you're being dishonest.
I'm qualifying it.
Dishonest. If you qualify it, I will happily...
No, I'm qualifying it because I'm going from memory. But my point here is not to criticise you or the then government, but to point out how hard this is. And to suggest that after, in a change of government and a change of personnel, we happen to be doing a bit better than one line in the sand from the strategic review, therefore the outlook is all of a sudden so much easier and brighter, I think is misguided.
I'm not suggesting for a moment it's easy at any stage. I lived it for the entire period, so I know how hard it was to get the machine cranked up and keep it cranked up and maintain it cranked up, just like you're, successfully doing. I know what goes into it. But where I disagree with your overtly political statements, which you continue to make to pad out your case, statements like 5 years later. The Tasmanian build commenced a few months after in 2009. Then there were trial sites. The actual volume build was only projected to commence from about 2011. So just so you know in the future, any time you try and pretend that we've done 3% in 5 years, you are misleading Australians.
Or maybe
just misleading them. Now, I accept it's on the basis you haven't followed it as closely as others, but you've now got no excuse for misleading Australians.
Indeed. And again, in the spirit of my further education, at which stage did you say that the rollout would take 8 years?
I think that when the first corporate plan came out, which was 10-11, I think I'd have to literally go back. It is a long time since then. And then once the Telstra negotiations, you'd be familiar with them, as in not participating, but familiar with them, took 18 months. The plan was accepted the reality that we had 18 months before we got access to the ducts. And then the forecast was made from 2012. Okay. So again, it continues to be, it would be, from this point forward, dishonest of anybody, yourself included, to suggest we've built 3% in 5 years.
Okay.
That would just be dishonest.
Acknowledging the formidable challenges that characterise a project like that in its early stages, and quite reasonably can be used to explain where the rollout is at the moment. I should also state that many of those challenges are still in front of us, including any renegotiation with Telstra. That's why
the Minister said it'll be completed by June.
That's why I'm careful in cautioning you about taking a few months' trend data and saying, as a result, this rollout is going to be faster, less expensive, much easier than what we are commentating about. It's not.
I'm not disagreeing with you about the challenge. I've lived it longer than you, but you've inherited the challenge and you're doing so far in terms of getting the contract and the rolling out. You're doing as good a job as anyone could on the short time you've had. Where I disagree, put that on the record. But what I won't let you do is continually misrepresent what actually happened, but mainly due to you've just followed the political discourse as opposed to the facts.
What actually happened? Very little happened under you. That's the whole point, Senator Conroy. That's the whole point.
A pointing case. So
no, Senator Conroy, it's not a political point. It's a statement of fact. Very little happened under your watch. Very few houses, very few premises in Australia were connected to the NBN under your watch. That's a fact. That's not a political point, regardless of who makes it.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Sikowski, an article in The Examiner on the 17th of August 2013 quoted Mr Turnbull as saying, Mr Turnbull confirmed a previous pledge honouring all existing contracts signed by NBN Co to roll out fibre to the premise in Tasmania. Are you aware of this article?
Well, I'm aware of the statement.
Okay. Are you aware of the same article which stated that Tasmanian Senator David Bushby also dismissed Ms Collins by saying the Liberals had costed their policy on Labor's full Tasmanian rollout?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So a Tasmanian senator stated that. Do you agree that it was reasonable for Tasmanians to conclude, particularly from Senator Bushby, but also from Minister Turnbull's statement, that the Coalition was promising to complete the fibre to the premise rollout of Tasmania as committed to by Labor and NBN's contract?
Well, my inference was that the Coalition was committed to honouring contracts.
No, I'm not asking for your opinion yet. We'll get to that. I'm asking about what Senator Bushby said.
I can't. I mean, I'm not aware of the article. I'd hate to have to interpret the intent.
The Liberals had costed their policy on Labor's full Tasmanian rollout, included in their costings. That's fairly clear, but I'll let you slide by not embarrassing Senator Bushby. Are you aware of any effort made by either Mr Turnbull or Senator Bushby to explain that what they really meant was that they would change their rollout, would be constructed, and claim that it was honouring the contract?
Firstly, I'm not familiar with Senator Bushby or those comments, so I'm not sure how to respond to the question.
Okay. Now, a couple of days ago, on the 13th of February, you were on radio ABC in Tasmania, and you said there's a contract with Vision Stream to connect 225,000 Tasmanian homes to high-speed broadband. It doesn't specify the technology, but obviously in the previous model, the infrastructure was going to be an all-fibre infrastructure. We've now agreed on a multi-technology mode where we will seek to use existing copper network where we can. That was you?
That was me.
I misquoted you at any stage?
That sounds right.
So am I right in saying, Dr Sikowski, you were very explicit in saying that your MTM, that's how you refer to it, MTM, would be used in Tasmania just as it's proposed to be used on the mainland?
Well, my message was that we would run all fibre in Tasmania until such time as the alternative rollout strategy could be analysed and applied to Tasmania, which I expect it to be at the end of this calendar year.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I don't think so.
Could you paraphrase it again for me?
My message was the all-fibre rollout would continue in Tasmania and elsewhere, frankly, for the remainder of this calendar year. It will take us that long to determine how to execute the multi-technology model. At that point, that we will have business rules in place to determine how the rollout will progress.
So no, I think you also, I didn't bother to quote the other part, but I think you also said that you'd be going to roll out fibre to the end of the year. And then after that, it was whatever.
That's the consistent message.
So following your comments. The Examiner on the 17th of February in its editorial wrote, in other words, after this year, some residences, some businesses, some schools and even some regions would enjoy superfast connection, but others wouldn't or would have to wait. That is not what Mr Turnbull said in last year's federal election campaign. That's their editorial. I'm not adding anything to it. Now, given that your comments have been interpreted by Tasmanians as not being the same as what Mr Turnbull promised last year, have you had any conversations with Mr Turnbull about the inconsistencies between his comments and your statements on radio?
I continue to have conversations with the Minister, mainly in the context of Tasmania, what the Tasmanian rollout outlook is.
Okay. Now, on 18th of February, the ABC recorded Tasmanian opposition leader Will Hodgman saying that the NBN could cost him the election. On the 20th of February, the Examiner and the Australian followed reports on television that Mr Hodgman had travelled to Sydney to see Bruce Springsteen and also petitioned Mr Turnbull to claim to an all-fibre rollout. Finally, Mr Turnbull said on radio on Friday that NBN is looking very seriously at aerial fibre trials in Tasmania, but these trials would not be completed before the state election. So did Mr Turnbull or his office or his department have any conversations with NBN about the rollout in the Tasmania before or after Mr Hodgman's visit?
I can't reference Mr Hodgman's visit because I was not part of that. But I know in the lead up to my visit to Tasmania, but certainly thereafter, there's been continuing dialogue between the Minister, his office and NBN about how we might think or at least expand the range of options for Tasmania.
Now, Mr Turnbull said on Friday, I'm sure someone's drawn it to your attention, that these aerial rollout trials will start very soon.
There are discussions to do that.
No, he said they'd start very soon. Not that you'd have discussions to start them. He said they'd start very soon. So how soon before you commence an aerial fibre trial in Tasmania?
So here is where we are. We've got our Chief Operating Officer, Greg Adcock, in communication with Vision Stream and Aurora. In Tasmania, you're aware that Aurora put a proposal to NBN, I think in October of 2013, to encourage an all-aerial build. We've maintained that conversation, but we're at the point now where we would like to find 2 or 3 communities where we can run a controlled trial of a Vision Stream Aurora aerial build-out of an all-fibre network and compare it with what fibre to the node might cost, as well as the current fibre to the premises cost base. That might take us some time to do. It'll start, I don't have a start date, but I imagine in the weeks ahead, and we will have some information that will guide our decision sometime thereafter.
Mr Turnbull said very soon. I mean, this is very germane to the Tasmanian public. Is Mr Turnbull misleading them? I mean, can you give us any rough indication of when you'll start? Certainly not before the election, which is a couple of weeks away.
Sorry, is it that Senator Conroy, is it the Leon Compton interview that you're citing from?
Sorry?
Is it
the Leon? I think it's the Leon Compton
Leon
one.
Compton?
I haven't got...
I'll just
it
read.
is attached. Transcript... there's a transcript on Mr Turnbull's own website.
Mm-hmm. Well,
where we're drawing it from?
To assist the committee, I'll read the full quote, which says, well, the NBN is working through the feasibility of that and where, if we agree to go down that route, and we're looking at it very seriously, but we're not going to be. I know there's an election on, but we've got to go. NBN is a business and it's got to look at these things carefully and in a considered way, but they would start very soon, yeah. So,
soon, yeah.
That's
what he says.
And
that's right, and it's premised on working through these.
Well, now I'm asking Dr.
carefully.
Swickhouse to give us an indication of what soon is. And he's gun shy. What can I say? It's the only time I've ever seen Dr. Switkowski gun shy.
Minister Turnbull made...
We have Mr. Brown, who's in charge of all this area with us. Perhaps he can... He's busily scribbling you notes. Mr. Brown, don't be shy. Don't be gun shy. Come on down.
I'm just simply making the point from Minister Turnbull's own words that NBN is working through the feasibility of this.
Now I'm asking Dr. Switkowski for a definition of soon.
Can I ask Mr. Brown if you can add to this?
We'd love to hear from Mr. Brown. You know the informal rule we've always had: if you don't get your name on Hansard, you don't get paid.
I'm looking
Senator Conroy, you're waiting.
You should enforce that as well, Dr. Switkowski. It stops them hiding.
I'm looking forward to being paid. We're in discussions with Vision Stream at Aurora. We need to find the right design. We need to pick the right place, and then we need to get the design done to actually enable us to string the cables up. I would expect that to be finalised within the next month, and whether it commences in the next month is a question of which place and Aurora's resource availability. But Aurora is certainly committed to doing this. We want to do it, and we want to see what the real costs to actually build it are and the true costs to run are, and until we do that, we're not in a position to know those numbers.
So how many premises were you planning on doing? Dr. Switkowski said a controlled of a couple of hundred, was it?
We expect it to be smaller than an FSAM, but if you think about an FSAM of about 2,800, it's probably likely to be between 2,000 and 2,800. But until Aurora agree and Vision Stream agree, we haven't nailed that up yet. It needs to be big enough where we can actually have a good, clean view of the
I'm not
benefits.
disagreeing. I've got some experience with overhead rollouts in Tasmania, as do you. Okay, so about a month. You can understand people be sceptical. I mean, it's been promised them before an election, once before, that they were going to get a fibre rollout. So I just wanted to make sure that we've got some something we can hold you to, Mr. Brown. Tasmanian public were told by Senator Bushby it was going to be a full fibre rollout before the last election.
I'm just thinking about the promises you made and held them, honoured them.
Anyway, moving on. Now, I understand the Vision Stream contract renegotiation has been settled. Is that correct?
We have not quite. We've agreed with Vision Stream on the terms under which their work would continue, and we've agreed that there are areas of dispute that will be subject to a more kind of formal process of resolution. So, good progress, restored good working relationships, and we're seeing evidence of that in the field.
Okay, so I think the original contract, I think you said, or Mr. Turnbull, one of the two, said 225,000 homes fibre to the premise. That was the original contract. So it was known as Work Package 4. Does that sound familiar, Mr. Brown? I don't expect Dr. Switkowski to be able to reel off our work packages. And that was a physical design, the fibre build and the ongoing maintenance of the network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the term of the work package for?
For 4 years, commencing March
2 plus 1 plus
2004.
1. 2 plus 1 plus 1?
Yes.
What's the term of the new contract?
What we've effectively done is amended the previous contract to cover 16 FSAMs, which is about 36,000 premises. That amending agreement specifies dates for delivery.
So did you say 36,000?
Yep.
And when do they have to be completed by?
That's a subset of the original contract, and we've nominated specific FSAM locations for start and finish dates as part of that agreement.
Okay. Okay. So they have a contract to complete 36,000 by the end of the year?
There's a sunset date as to when they're going to be finished, which is December, effectively 12 months from when we made this amendment to our existing contract.
Okay, so this was an amendment back in December?
Yeah. So last December we signed the amending agreement, takes a subset of the work that was part of the original contract, commits to dates and deliveries, and the onus is on them to complete that. At this point in time, there are 2 of those. So I think in terms of FSAM numbers, 2 of the 16 FSAMs are close to final completion.
9 have commenced work and 5 are yet to start, and we would expect at this stage...
Can I just clarify? There's a completed set of FSAMs right now.
Yep.
There's some that were underway prior to the 16th of December, and there was construction work underway, depending on if we can avoid the argument about what construction is, because I think Dr. Zwitkowski accepted what construction was at the last Senate hearing, so we just avoid the argument. But there was work underway in more than 16 FSAMs.
That's correct.
How many FSAMs was work underway in?
I'd have to take that on notice. It was more than 16 FSAMs.
It was 90-odd thousand homes were covered by... I mean, I can get a copy of the map that was up on the website that's been removed, but it was 90,000 was my rough understanding.
That would be approximately correct for the design phase, and when I talk about 16 FSAMs, this is the construction phase.
Now, you may not have caught up with the news flash that Dr. Zwitkowski accepted that the design and construction phase included what you're now trying to define as just the design phase. So I'm trying to avoid that particular argument because Dr. Zwitkowski has stated on the public record he accepts that having people walking down the streets in uniforms with traffic management and hats on is construction work. He's accepted that, so you don't need to keep that pretence anymore. It may not have made its way to Minister Turnbull yet, but Dr. Zwitkowski has actually accepted the real world.
Senator, I'm clarifying. I refer to 16 FSAMs. That's in the actual construction phases against the design phase, and some of those are completely new start work.
Okay, now that's, again, accepting, and that's what I'm trying to clarify. What's new work that you've picked out and said go and do them on top of the 90,000 that were under, construction and design, if I could... Again, I'm trying to avoid getting into an argument. So this 36,000 is a complete subset of, say, that 90,000, or it's some from outside that 90,000?
I understand, but I'll take it on notice to confirm that it's a subset of the 90,000 that were captured in the design phase. Okay. But again, many of those had no work actually commenced in the street.
Depending on your definition of design and construction, but as we said, Dr. Zwitkowski's accepted. But also Vision Stream obviously had some difficulties, so it's possible that they, as you suggest, had done no work at all, even the trundling down the street. So will Vision Stream be paid in full for their contract, their original contract? Will they receive the same amount of money?
Will they be paid in full when they finish the work?
Will they receive the same amount of money as they were forecast and announced at the stock exchange that they were going to receive for these 36,000?
The amending agreement included new commercial terms, which is commercially sensitive and in confidence. We're not...
No, I'm just asking whether they're going to be paid the amount of money they announced at the stock exchange, and that you've previously, not you, but the NBN has previously acknowledged. So the question I'm asking, are they going to be paid the same amount of money for 225,000, or are they going to get paid for whatever they've already done plus the 36,000? So this is a very germane question that you will ultimately have to answer. It's not about a sensitivity about per FSAM. This is about a quantum, and quantums you have to tell us. So what is the quantum of the new contract?
So, as I've attempted to point out, the 36,000 premises that are covered by the 16 FSAMs under the amending agreement is a subset of the original contract. They'll be paid consistent with the terms of the original contract and any amendments we make as part of... Are you
getting any money back from the... was it 350 million, the original contract?
I'd need to take on notice. That's approximately correct.
Approximately, I'm happy to get it.
Senator Conroy, Senator Ruston cannot be here after lunch. Now,
okay.
what I've done...
No, that's cool. I'm happy to pause.
I've actually got you some more time.
Thank you. I'm happy to pause.
Can I, if you could take a drink? And
if I could just finish. No, if I could just finish this question, I'm happy to pass to facilitate. So, of the 350 million that Vision Stream originally had allocated in the original contract, have you got any money of that back?
No.
Are they going to receive $350 million for completing the remaining 36,000? Or have you added in, for next year's work, that they will be doing your fibre to the node rollouts?
The contracts are not structured that way. The contracts are structured that there's a nominal value attached to them, but as the design finishes, we get a price on building each FSAM. At the end of that, we'll know whether we achieved the number that was nominally set up at the start, and there are a number of variation clauses in the contracts.
They were contracted to receive $350 million for 225,000 completed homes, and they're going to deliver in total 36,000 plus what have we got completed already today?
About 34,000, but
so
they didn't build all.
There'll be 66,000 homes completed against a target of 225,000, and they'll still get the 350 million.
No, that's not what I said.
How much money are you getting back?
I said we would be paying them consistent with the contract, and the contracts are set up where if they do certain work, quotas for the build of an SSAM, we pay for that.
Okay.
We will pay them for the work they do under the contract. We're not paying the contract.
Okay, Senator Conroy now.
So how much of the 300? You know. I'm
Senator Conroy.
Sorry,
look, I'm going to hand to Senator Ruston. She can't be after lunch now. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you. Just wondering, the NBN satellites that you referred to that are coming into operation, do we have a reasonably definitive time of when they're likely to be operational?
We do, although I might invite John Simon to contribute to this conversation.
So the long-term satellites are planned to be in operation in 2015 with the launch and then an operation migration period, which takes us into September.
I suppose what I'm trying to establish here, I think Senator Smith discussed it earlier with the department, probably without question the biggest issue that I face as a senator that's in rural and regional Australia has been this issue of access to any real service at all. And so what I was trying to work out is when can I go back and tell the people that knock on my office door every single day, or ring me or email me if they can, when they're likely to be able to see an improved service over what they've got now. These are people who are not necessarily going to ever be able to go onto a fibre or a network. They're people who are going to always have to rely on satellite.
So just to clarify the question, is your question as to when will we see an improvement on the interim satellite?
No, I'll come back to that. Right. What I'd like to know is when can I say to them, look guys, I know it's been a horrible road, but by such and such a date, you should be able to get access to reasonable speeds in relation to... So
long-term satellite availability commencing September 2015.
September 2015.
Yep.
So I suppose I was just being really careful. So if I say to these people that from September 2015 it's reasonable for them to be able to get access to this...
And then just to be clear though, we also have to then migrate the users that currently sit on the interim satellite, the 45 or so, 45,000 or so, and also take on new customers as well. So there's a migration period and also in parallel a period where we add new customers in addition to the 45,000.
Okay, so what sort of period would we be looking for that migration period?
Migration period at this point is about a 12-month period.
So 12 months. So to be safe, we're still probably saying that they're likely to, at worst, be the end of 2016.
No, we will also, if they're not on the interim satellite, we will also be able to take additional customers during that migration period.
Okay. I suppose the only question I'd ask is the ones that are on the interim satellite, is there any prioritisation being given to them in terms of whether they, if they choose to migrate to the permanent satellite, would they get any preference over new customers, or is there...
Well, for economic reasons, we have to migrate them off the interim satellite because of the cost.
Yes.
So, we have better economics on our long-term satellite than we do on the interim satellite. So it's important that we take availability of that.
Okay,
and so that's why we've got the migration of existing as an important criteria.
Okay. The period for the last couple of years, people are anecdotally telling me, and look, I have got one of these services myself, but I've been lucky enough that I can now get ADSL because it's been extended. But the deterioration in the service has been quite marked. We're looking to potentially, another 18 months or so. What can we expect, or what can the users of the interim satellite expect to happen over that next period? Is it going to get worse? or is it going to just stay as bad as it is now?
It can't get any worse because there's a cap on the number of users that can be connected. So we've apart from a couple of beams where there is a bit of capacity left, in essence we've reached the capacity on all the major beams that are the popular beams, Eastern Seaboards and West Australia side.
So there's no further capacity for the providers to sell larger packages than that are currently existing amongst the 40?
There's no new... We've actually had cease sales. We've stopped the process of adding new customers.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So, in addition, we are looking to see if there is any optimisation that we can do on the interim satellite. We're working through that at the moment. We've not closed a solution on that. So we are seeing what we can do to improve the service, but recognising the cost also of the service. So we're sensitive to incurring more costs than the current $7,000 per user that's already there, but recognise the need to try and lift service performance. We're working through that process, and we would hope that we'll close off on whether we can have a solution to that over the next few weeks.
Mr Simon, just adding to Senator Ruston's questions there, going back to the 2 satellites launched next year and hopefully operating in September 2015, have you any idea how much the wholesale price of NBN will be for no satellite service? Because I think it's out to cover about 400,000 people in the outskirts and remote areas, is that correct?
That's right. In terms of wholesale pricing, we do have a strategic review going on as we speak now on both satellite and fixed wireless, and part of the scope of that strategic review is to look at a range of topics, including the low price.
The wholesale price.
Well, we're looking at how we manage the tools effectively to manage the capacity effectively.
Are you considering increasing the price of the NBN?
We haven't closed on any items at this point.
So you're not ruling out an increase?
Senator Conroy, I have the
That's not what I said. You're putting questions in.
Exactly.
No, you've just said it's on the table. I'm asking you to rule it out.
I'm saying we've got a strategic review to look at the best ways of optimising capacity and making sure we can meet the demands.
Are you...
Does Senator Conroy
increasing the price
disregard
of
the
NBN
question?
code?
Mr Simon, Senator Conroy does not have the call. I'll go back to Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston.
Okay. Going back to the people in the country or in remote and rural areas that haven't been able to get access to the interim satellite, do we have any idea? So when did the 48,000 cap get reached?
We're not technically right at it. There are a couple of beams that still have some capacity, but effectively we've got there more or less by the end of December last year.
So if I rang up tomorrow and I was in a remote community and I wanted to be able to get access to this satellite, would I not be able to get access?
No. There are some people that are leaving the service because they may be moving home, etc. If there's a slot that becomes available, then they can take that slot. We're also looking, as we build out our fixed wireless services, there's potentially some overlap there. We might be able to migrate 1,000 or so users off the satellite onto fixed wireless, which would free up some additional capacity. But we're talking of that volume. That's the numbers we're talking about.
Sure. Because, the original amount of people that I understand were told that they were eligible for this service is 165,000 or 250,000?
So I think you're referring to the eligibility and coverage discussion?
Yes.
You're right. So at some point, so I think you need to take a step back. NBN does not sell directly to end users. We do that for RSPs.
Yes.
All our RSPs were aware of the 48,000 capacity cap. We clearly communicated that. Okay. I'm not aware of any specific communications to the market that talked about 165 or 265, but clearly one could read the corporate plan and maybe potentially interpret coverage to imply that we would connect all those users. But in hindsight, maybe a bit more clarity around that in the corporate plan may have helped.
Yep. I suppose the question then being, if you bought a certain amount of bandwidth from the satellites, it obviously had a certain capacity. That capacity had to then translate into the number of people who potentially may seek to have that service. and then it just needs to be then divided out into a number that says...
And it was stated on day one, it was 48,000 cap.
48,000 cap, OK,
On day
Conroy.
one.
OK, well...
It never changed. The officer just told
Senator
you that.
Conroy, that isn't even my line of questioning, so if you'd perhaps let me finish, maybe you might see where I'm going here. So with that 48,000 that Senator Conroy has kindly said was always its capacity limit, how did we work out... So you had this bandwidth, you had 48,000 capacity, you had 165,000 people thinking they could get it, but don't know what you want to do with the other 120,000, but how did you work out... I mean, there must have been a capacity per user.
Correct. So the service was dimensioned for what we call 30 kilobits per second. Yes. It was dimensioned at 30 kilobits per second.
30 kilobits
per user, yes.
OK. And so...
Can I just intervene? You've got to pause on that 30 kilobits per second and understand that there are a lot of people remote from urban areas that you hear the stories about children not being able to do their homework, who now get, or 45,000 get 30 kilobits. That's 30 kilobits per second. That's 1,000 times slower than what we are trying to deliver and can deliver in some areas. So the service, appreciated though it is in rural and regional Australia, is you would say subsistence level in a broadband world.
So excuse my technical ignorance here. How does 30 kilobits per second equate to the promise of 6 megabits per second?
Well, the 6 megabits is a peak information rate, so potentially the service bursts to that level, but it's not sustained at that level. So networks will burst out, and it all boils back down to consumption, how many users use at peak hour. The 30 kilobits, when you equate that to download usage, comes to about 9 gigabytes per month of data usage.
Okay. So what I'm trying to work out here is we bought this much capacity and we paid our $351 million for that bandwidth. We then...
Well, actually, in fairness, the 351 is more than just bandwidth. So you're also paying for the satellite, the dishes that are installed on the home, the rollout, etc. So it's not just capacity.
Sure. So
but it
we
is
bought
yes.
what we bought, and we paid $351 million for it. And then because NBN Co obviously isn't the service provider, we then went to a series of service providers and said, we've got this bandwidth and we are seeking for you to provide to people who are unable to get other services. We are seeking for you to provide to them a capacity to be able to generate within this bandwidth. So did you restrict, or was there any restriction in terms of how much they could sell in that? So I suppose the question being, if we've got this situation where we've got these disgustingly almost sort of non-existent services out of in rural and remote Australia at the moment, have the ISPs oversold that bandwidth in what they've sold to the customers that they're actually buying from?
I understand your question. So we do not, the Interim Satellite Service does not have any monitoring tools or enforcement tools that stop a specific end user from going beyond a particular download allowance. We do have a fair use policy, which is a policy that we ask the RSPs to stay within, which delivers basically a 9.7 gigabytes per month download. That is the fair policy usage. The monitoring of that is after the fact, and that's the reality. In hindsight, one could argue that some tools should have been potentially put in place to jump ahead of the curve. And to your second question of have some RSPs oversold, there are some plans in the market that one would question as to whether they are consistent with the fair use policy and would allow potentially an end user to use more than 9.7 gigabytes. Recognising the fair use policy, though, is a on average policy, so it basically talks across the RSP's base. Okay. So some RSPs have been far more appreciative of the issues of satellite, that it is a finite capacity, and have worked their base in a more stringent and confined way than other RSPs, and some have been a bit more generous.
Are there any people out there at the moment that are on the satellite that could and should reasonably be using alternative forms of service?
Each of the users that have gone through the eligibility criteria, part of the eligibility criteria tests for do you have an alternate service that you could use, such as a fixed line service and maybe even a decent mobile service. So, based on the eligibility criteria, you should have pretty much a set of end users that this is the best and sole service they can get.
So your expectation, or the expectation of when this service was actually put out into the marketplace, was that the service providers would seek to determine the eligibility before they were able to provide this service?
No, we run there's an eligibility criteria that is run through the department, and a service which we call BSL, which basically ensures that those users meet that criteria before they become connected.
Okay, so you then advise the service provider that these people are...
Correct.
So the comments...
There's a process to stop, say, someone in the city being connected to it.
There has been some speculation, which obviously is false and unjustified from your comment, that there are people that are sort of in peri-urban areas that are availing themselves of this service because obviously it was put out into the marketplace at a competitive price, because obviously we mustn't disadvantage those in country areas. And because it was in such a competitive price, there were those that possibly may have been able to achieve, but to access other services, said, well, this is a pretty good and easy deal, and it's very competitive, and we'll pick it up. So what you're saying is that there is a mechanism in place that would prevent people from taking advantage of the subsidisation of those in areas that needed subsidisation.
You've got the registration process through
Correct.
Yeah.
So the eligibility criteria should take care of that, but I would also argue, compared to competitive offers in the marketplace on ADSL and other services, that the interim satellite service is, while the pricing is certainly fair and genuine pricing for an interim satellite service, it doesn't compete with the unlimited allowances that you get on an ADSL service and the pricing you get there.
Because of the capacity.
Because of the capacity and what you would get in your usage allowance. So they're not comparable.
Senator, part of the current review of the satellite and fixed wireless strategy is to see whether in the broader scheme of this multi-technology model, we can stretch out the fixed footprint with cable and copper, also implement fixed wireless. So we're seeking to make people less dependent upon satellite and make the satellite available to those that are in truly remote areas, and then provide a substantial lift up in performance for those communities, premises, etc., that might be in that fixed wireless and on the edges of an extended copper and fibre footprint. And that'll play out over the next month or so.
Okay. Can I just ask a question, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but prior to this satellite service being put into the marketplace, there was obviously the old service that which wasn't great. We all accept that, but in a sense, we've now gone and spent $351 million on satellite, and we've actually delivered a service which is today really no better than what we had. I mean, was it $351 million well spent, or was it $351 million perhaps not managed as well as it should have been?
Well, I think we've partly addressed this in the past. There is no debate about the importance of serving the needs of all Australians, no matter where they live, work, or indeed play. So in Australia, you're always going to have to go to solutions that include some form of satellite delivery to give coverage over these remote areas. So an investment in satellites was a necessary part of the plan and will continue on into the future. I think the program until recently could be criticised for not having been thought through in terms of some of the details, and we are in this this sort of difficult period now where we can add no further customers, although the demand exists out there. Whether technically you could have made a better decision is open for discussion. I don't think that's clear one way or the other.
Look,
Do you know how much the ABG was costing the government?
And return shortly after 2 o'clock.
Do you know how much the ABG was costing
the committee is
the government?
broken for lunch, Senator Conroy. Back, gentlemen. Hansard right. We'll continue. Senator Conroy.
Talking about Vision Stream's renegotiated contract, and I was trying to understand how much in total the contract is now worth to Vision Stream as at December the 30th.
So, to correct our discussion from before, the contracts are worth $300 million, approximately.
Thank you.
And for clarity, the way the contracts actually work is we pay when work is finished, and if we don't actually commission the work with them, then we don't have to pay for it. So it's not pay up front. It's
no, absolutely a wise practice. So, what is the projected if all 36,000 FSAMs, 16 FSAMs, 36,000 homes are completed? What is the projected total cost?
We haven't revalued the contract. We have changed the commercial terms for the 16 FSAMs I referred to before.
I'm assuming that's code for you've increased the amount of money you're giving Vision Stream, but you're not allowed to not tell us what the quantum is.
Well, the commercial terms are quite sensitive issues for us. What we have agreed with them is that at the end of the 16...
They have to declare it to the stock market, Mr Brown. It's not a commercially sensitive number. They put out a press release when they got the first one saying we've got a contract worth this. They will do so again when you let them. But more importantly, it is a total contract cost I'm asking for, and you can't withhold the information.
I'm not withholding the information. The Vision Stream valued the contract at $300 million when we made the original announcement. They released that to the stock exchange. They have not chosen to restate anything to the stock exchange, so clearly in their view it's not material in terms of any
So
changes.
they're still receiving the $300 million. Not material is an important commercial term. So to complete the 30,000, you said that they've
36,000 premises.
36 now. Does that include the ones that were done by Aurora the first time? So I'm just trying to not double count on you.
Sure.
So of the 36,000, is that 36,000 of the 225,000 that they were contracted? So just so we don't include stuff that, so I'm not unfair in the characterisation I will ultimately get to.
The 36,000 is a subset of Work Package 4 contract we provide.
Okay. So 36,000. No, but how many have they already completed? Has Vision Stream already completed? In other words, not the work that was done by Aurora in those first 5 sites or first 3 sites on in Tassie.
Just bear with me as I calculate that number for you. Within scope, the contract is approximately 20. So they've
done 20.
33,000. Premises in Tasmania, of which approximately 27,000 are part of the contract with VPL.
Okay, 27.
Approximately.
Great.
We can reconfirm those numbers.
Okay, so 27, I won't hold you, that's a rough approximation, and if you're able to identify more clearly, that'd be great. So 27,000 have been passed as part of the original. Now, was it 225? Mr Turnbull keeps changing the number on me. Mr Turnbull's moved it down to 195,000, I think, yesterday in Parliament. What was the original number of premises on that Vision Stream contract?
In the original contract, it was approximately 190,000 premises.
190,000.
There is a mechanism in the contract to adjust that, which is always one of the issues.
So it could have been 225 at the beginning?
There's mechanisms to adjust the actual premises that you finally pass, but when we did the original contract and struck it now in March 2012, there was 190,000 premises that were in scope for that contract.
Okay, so back to thank you for that. So we've got 27,000 that they've passed of the original 195,000, and you've now contracted them to complete by December, and there's no plans to go past December with fibre to the home, and they're not contracted to do the future fibre to the node, given there's no HFC in Tasmania unless you're planning on building some. No plans?
Well, I think we've been quite clear on that when we're clear about where we're going to deploy which of the multiple technologies...
No, but my point is there's no other technology in Tasmania, so I'm not trying to be cute. It's just, I'm just trying to be succinct. You haven't employed Vision Stream to do your fibre to the node deployment or any other technology you decide in Tasmania?
Not at this point in time, because we haven't made those decisions, of course. The contract has capacity to accommodate those changes in the future, but for the moment...
But that would be at an extra cost. That would be on top of the 300 million roughly.
No.
That's what this is the point I'm trying to understand, and you're going to have to come clean on it, so just help me here. So, do they have a commitment from you to be part of the build?
Do they have what, sorry?
Do they have are they contracted? Do they have a commitment, verbal or whatever arrangement, that they are the preferred contractor, subject to reasonable price, or have you set a price for the post-2014 build?
So they've entered into a contract with us on a schedule of rates with certain price escalations built into that contract for 4 years. We have taken now some of that work and agreed an amending agreement as to exactly how that will work between now and December of this year. We expect that work to be finished somewhere between September and December, at which stage we'll be very clear about what FSAMs get built next, and we have a mechanism in the contract that enables us to change either where we go, what we build, or in fact exit the contract. And all our contracts have that capacity to create flexibility for future government policy.
Now, maybe I'm just not being clear enough. I was hoping I was, but I'm obviously not, because you're obviously not understanding my question yet. Vision Stream, you've just advised us, have not notified the Stock Exchange of any change to their projected $300 million, which leaves me scratching my head, because they're doing 27,000 plus 36,000 comes to
62.
6 and 7 is 13, so it's got to be 63. 63,000 of the original 195,000, and yet they're not advising the Stock Exchange they're getting any less money. So I'm hoping that you can clear this up for me, because I'm assuming that they're now only going to be paid, albeit at perhaps an increased rate, though, and I think you're indicating that, you haven't confirmed that. So I'm trying to understand, what are you paying for the 63,000 homes to be completed? And you have no choice but to answer.
$100 million plus or minus. 100
mil.
And why do I say that? 63,000 is a third of 195,000, to within rounding errors. The contract was 300 million. It's going to be about a third of the contract value, plus or minus one other variations.
Okay. Thank you. Would have been much quicker, Mr. Brown, to toss to Dr. Switziasi, but
that doesn't. I mean, the stock exchange and investors will have made that calculation, and no advice.
I'm following it very closely, and it's been unclear to me. So
okay, but no advice is required until such time as the contract is materially altered. That hasn't happened.
Well, you materially told them you're not supplying them any more work.
No.
After 2014,
as Kevin has described, we are releasing work in a way that, and we're trying to do that in a way that is efficient for our construction partners. And what will happen post the end of this year is...
Okay, now you can understand, I'm not going to be critical if you say, because you're going to have a gap between the ramp-up and the ramp-up according to the strategic review, its peak build at around 2018. That's what it says. The ramp-up is going to be not on the 1st of January 2015. So I'm not going to be critical if you say, no, look, we actually have to release another 50,000 homes on the 1st of January. But I'm sure the Tasmanian community, as well as those contractors, including the ones that have publicly raised this issue, would like to know that they've got that certainty.
Absolutely, and that's a key priority of ours. That's what Greg Adcock is focusing his attention on, and that is how can we deliver to our construction partners work in a way that maximises their and our productivity and gives them a reasonable chance to make an economic return. We certainly haven't flagged to Vision Stream that the numbers that they've been given thus far is the end of the story, because it is not.
The end of the story on fibre to the home, or the end of the story on deploying the MTM, whatever it's called?
Both. I think, Senator, we've made this comment consistently. The strategic review painted a picture at the sort of nominal end of the build, which saw of 100% of the premises passed, 12 million or so, about a quarter would be an all-fibre connection under the scenario 6.
It's basically just greenfields build.
Well, it's more
it's
than
about
that.
5 or 6%, and I'm happy for you to jump in and correct me, but I think it's 5 or 6% is just a continuation of 2014 and maybe a little bit into 2015. But it's essentially the growth to 22% is essentially greenfields. That's why you don't actually start issuing any more contract instructions.
Yeah, I think greenfields, and here I'm guessing, but on an annual basis, new developments, 100,000 homes. Over 10 years, that's 1 million. That's still 2 million short of the 3 million that I think we're going to connect. Now, I'm getting into areas I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I'm awaiting some information which I'm sure will help both of us stumble our way through this.
But from our planning point of view, we see ourselves not tailing off or tapering off in terms of our fibre to the home build. It may well be redirected in terms of geographies and areas, but the volume of fibre to the home is at least steady and may well gently increase. And then these other technologies will be laid over that sometime early next year.
Gently increase from the end of this year? Or gently increase
when you look at the end of this
from
year
the 30th of June when you're gently increasing to 6,000?
We're looking at my comment is at the end of this calendar year.
Yep, okay. So would you gently increase, if you're hitting 6,000 by 30th of June, what would you hit by the end of the year?
Something higher.
Would have been hoping after 6 months in the job as a CEO you could be a little more precise. I'm happy for someone else at the table, but after 6 months as CEO, you were able to be fairly definitive 4 months in advance, from 5,000 to 6,000, we're in February, and June 30th is 4 months away. I've asked you to extrapolate another 6 months. Would you like me to come back? What do you think you'll be on the 30th of July?
Well, as we've said, an exit run rate of 6,000 premises a week.
And now I'm asking you what it is you could get up to by the end of the year.
Right.
On your projections, not on my projections, on your projections.
And that'll be part of the 14 to 15 business plan, which we are working on at the moment.
Sorry, 14 to 15, you're saying?
Business and budget. Business plan and budget.
Sorry, so 6,000 premises per week is what I'm talking about, and 14 to 15 is 14 to 15,000. So that's what I'm saying. I'm sitting here trying to work this out. That's a big jump, which I don't think is what you're saying. So help me out here. By the end of the year, what do you anticipate? And you're the CEO, you have these figures in front of you. You must have an extrapolation figure, given you've had one 4 months in advance. So I'm now asking you to... No,
in fact, we do not have a year-end run rate figure because that is being worked on for inclusion to help form the 2014-15 budget.
All right. Okay, last time we met in December, we were discussing cost claims from NBN contractors, and I believe Mr Adcock noted that claims had not yet been received from Silcar or Vision Stream, but Mr Rislow noted that the authors of the strategic review made a judgment about what these claims were likely to be. I note also that Mr Payne said at your half-yearly results that NBN had accrued for outstanding cost claims and disputes. What have you accrued?
Well, the costs of those claims are...
Yes, what's the figure?
Well, that's a commercially very sensitive number, and we will not disclose it.
Have any claims been submitted yet?
That too is a commercially sensitive number.
No, I didn't. I said have any, not how much. Have any been submitted?
There are claims for variations submitted sort of routinely.
Sorry?
Claims for variations get submitted routinely. So, yes, we've received some of those.
And are they, what was your words, Dr. Switzkowski, in first encounter? Escalating by the day, skyrocketing by the day? I'm trying to remember what your exact colourful phrase was.
Increasing, I think, by the day.
Increasing by the day. So how many have you had? Just a number, not the number, percent of dollars, just how many? 2, 3, 4? Have all companies submitted them?
Oh, look, I couldn't give you a precise
You've got
number
4
of the actual
contractors.
claims.
You've sacked Cynthia, you've got 4 contractors.
No, but each package of work, you might have a number of claims for
So
variations
is each
one.
package of work?
Sorry?
Has each package of work received a variation?
Not to my knowledge, no, not every single one, but a number of them have. But I can't tell you how many here today.
You're the Chief Financial Officer?
Sure.
You're not across these? Because it was indicated that the claims were being done by somebody else.
Well, there's a group within
Mr. Doherty, I think, was one. And Mr. Thorpe were in charge of this. Mr. Adcock indicated, though, there was some conflict of interest, possibly if one of those was dealing with their old company. I can't remember which now, but that's still the case. He's not handling them.
Sorry, who's not handling them?
I think Doherty.
Is it Mr. Doherty that works for Silcar or Mr. Thorpe that worked for Silcar?
I think Mr. Doherty did previously work for Silcar, yes.
So he's not handling the Silcar?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so who is handling them?
There's some specific arrangements in place for someone within his organisation to handle Silcar. And of course, there are a number of claims that would routinely be expected under the contracts. There are additional disputed claims which are expected under the contract, and in a number of the contractors' cases, they've lodged detail around that. In terms of Vision Stream, which we've previously been on the record and acknowledged that they have lodged a claim with us, as part of our amending agreement, we have agreed to them as to how we handle that, and we will get visibility of their cost base to try and conclude by December of this year what an appropriate sum of money is for that organisation in light of their claim. So we've got an approach to handle it, and that's reflected in the accounts. And it's not appropriate, I don't think, for a company like us to describe the specific sums of money attached to each of those.
I haven't asked you to do that. I mean, there will come a point where you have to justify your total expenses and any percentage increase. So at some point we'll be having a discussion about percentage increases at a minimum and possibly quantums, because it's very germane to the absolute fabrication that Mr. Rousselot provided as a justification to the board for not continuing with the fibre to the home rollout. So you are going to have to answer questions about this. It's not going to be a question of you're just going to sweep under the carpet. I think even Dr. Switzkowski acknowledged that any variations from that point forward, back whenever we had that first discussion, were the new boards and the new managements. They weren't the responsibility of past. So there will be a lengthy discussion at some point when you roll over and pad out the costs to justify Mr. Rousselot's forecasts of costs.
Can I comment on that language?
Yeah, please do.
I mean...
No, you can answer questions, which is your role at the table.
But with your indulgence, I mean, I think use of words like, roll over and pad out...
Fabricate is, I think, probably the most provocative.
Provocative, inappropriate and inaccurate.
Yeah, well, sometime in the future there'll be an accounting.
There will be an accounting, and I'm very confident of the position and the integrity of the process
that Mr. Turnbull's yachting mate pulled together.
If we want to talk about recreational activities, we could always talk about who might have frequented Eddie O'Bede's ski lodge. If you're interested in recreational activities,
I did.
We could, yeah.
Sorry, you were interrupted by the Minister. I was letting you come back to it.
My comment.
So you've made no settlements yet on any of the variation claims?
Well, as Kevin identified, in all contracts and the execution of contracts, variations are expected in many cases, and where those variations are submitted and agreed, payments are made. That's been going on since the beginning.
And you shouldn't misunderstand, and I think the point you're making I would agree with you on, which is that there are absolutely legitimate variations along the way. So I've got no qualm at all.
Then there are disputed claims
yes.
That have been, and we've had at least one that's been acknowledged, which is with Vision Stream, and a process has been put in place.
This is Vision Stream Tasmanian's work or Vision Stream mainland work?
It's Tasmania.
Specifically to do with Tasmania.
Yeah.
So you've acknowledged that NBN Co or that Vision Stream's dispute was legitimate in Tasmania?
Well, that it's a dispute that requires us to work through a process.
Yeah, no, I'm just...
So I don't know what legitimate means.
Sorry, legitimate is the wrong word.
I mean, they have a right, as all our contractors have.
Every contractor has a right.
To table,
a claim.
To table some sort of a claim over and above and different to the normal variation process.
Yeah, and as has been indicated, quite a lot of them are doing so.
Well, we've acknowledged one, and we.
No, quite a lot are putting in claims. I'm not saying you've acknowledged them, and if I can use acknowledge as an affirmative stance towards resolving the dispute, rather than it's a complete try-on that's just because they've been incompetent in what they were contracted to do. That's probably the.
I'll accept that language, but we haven't. And I'm not even sure that I don't know how many other of our contracting partners are in the process of lodging major claims against us. But we know Vision Stream is one of them.
Well, there's almost no one left from the sound of it, so.
I know.
But when they see a soft touch, they know to stick in a big claim.
Now, do not go there. You keep saying that, and it's inflammatory and it's wrong.
Well, the actual costs, the actual numbers will prove whether I'm right or you're right.
Prove whether we're right or you're wrong. Exactly.
Yeah. And when the inflated numbers you forecast that you would be paying come to bear, well, you'll be exposed.
Oh, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, point of order. Comments like that, you'll be exposed, is clearly a reflection on the witness.
Exactly. Senator Conroy, can you stick to your...
I'm allowed to reflect on witnesses.
Can you stick to your questioning?
Let me be clear, I'm reflecting.
Can you stick to your question and refrain from your demeaning comments, please?
It's an inappropriate reflection.
Oh, thanks for your opinion. Okay. At the Senate Select Committee on the NBN hearings in December, I asked Dr Sulkowski, the committee will have a number of relatively detailed questions which we wanted to put you in writing. We appreciate how busy you've been and how busy the company have been since the change of government. If we provide these to you by the end of the week, would it be possible to get responses to the committee by, say, the 24th of January? And Dr Sulkowski replied, I'm sure that is very reasonable. It's now a month later and no answers have been provided to the committee. Why not?
Let me.
If the answer is you've provided them to the Minister's office and they're in his office, please just indicate that and save time.
Your implied criticism and accept it. As I said, this is now the fifth such appearance before the Senate Estimates or Senate Subcommittee. I think there are more than 250 questions, and we've been working our way through them. And I'm hopeful that we'll get them out relatively quickly.
So they're actually still with NBN Co. They're not sitting on the Minister's desk waiting for him to tick them off?
They may be. Look, I don't know where every question is in the process. Honestly, I don't.
Okay, I appreciate your candour. If you could, we will get grumpier if we haven't got them returned to the committee to allow us to make use of the answers to further the questioning.
Could we space out these subcommittee hearings, perhaps?
Look, the NBN Co is used to dealing with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of questions from the Senate and parliamentary committees, so it's no surprise to to your Canberra office about chasing this amount of questions. It's absolutely normal for this committee and other committees to ask you this many questions. So it's nothing new. It might be, I appreciate to you, but it's absolutely nothing new to the people sitting around you and behind you. And they've managed in the past to get the questions in prior to all committee hearings and all estimates. So I'm just hoping that you can do the same.
Senator Conroy, when your time expires at a bit after 3, please do not go crook of the chair for the time you're wasting here in your question time.
I'm trying to be generous to Dr. Switkowski.
I don't think you're trying to be generous.
Possibly for the first time today, he might say, but
No,
second time today. Yeah. Now, on Sunday agenda on Sky News on the 15th of December, Minister Turnbull said the main promise, the most important thing we said about the NBN was that we would tell the truth and we would liberate the management of NBN Co to tell that truth. Are you feeling liberated?
In terms of disclosure and regular reporting and release of data, I'm happy with the progress we've made.
Okay. Perhaps you're just therefore unfamiliar with what used to be provided, but we'll get to that. What directions has the Minister provided you to liberate you to tell you the truth? I understand in the statement of intent or interim statement of intent there was I could read it. Have you had any other?
I've had regular conversations with the Minister about the processes by which information flows into his office and information flows to the various stakeholders, obviously the Finance Minister and then external stakeholders. And you've seen changes over the last few months in terms of the maps that we've released, the weekly stats on the rollout footprint, and now a commitment to, on a quarterly basis, provide a fuller commentary around the financial and operational performance of the of NBN.
Speaking in the House of Representatives on the 11th of February, Minister Turnbull said the bottom line is that as far as NBN projects is concerned, the government's commitment is to be completely transparent. He also said that maximum transparency is going to be given to the project. Maximum transparency. It's a big call. So have you had any instructions about increasing your transparency?
Well, the conversations I've had with the Minister have led to events such as we just completed on Friday, which was a pretty complete disclosure of the performance of NBN.
Yeah. In the same speech, Minister Turnbull said, instead of having to have rollout figures dragged out of the Minister with great difficulty and pain, I was actually repeating them out in Parliament every week. Every week the NBN Co now publishes its latest rollout figures on its website. Every week they are published there. Are you familiar with the program summary reports that were provided to the previous government?
No.
That'd be that document.
Well, that's continued.
I was hoping you would say that. Do you know what information was provided in those? You're familiar with it?
I'm familiar with that particular report. If from this distance it's the one I think it is.
Yeah, it's titled Program Summary Report. And it covers the date an FSAM was switched on, the number of premises connected, the take-up rate in every active FSAM in Australia, the contract instructions issued, the number of build, bulk drops completed, etc., etc., etc. Sound familiar?
That has certainly been part of the internal management reporting because I observed that on the first day I arrived.
Yeah, I'm hoping you get it each week and read it.
We get that report every week and review it, yes.
And you review it? You're using the Royal We. I just want to make sure you're part of the Royal We.
Well, I'm Chief Executive, so yes.
Okay, no, cool. So these reports are still prepared internally with the same information? I mean, they'll be expanded because the number of...
Yes, well, to all intents and purposes, yes.
Yeah. Did the NBN Co on its website once publish a monthly ready-for-service report? That would be what this looks like. It's very small, I apologise.
I don't recognise that, but...
It's a monthly ready-for-service report. I'm sure other officers at the table are very familiar with it.
Yes.
Can you advise the committee of what information was provided on that report?
The monthly ready-for-service report?
Yeah.
It shows the footprint as to the both the historical footprint and the future predicted forecast for footprint becoming available.
So the FSAM name and identifier, the FSA name and identifier, the relevant point of interconnect, the date construction commenced, the date of expected ready for service, and estimated number of premises.
Correct.
Are these reports still produced?
Yes.
Are they still published on the NBN Co's website?
So the website does release the footprint that it does show the footprint that is now available? The maps are different to what they were before?
And I asked you whether this was still published, not the maps.
I can't see what you're holding up there specifically.
That's the monthly Ready for Service report that you identified that you knew what it was. Are they still published on the website?
Yes, we still send out...
Oh, I don't think they are.
We send out a Ready for Service
No, that's not what I asked, because I'm going to come to that. I asked whether they're still published on the website. So could you correct your answer?
I don't believe that report in that format is published to the website. We send it to our RSP partners for their planning for sales purposes.
Okay.
Chair, it may assist the committee if Senator Condra wants to table a copy.
No, the officers are very familiar with these particular documents.
Well, it may assist other members of the committee if the document to which he's referring is tabled.
Yes, I'll take it. I'll take it on notice.
And I also guess, Chair, that the point is that the real issue is the reliability of the data contained.
Thanks. Did NBN Co on its website once publish an historical footprint list detailing every premise passed?
Yes, I think so, yes.
You'll note that was a question about something that happened in the past. Are these reports published on NBN Co's website today?
Senator Conroy. Senator Conroy.
I'm not referring to any document I have in front of me now.
You're not referring to that, because when you're referring to them, I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
No,
it would be
no, I'm actually just now naming a document that used to be on the website, and I'm asking you if the officers are familiar with it.
Continue
on. Did NBN Co...
The maps effectively give people where the footprint's available, right? That's the purpose of the maps, of premises passed.
The answer is no, if any of you actually want to know. No, I appreciate these things come and go without you guys necessarily knowing they've come and gone. It happened to me a fair bit too. But the answer is no. So these things have been taken down off your website.
For the reason
this has been taken down off your website. The other document has been taken down off your website. So did NBN Co on its website once publish a monthly point of interconnect rollout plan, the POI plan, which provided a list of 121 NBN points of interconnect, the number of premises serviced by each point of interconnect, their respective connectivity service area, CSA, and expected commissioning dates? Did that used to be up on your website? Are these reports published on NBN Co's website today?
Senator,
the answer is no.
Senator, I think the objective of the current government, as opposed to the previous government, and the current management of NBN, is to ensure that information that is actually produced is meaningful. You had lots of information that was put in the public domain through NBN Co that was completely meaningless, that bared little connection to what was actually happening.
Maximum transparency, but I thank you for your intervention.
Pages of data which is wrong and misleading isn't transparent. I don't think you're making the case that you were transparent, Senator Conroy. Everyone knows that all your forecasts were meaningless, that you had misleading categories of information.
Did NBN Co on its website once publish a proposed footprint list in both XLSX and XML file format, providing a list of addresses at least 6 months in advance of where services are expected to become available?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
But
are these reports,
again, the program was so unreliable that the information was useless.
Are these reports...
That's right. The question was, did those services become connected? You had all sorts of predictions, all sorts of forecasts, which were meaningless.
Are these reports published on NBN Co's website today?
No, because they're useless.
Thank you. Did NBN Co once publish on its website rollout boundaries consisting of a zip archive of MIF files indicating the network boundaries for the brownfields fibre, greenfields fibre and fixed wireless footprints where construction had commenced? That'll be the map, so the answer is yes, and obviously they're not there now. Now I want to ask you about some questions, some answers, so I'm just saving time because you're all staring at each other. You asked some answers you gave to questions on notice. Let's start with the question number 205, and in particular questions A and B, so you might want to... Mr Payne, have you got it? I'm just looking at someone's reaching for them. The information asked for in this question is exactly the same information that was once published in the monthly Ready for Service report. It is already exactly the same information that I think Mr. Sorry, your name badge has fallen off at the end.
John Simon.
Mr. Simon. It's exactly the same information which Mr. Simon acknowledged is made available to access seekers, so it is produced by the company. In fact, the monthly Ready for Service spreadsheet was still publicly available. I could have saved myself some time and just looked up the information for myself. But in your answer on 205, you state the provision of more detailed information at the fibre serving area module FSAM level is not provided publicly, and to report regularly at this level would require an unnecessary diversion of companies' resources. How can a report that you produce every week and distribute to people, what unnecessary diversion of resources would it take to publish this on your website? We've asked you for this information, and you said it's too costly for us to provide. It's in your hand every week. That answer is clearly a contempt of the Senate. You actually produce this information internally every week. It used to be up on the website, and I'm asking why it isn't, and you say it's too costly.
I can't see what you're holding up. What is the historical footprint list or the...
Chair, we come back to the same point on a point of order. Senator Conroy is waving a bit of paper around. He says, don't worry, everyone knows what it is. It would be put beyond doubt if Senator Conroy would table that piece of paper to which he is referring, as is the usual
Minister,
practice in committees.
I'm waiting for a motion exactly that.
This is the monthly... This is the
Senator
monthly...
Conroy,
you
Senator
cannot
Conroy,
make me table a document if I don't
Senator
want
Conroy,
to.
I'm speaking. Senator Fawcett.
Chair, can I move that the document be tabled?
No.
He can, so...
He can move all he wants. I'm not going to do it, so can we not waste my time? Mr Simons knows exactly what document it is, just to be clear. So
I don't, because you're just holding a piece of paper. But if you tell me what it is,
Ready for Service.
So the monthly Ready for Service isn't...
Which you, as you said earlier, distribute to your...
But, Senator, by default, a monthly Ready for Service report can't be produced weekly, otherwise it would be a weekly Ready for Service report.
My apologies. We can play semantics. A monthly report.
Senator Conroy, order. In relation to your refusing to table that, the committee has noted your refusal to table it. As far as I'm concerned, the people need to pay little or no attention to what he's waving around, because we do not understand what he's waving around either.
So back to the question. You produce a monthly Ready for Service, apologies, not weekly, a monthly Ready for Service report. You distribute it, and yet you've told the Senate, this committee, that it is to regularly report at this level would require a necessary diversion of the company's resources. Dr Swiskowski, does that sound like you're being maximally transparent? Misleading by saying it will cost you money just to publish something that's in your hand?
I don't know what
Mr Simon knows exactly what it is. He's even corrected me.
I haven't seen it.
He's even corrected me on it. So that's how well he knows the document.
Maybe here is another view, that we get feedback from our construction partners, from analysts who follow telecom companies and fund managers, as recently as last Friday, saying that the level of reporting and disclosure and transparency and regular update of data is the best it's ever been. So we take that as encouragement to continue doing what we're doing.
Yes. Well, I'm now going to what you have signed off and sent to this committee, Dr Swiskowski, which is an answer to a question which asked for information, named the report, and your answer was it's not provided publicly, and to report regularly at this level would require a necessary diversion of the company's resources. This is a document you produce internally every month.
I haven't seen the document.
You've signed off on what is clearly a contempt of the Senate and a mislead of the Senate.
Senator Conroy, if you tabled the document, we'd know what we're talking about.
No, let's not play games. Mr Simons knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Point of order, Chair. Senators can't just bandy phrases like contempt of the Senate around like confetti. If a senator thinks there's a contempt of the Senate, then they should pursue the appropriate avenues through the Senate. But in the absence of that, they shouldn't.
And I ask you, Senator Conroy, to retract it, please.
I'm not retracting. It's a contempt of the Senate. I didn't reflect on the witness. I said the answer that was given is a contempt of the Senate.
It's only a claim of that until The Senate decides, Senator Conroy. I once again ask you to retract
I'm alleging it's a contempt of the Senate. Does that make you happy? Now we've wasted a minute.
No, it doesn't.
So, Dr. Switkowski, you have a document which is produced internally. There is no diversion of resources necessary to publish it. It used to be published. Why would you tell this committee there's a diversion of resources? You're responsible for the answer.
So here's the answer. I've just seen it, or maybe I've seen it before, but I've got it in front of me now. So it talks about the weekly rollout report and explains what's in the weekly rollout report. It also provides a state-by-state breakdown and is supported by monthly updates of information on the interactive maps. Provision of, which is true, provision of more detailed information at the fibre serving area module level is not provided publicly, which is true, and to report regularly at this level would require an unnecessary diversion of the company's resources, which is our view.
But your view, you simply have to press a button and it appears on a website. There is no diversion of resources. It's actually misleading the Senate. It's a contempt of the Senate to treat the Senate like that.
Is it treason as well, Senator Conroy?
No, it's a contempt of the Senate.
You can't just keep
There's
talking
no
about
diversion of
contempt of the
resources.
Senate and misleading.
It's quite clear. A document you have in your hand or on your computer, you can press send and it appears on your website.
Again,
how can that be an unnecessary diversion of resources?
Well, without knowing the entire context of this, what we're trying to do is to make sure that what we publish is meaningful and accurate.
This is information you meaningfully and accurately give each month to your RSPs. I'm hoping it's accurate. In fact, this document is unambiguously accurate.
No, well, I wouldn't...
No, you give it to your RSPs.
So that's accurate, but the document itself has been problematic in the program being able to deliver to those forecasts. So that's the issue.
This is a document you give to your RSPs. It's your customers. Are you giving inaccurate information to your customers still?
We're giving forecasts.
Order. Senator Conroy, Conroy, you once again, these allegations and inferences about wrong and false information here is totally unacceptable, and I'm going to call a private meeting now. We'll adjourn for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Now, if I could just inform the Senate, the Chair has threatened me that if I don't ask questions in the manner that he seeks fit,
point of order, Senator Conroy.
me.
Order. The point I made is if you're going to treat the witnesses like that, I'll remove you from the call. I'm asking you to be civil to the witnesses, and that is not too much to ask. And if you're not going to be civil to the witnesses, I will take the call from you.
You will gag me if I don't ask questions the way you want them asked.
I'll move around to the other senators if you're not civil to the witnesses.
We come back to the actual document that we're talking about, which is unequivocally accurate because you give it to your RSPs. You say it's a forecast, and I'm not disagreeing it's a forecast. It was a forecast before and it's a forecast now. But it's the most accurate information that you have, otherwise you wouldn't be giving it to your customers. So why have you withdrawn it and why won't you put it back on the website? But more importantly, when we ask you for a copy of it, why do you allege that it is an unnecessary diversion of resources to print a copy of something you have and post it to or email it to the Senate?
So I've just looked at the questions that were asked in his Hansard, and the questions are far broader than what's addressed by that report. So I think that the comment that we're saying that it's diversion of resources is not in answer to the question you're asking now.
I think you're now trying to interpret my question for me.
No, I'm just reading the questions here and the answer given.
I am fully aware of what you're trying to do, Mr. Simon.
But Chair, it is an example of, as I've just discovered, the question had 8 parts, and we've answered it in half a dozen lines. And the last line, it makes reference to the fact that it would require a diversion of resources, and I think Senator Conroy is linking that line to a particular part of whatever one of those 8 questions is. That may or may not be legitimate. We can't tell until we take the time to have a look at it. I think Senator Conroy is being a touch mischievous.
I'm not being touch mischievous. Can you commit to producing that report for the Senate now? For the Senate committee? You know exactly which report I'm talking about. You know we've had a discussion. Mr. Simon's
I think that question will be taken on notice, Senator Conroy.
Yes, he said he would look at it, Senator Conroy.
Dr. Switkowski indicated that he'd appreciate the opportunity to study the full set of questions.
Sorry, I didn't hear Dr. Swiskowski say he wanted to take providing a report that is there. If he wants to say that, that's fine, but I didn't hear him say that. So if you can let him answer for himself.
Oh, no, I will take that on notice.
So it's 2 months, two estimates in a row you've taken it on notice. Just so we're clear.
No, we've answered, well,
it was put on notice last time.
But you must.
And we're arguing about the answer.
But you have the answer in front of you then, right?
But we don't have the document in front of us. That's the actual point. So I'm happy you've taken a notice. I'll move on. And I want to ask you about your answer you gave to question on notice 207. Here your answer states, please refer to answer to question 205. Does question 207 ask for any information about FSAMs?
Let's have a look.
This is in writing, not on notice.
Right.
How many premises?
So this asks us for data for about a dozen different dates. How many premises had build instructions being issued? So it's a very detailed question about the nature of the construction build.
That is the point of putting questions on notice, so they can be detailed, so you can give us detailed answers.
Senator Conroy, please let them answer.
So if I could come to my question, I was just drawing your attention to it so you can have a quick look at it. The reason given for providing no additional information in relation to question 205 was that information isn't provided at FSAM level. What I'm confused about is how can an answer to question on notice 205 be an answer to a question that hadn't been asked about FSAMs? You actually refer me to a question that's got nothing to do with the question I actually asked you. Like it's a completely different question that I ask, and you say, go and look at 205.
I will have to reflect on that and come back to you.
Yeah. Now, I do appreciate it goes through an iteration process, Dr. Swiskowski, where it moves beyond your control, but it makes the organisation look silly if the questions quite literally point to a question that's got nothing to do with the original question asked.
Well, on this one, you may have a point.
Still referring to question 207, are you aware that the program summary reports contain the numbers of premises for which NDDs had been released, the number for which construction has commenced, and the number for which build instructions have been issued?
I think that's right.
The direction you have from the government is to be more transparent. The Minister has made numerous statements about this, and you've said you've discussed them with him, and yet since the change of government, you've removed virtually all the publicly available information about the rollout, publicly available information. You've also refused to provide this information in direct answers to questions on notice, even though you produce the information that the Senators asked for monthly, and provided an absolutely incorrect direction in one of your answers on why it couldn't be provided, like it's a costly diversion. In other words, it's too much money, even though it's a report in front of you. And even that little information that is provided in the weekly stats contains only a fraction of information that's actually available to you in the program summary reports. So while you may believe that you're providing more information by standing up and holding press conferences and just spouting the things that you want to talk about, the actual core information that was being provided by the organisation has been withdrawn.
Because it was low quality information.
You've become exceptionally secretive about the rollout.
On the contrary.
No, announcing a number is not providing information.
We're providing, and you know, every week by state, a breakdown of the progress in the rollout, brownfields, greenfields, fixed wireless and satellite. And we've been doing that since shortly after the management changed.
You've added premises serviceable.
We've added premises serviceable. In other words, we're trying to put out data that meets the needs of our retail service partners and which we think is helpful to the community at large. The previous information, probably well intended when it was originally designed in terms of its format, increasingly contained information that had a distant connection to reality.
The monthly ready for service has, which you still produce and still provide to your RSPs, does not fall into that category at all.
The format is fine. It's the content that's the issue.
You're still giving them. They're your best forecasts. I'm not criticising the fact you give them to them. I'm not criticising the fact you produce the information. I'm criticising the fact that you keep trying to use an old excuse for why you won't provide it to this committee. It's not commercially sensitive. It's not
a different issue.
Anything. It's just a document you get each month. We've asked for it. You said you've misled the Senate about why you have allegedly misled the Senate about why you won't provide it to us, which is cost. I'll move on.
I'll look into it.
Yeah. You've got 5 minutes, Senator
I
Cameron.
thought you said 3 o'clock.
Senator Conroy. We've got other people. We got.
No, it's just I thought you said 3 o'clock, so I was just pacing myself to 3 o'clock. That's what you said. That's all. How many FOI requests has NBN received since the 8th of September?
We've received, since the legislation was passed, 132 FOI requests.
Okay. How many of these requests has NBN Co granted?
Well, we've processed all of them as required.
No, I said granted.
If in granted you mean provided the information exactly as requested in the first instance, about 20% of those.
20%.
And 50% of them are clarified as to exactly what the person is requiring, that usually results in a redefinition of the request and then gets processed.
Now, could I also indicate that I would like to ask questions to the FOI officer at the next March 12th hearing, if you could provide the FOI officer to the table. Thanks. Has the NBN Co discussed its approach to FOI requests with the Minister's office?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I said approach, as in approach to, not individual instances. Am I correct that on the 30th of August 2013, NBN Co released under the Freedom of Information Act elements of NBN Co board minutes relating to the achievement of NBN Co's brownfield rollout targets? You're probably the only one that would know, Mr Brown.
Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the statement?
30th of August 2013, NBN board minutes. They're up on your website, so the answer is yes.
So this refers to that instance where some sort of summary of the board minutes was made available following an FOI request. That I do recall.
30th of August, I think it's before.
It's only ever happened once.
Before the election.
But it only happened once, right? That's the only instance.
No, I think there might be two.
Okay, it's the only instance I'm aware of.
You're probably familiar with that one. I think there was one a bit earlier, but Mr Brown might be able to... not germane, but... So on the 16th of February, the Age newspaper reported that an application under the Freedom of Information Act for information had been declined. The information sought was about the directors who attended the 20th of September board meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The article stated that the NBN Co had declined the request because the reputation of its directors could be damaged if it revealed which of them turned up to a September board meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
On page 49 of NBN Co's 2013 annual report, in common with all companies, NBN Co reports how many board meetings each director was eligible to attend and did attend. Will the 2014 annual report include this information?
It'll report as required under the normal governance practices.
How can information that you'll be producing in your annual report be used as an excuse to not, and it's the very specific excuse, to not agree to an FOI?
Well, that's easily answered in that a full year's roster of board meetings might be 10 to 15 meetings. It's not possible to determine from that aggregate number which meetings individual board members attended, and so if there was any particular sensitivity to any one meeting, the aggregate numbers don't help you.
On balance, and you may not even have followed this closely, you're just going for them in the general discussion, it's an absurd defence. But any reasonable person will say that's an absurd defence.
But it is an accurate statement.
It's an absurd defence, okay? If you read what the FOI laws are about, it's an absurd defence. So on the subject, I'm just drawing to your attention this on the basis that Minister Turnbull's told you to be maximally transparent. The Age reported FOI expert, just to give you some colour and movement, Peter Timmins' view that the NBN Co's claim denying the release of this information was speculative, ridiculous and without foundation, and a sign of culture of secrecy spreading through Canberra. So just so you're aware, just because you chat to a few analysts...
I read that and I wondered what that guy was smoking.
Sorry, Mr Chair, have you just used parliamentary privilege to reflect on somebody? Oh my goodness.
On a decision?
No, you were reflecting on the commentary of Mr Timmins. I'm sure Mr Timmins would like an opportunity to respond to you.
And he should have one.
I don't mind, and I'm sure he'll manage, but I didn't see Senator Fifield leap to the defence of Mr Timmins there. Okay. At the last estimates hearing, Dr Switkowski noted that NBN Co has already started developing a fibre-on-demand product. How's that progressing?
It is progressing slowly.
Could we get a slight expansion? I think you've got your product manager down the end. John?
Fibre-on-demand policy. So that's obviously, as we're working through our mixed technology mode, that's part of the assessment that we need to look at as to how we form that policy, giving consideration to the fibre rollout and the different technology elements and how that would be pulled together. So we've not concluded on that yet and still have to explore all the options. So we're still some ways from finalising that.
3 months, 6 months?
I think it would be an important part which that feeds into the corporate plan. So when that plan is completed.
Look forward to getting the call when the other questions are complete.
Yes. Senator Ruston.
So I've got to filibuster for 50 minutes.
You've got to filibuster for 50 minutes?
Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Even you are blushing at that one, Senator.
I could give it a go. I could definitely give it a go. Thank you very much. Just on a different line of questioning, I understand that the US carrier Verizon have made the comment as recently as in the last 24 hours that they've had little or no customer demand for very fast speeds, such as 1 gigabyte plans. So I'm just wondering whether that's reflected in your experience to date.
Yes, so we don't have any services that sit above 250, which we've got a quarter of the speed. So at the moment, I think we have one business service that's running on that.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a residential customer having any combination of services and products that will get anywhere near that. Certainly for business customers, there might be an application, but we're a long way away from that becoming a mainstream need.
Well, just as an example, what sort of applications or customers would potentially seek that sort of size capacity?
I think if you're a small business doing software development and moving large files between locations, hundreds of megabits per second can be very useful. For example, if you were doing special effects in 3D movies, which some enterprises in Australia do in support of Hollywood studios, they would need that kind of bandwidth and usually have options for getting it, not waiting for NBN to provide a reticulated retail network to do it. There'll be others where the information is very data rich, large quantities of MRI scans, etc., that move from point to point. Will require lots of bandwidth. Again, those institutions by and large have put in place physical infrastructure that provides it today, as do universities. So I think the difficulty is that there are applications and organisations that use lots of bandwidth, including big businesses. They have made their own provision, as they always do. In terms of the retail and domestic market, it really is hard in any practical sense to describe the activities of a family, even with hyperactive teenagers, that will get anywhere near 100 megabits per second anytime soon.
Yeah. And I suppose taking that one step further, is there anything that's foreseeable on the horizon that might change that situation? I mean, obviously there's plenty of unknowns out there, but is there anything that is triggering at the moment?
We've all, in this forum, we've previously generally agreed that you really cannot and should not look too many years ahead, because few of us have the ability to anticipate correctly the applications and the demand and the technologies that will have developed over the next decade or so. But we're guided by what we're seeing in other countries and other economies, arguably some that are a little ahead of the curve than we are. We don't see that we're going to be surprised over the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, sure. Mr McAdam, who's the CEO of Verizon, is quoted as having said, going in and digging up yards and deploying fibre in a lot of new markets isn't in the cards. Now, obviously, he was making those comments in relation to the US market. But, I mean, it seems an interesting comment for him to have made, because, I mean, he obviously wasn't picking on Senator Conroy's model. He was dealing with his own space. Why do you think he would make a comment like that?
And Senator Ruston, we have a dialogue with Verizon, AT&T and others, so we ask those questions. And Verizon some years ago believed that that their business was going to be well served by rolling out an all-fibre network, and they're competing with cable-based companies, and so they felt that that was a good alternative offering. But they did find that the costs were high, the intrusiveness in terms of laying out new cable new fibre optic cable into homes, again, was a high level of annoyance, and the demand for the speeds that were promised and for which they needed to charge to make a business case work simply wasn't there. So they've now paused in their rollout of cable and recommitted towards staging a fibre to the node rollout, incrementally increasing the speeds that are offered to households in line with technology developments which we can see over the next 5 years or so, and confident that will meet the needs of, in their case, North American, Northeastern American customers. And it's been that experience and that feedback that we've received in the past from British Telecom and other European carriers and North American carriers that has encouraged us to examine more seriously the fibre to the node model. Confident, that we don't need to do pioneering work, that we can benefit from the experience that's been gained by these other telcos who appear willing to share their intellectual property with us, and reassured that the speed improvements over the next 5 or more years will more than keep pace with what we understand will be fast growth in both demand for bandwidth and demand for speed.
In the strategic review, it's stated that their cost per household or per business of fibre had fallen to as low as US $1,600, which is what, $1,800 or something Australian. Is that significantly lower than what we're looking at the moment for the Australian rollout?
It's in the same ballpark as what we're experiencing for our fibre to the premises rollout at the moment, plus or minus.
Okay. What today, or what you're projecting into the future?
Today.
Yep.
But the relevance, the particular relevance to us is if companies with the critical density of the rollout, such as Verizon, are incurring costs which I think are high at that number, we've got to be mindful of the rate at which our own rollout of an all-fibre network might improve and to what level. And that again reinforces the notion that it's usually better to find ways to reuse existing infrastructure and upgrade it than to overbuild infrastructure with what looks to be a fairly costly alternative.
So continuing on with the efficiencies of where we are at the moment, notwithstanding we are at a point in time now and we're going to go forward, hopefully. Your independent assessment that you had done of NBN by Quarter Mentha, and I'll just quote one of the lines out of it, said, the organisation is carrying a level of headcount and overhead that has been predicated on the achievement of volumes of rollout and activity in the corporate plan. These volumes obviously haven't been met and will not be met for some time. So I suppose the question is, given that you inherited an organisation that had overheads that were not commensurate with what they were doing, how have you been able to deal with that issue? Have you been able to deal with it? And if you have, what have you done?
Well, we reported last week that the headcount at the end of the calendar year was 2,950 people and holding, because we've had an employment freeze in place now for some time. And that head count and the associated costs of all of those heads was, I think it's generally acknowledged, higher than it should be, given the level of progress in terms of the rollout. Having said that, the people that NBN have recruited are, by and large, people with special skills and desirable skills. And my approach in the time that I've been involved in an executive role has been to kind of guide the organisation to better determine what skills are going to be necessary for the next phase and to protect those skills and those resources and not move too quickly to do anything at the kind of high-level headcount level. In other words, I'm still of the view that if we can get our activity level designed better and more productively, we can move quite quickly over the next year or two and, in inverted commas, grow into that headcount. But it really is going to be one of the early decisions of the incoming Chief Executive, Bill Morrow. Mm-hmm. And of course he won't decide in isolation. The board and I will continue to help shape those decisions. But at this stage, we acknowledge the costs are higher than they should be, but also acknowledge that we expect this company to grow rather more quickly into the future and perhaps justify the level of investment that we've made in skills and people.
Yeah. An interesting challenge for Mr Morrow when he gets here. One of the other things that the strategic review seemed to draw to everyone's attention was, I suppose, just it was a culture perhaps of spending a lot, and I think there were some numbers quoted in there of, spent $152 million on consultants, $11 million on legal fees, $30 million on travel. Now, whether that was justified or not, I'm not passing any judgment, but if you're trying to instil into an existing organisation a culture that's obviously quite different than a culture of greater freedom, I mean, how have you gone about, or how are you going about trying to instil into this organisation that, we really are in pretty tough economic times? There's some pretty severe budgetary constraints and we do need to be more frugal about how we're approaching things. I mean, in itself, that sometimes can be a greater challenge than actually doing the physical things.
Well, I think there are two dimensions to the response. One is the strategic review has emphasised how important it is that we contain the overall costs of this project, and that we will do that by being more, I think, rational in terms of the infrastructure that we use and leverage, as well as what we build. How we can bring forward revenues so that we can have the company cash self-sufficient earlier, and how we can have an overall project which will be built in a shorter period of time but yet provide Australians with a better experience. So all of those things go to the issue of conserving cash and managing costs carefully. In terms of the culture of personnel at NBN, I think that's already come a long way, and it started even before I was involved. I think the company is very attentive, very mindful of the need to be frugal in the way it spends money. And for me, the disconnect has been not so much the attitude of employees at NBN in terms of their management of budgets, which I think is quite disciplined, but that the focus on saving $1 in terms of controllable costs versus misallocating $100 in terms of capital costs and project costs. There's been quite a contrast there. And I think that the review and the changed direction and the restatement of priorities, etc., will take care of the big dollars. The smaller dollars, I think, are managed by people around this table and others pretty well.
So I suppose that goes to the appointment of Mr Morrow as your CEO. I mean, how important were the skills and that we've just been talking about in your decision to appoint Mr Morrow as your chief executive? And is this a fundamental part of his background and skill set?
Yes. Well, as you might imagine, Mr Morrow was put through quite a forensic review process that led us to conclude that he met our requirements and did so with style, and in other words ticked all of the boxes. And the boxes included experience in having rolled out networks before, and experience in understanding what best practice is around the world, qualities as a leader, qualities as a communicator, qualities as a team builder, a person who developed plans, put out targets and then met them, and a person who had a pretty rich set of experiences in working in stressed turnaround environments where you have to be very attentive to costs and cash flows and meeting the demands of investors and others. So Bill in many ways, without wanting to set too high a bar for him, comes to the job with excellent experiences, a clarity as to what the challenges are, with some of the groundwork laid, and I think with a leadership style that will have a positive impact, not only internally, but in terms of all of the other stakeholders that a CEO has to have good relationships with, including the Senate subcommittees.
Okay, thank you. Chair?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Smith.
Yeah, I do. Great. Thanks very much. Excuse my brief absence, but did Senator Ruston ask any questions in regards to the cost-benefit analysis? Could you please update us in terms of the progress of that and what we can what we can expect to see? That might be a bit premature at the moment, but where we're up to with that particular initiative.
Well, Senator Smith, the cost-benefit analysis review committee was formed, I think, just before Christmas in 2013, under the chairmanship of Michael Vertigan. I understand that they have had several meetings, and in the last 2 weeks put out really an issues paper, which is fairly complete. In fact, very complete in terms of their ambition in the sort of issues that they hope to address and resolve. They're working against the timetable that I understand aims to produce a report in some form in June of 2014. That they have flagged that they will be taking submissions, and submissions, as I understand it, are being received by that committee. NBN has had meetings with the committee. It will continue to have meetings, initially to learn of their approach to the task, and the task is pretty much captured in the shorthand for their title, Cost-Benefit Analysis of NBN, which will go much more broadly than just economic returns, but also the social benefits of having a nationwide ubiquitous broadband network. But adjacent to that, they'll also look at different forms of industry structure and the position of NBN in that, the nature of competition, which may or may not be seen to be in need of review within the telecom industry. So they have a broad remit. It's very relevant. NBN has a high interest in their processes and in their findings. We have engaged at an early stage mainly to express our willingness to be helpful. We are not yet at the position of having made any formal submissions.
How would you characterise the industry response to that discussion paper?
I would say the industry has been very welcoming of the review. I mean, without being needlessly provocative, it's the sort of analysis that should have been done much earlier in order to form a view of not just of the coldly commercial economic returns of a $40+ billion investment, but also to get a better appreciation of the knock-on effects of providing high bandwidth connectivity to Australians over a larger part of our continent. So I would say the financially oriented community welcomes that dimension to their review. Industry participants are watching with interest and welcome an opportunity to express their views as to what the right kind of industry structure should be, and whether NBN as a government-owned monopoly provider is the best long-term structure for NBN. Obviously we have an interest in that. I've read the response from Telstra, which has welcomed the initiation of the review, and I expect that they will put in a submission as well. And of course there's the normal rich assortment of experts and commentators that see this as a forum in which they will get rationally engaged on difficult issues and help lay out a scenario into the future that might have more structure to it than what we have at the moment.
I just want to, in the previous evidence, there was an accusation that NBN was being secretive. Could you, and you did respond to that briefly, I thought, but could you perhaps respond to that accusation that NBN is being secretive?
I find that an astonishing accusation, because everything that we've done upon the change of government, board and management has been in the direction of, firstly, ensuring that the information and the data that we have is accurate and meaningful, and then secondly, in a timely fashion, sort of just-in-time statistics, releasing it to all of our stakeholders in a form that they can relate to, so that you don't have to employ an analyst to divine the meaning of the numbers. And that certainly has been a direction of the Minister, and he has found that NBN a very cooperative executive that wants to have that kind of disclosure. Many of us come from the private sector where that disclosure is compulsory, so it's kind of, we're hardwired to think along those lines, and that certainly has been the approach that we have taken, and I think it came together pretty well last Friday, where we invited industry participants, our partners, media, financial analysts and fund managers, as well as normal kind of consulting firms and accounting firms, to not only listen to our side of the commentary, but then to interrogate us for as long as they wanted. And we went till the end of the questions on issues that they felt they needed clarification upon, and we've promised to do that every quarter. From my base, as I guess I'd claim to be experienced in the ways of industry and listed companies, we are moving, we're not quite there yet, we are moving in the direction of best practice, and that's been our intent. And I would say this is evidence of both sincerity in our approach and I think transparency in our dealings with NBN.
In the previous evidence as well, I think there might have, and I might have been part absent for this, might have been some discussions about some maps having been available and no longer being available, and I think the comment from the witnesses might have been that they were useless. Can you just elaborate on the issue around maps?
Well, I think this followed a line of questioning that suggested that there was a lot of data being published routinely by NBN in the past, and that data is now of a different form and less voluminous than it used to be. And that broadly stated is correct. But as we've said in this forum and in the subcommittee forums, what was very, very clear as we it sort of changed over in the September-October period was that within NBN there was this culture of acquiescing or even supporting quite unreasonable forecasts, unreasonably optimistic, and not recognising that the actual performance and the trend was moving sufficiently far away from those forecasts as to make the gap unable to be closed under any set of reasonable interventions. And also that the information that was out there, aside from the headlines that generated it in the media, the information to people in business and in households as to the imminence of access to the NBN was uneven in its accuracy, and there were colours on maps that said NBN is in your area and you will be able to connect within whatever the number was, 12 months, and 12 months later that was still the case, and it was still 12 months out. And I don't for a moment criticise the original intent. I think the intent was good. It was to be complete in the disclosure of the information, but it was not kept accurate or current. And then as the pressure increased on NBN in terms of their failure, our failure to hit targets, those maps were not adjusted, and those forecasts were not adjusted finely enough. And in the end, I thought, others did too, that they were misleading. So we've cut back on the maps, indicating only those areas where we know construction has commenced and where we are confident that a person reading those maps can reasonably conclude that they will be connected in a reasonable period of time. Now, Senator Smith, just one other point. Last Friday, we also conceded that as we got the process better organised, and as our whole supply chain from design to the end of construction and the activation is smoother and more consistent and more reliable. We will continue to evolve the way we report, and we may well report at an earlier time. Only, however, earlier time in that process, only if we are completely confident that what that foreshadows is something that we will actually deliver.
I got the impression from some of the other questioning that targets that are unachievable are more important than targets that are achievable. And from your evidence, I'm getting the impression that people should prepare themselves for the fact that there might be a more honest and open discussion about where the rollout of the NBN is, that they should prepare themselves for the fact that things might go very, very well for a while and they might sort of hit a bit of a bumpy road, and that is part of sort of, recalibrating, if you like, the organisation and bringing expectations, not just from NBN but the community, back to a more achievable position.
I quite agree with that. And I'll give you an example that I'm aware of, in that as we reviewed our weekly rollout statistics, it was noted that the forward orders being placed by developers of greenfield estates had begun to fall. And the reflex reaction was this was a worrying sign. But then in going behind that and getting an understanding from the developers, what's happening is, since they're building more confidence in our forecasts, they're not placing orders very, very early in the expectation that sometime later they'll be fulfilled. In other words, preliminarily, it's a sign of growing confidence in our forecasting numbers and in our disclosure of data as to areas. So that we're getting that kind of reinforcement quite regularly. That's why I'm distressed a little bit about Senator Conroy's very critical attitude to this level of transparency, because at an operating and commercial level, all the feedback, most of the feedback that we're getting from retail service providers, construction partners, vendors, is that this level of quantity of information, and timeliness of information is very welcome.
Just want to go to your opening statement, and given the discussions around suitability of the copper network that have sort of dominated the Senate select inquiries, etc., not much has been asked of your opening statement, where you talk about the construction of 2 small-scale copper-serving area modules and NBN Co inviting retail service providers to participate in a fibre-to-the-node end-user trial. Can you just elaborate on that a bit more, and perhaps with some timeframes?
Sure. Would either John or Kevin like to take that?
Yeah, so the trials are currently for fibre to the basement, so we're in the process of, we've worked with RSPs to select some buildings, and then we're also selecting some fibre to the node trials, which we're building out, as you say, in those areas. So fibre to the basement is ahead of fibre to the node, but as we roll out those trials over the next couple of months, we'll be connecting end users and working with our RSP customers to run through both of them.
Senator Smith, again, and I think we've made this point before, these trials are not trials to convince us the technology works. Right. We know it works. We've calibrated and benchmarked against overseas experience, and we've had experts come and advise us. These are trials to design a process in partnership with our retail service providers, and also our current and future construction partners, so that we can take the kinks out of a process from design to construction to activation, make it as repeatable and simple as we can, so that we can scale it up to numbers. I mean, today we were arguing the difference between 3,000, 4,000 and 5,000 homes passed a week. We know we have to get to 25,000 homes passed per week in any stage of this rollout. That will have to be sustained for a 5-year period without break. So it's on the one hand unimportant what happens month to month at this early stage, but very important if it helps shape the design of a process that will then be scaled up to this level of deployment over the remainder of this decade.
If I could put that back to you in layman's terms,
Wasn't that in layman's terms?
I don't know. No, I'm the layman.
No, but you know this stuff.
Senator Layman, back to you. So designing the process and getting the process design correct early means that when we upscale to larger numbers of rollout, the system operates much more efficiently, less kinks in the chain, and then we're able to sort of get those very, very big rollout figures that people are expecting.
Exactly.
I might just add to that sort of a real-life example. So, as we said, we're in MDUs at the moment. We've struggled with MDUs from a fibring up the building perspective. So we've got 8 MDUs that we're trialling the methodology about how do you actually install the VDSL box in the basement. And one of the things we've come across is actually how do you get authority to hook in the power. That's something that only real-world experience will teach you as to how you can then negotiate with body corporate about do we pay, do they pay, how do they charge the houses. And it's that sort of experience that we're getting to the bottom of. So as you say, as we go to scale, we've fixed all that before we start to go to hundreds of MDUs a week.
Thank you, Mr Brown. We'll now move on to Senator Ludden. Cool.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a fairly disparate set of questions, but I want to maybe bring you first to a piece that you're no doubt aware of that ran in the Financial Review this morning by James Hutchison, reflecting on some remarks that you made, Dr Switkowski, around private funding and risks attendant on private funding, particularly in the later stages of the build, where it was assumed under the previous business plan that the company would be profitable enough to raise its own debt without needing any kind of government guarantees. It's the basic outlines of the argument, isn't it?
Yep.
To take it a step further, you've acknowledged, and we've covered this ground a bit in the select committee hearings, that the company is likely to make a lower rate of return partly because of the technology mix that's been chosen, the fact that you can't sell the high-end products on some parts of the network or to some parts of your customer base. Is that also a reasonable contention?
I think the internal rate of return, which is now... Firstly, I think the rates of returns in the original plan are easily subjected to challenge, and I don't think anybody should be confident to use them as a reference point.
We should nonetheless... We could have a whole seperate argument about that.
Okay,
I want to talk about your assumptions for your project.
Okay, but park that. So our assumptions have quite different assumptions in terms of, for example, average revenue per user trends.
Yep.
And as a result of that and other things, you get an economic return at 5+% under the scenario that we're currently contemplating.
Part of the point that I'm making, though, is that your average revenue per user is sensitive to the kind of technology that you can put them on. If you've got a much larger fraction of your customer base parked in perpetuity on copper, you can't offer them the high-end products that you can offer customers in the fibre footprint to whom you will be charging more money.
Well, I mean, this is a topic that may well take us into next week. But
it's a fairly simple
contention, because we have quite different views on this as we have in the past. You can assume, as I think an earlier plan assumed, that as you layer on higher speed products, that will drive your ARPU up at an attractive rate. Or you can say that consumer behaviour is such that for a relatively similar amount of dollars per month, users of broadband connectivity expect to get constantly improving speeds.
Which you can't offer them because they're going to be stuck on a fibre to the node.
And our assumption, and in a way our assumption is insensitive to assumptions around speed mix. What we say is consumers are going to pay whatever the wholesale price is in our model, $40 or thereabouts. It'll move up at, well, we have different scenarios, but at CPI. And then underneath it, you will have a set of assumptions as to speed tiers. I'll have a different set of assumptions, but at the end of the day, the residential consumer will still only pay $40 plus CPI. And that's quite a critical assumption. And I acknowledge other people can have an argument that says, oh, no, there will be a large market that's going to pay twice as much as that. And my response would be, I have yet to see it anywhere in the world.
We're already seeing it here in data provided to this committee and to the previous iteration of the joint committee into the NBN, that your customer base on the fibre footprint were taking up top tier products at a much higher rate than was predicted. And this is admittedly going back 4 or 5 years.
It's now asymptoting towards closer to prediction. And again, I'd caution anybody from extrapolating, as there is an inclination to do, the experience for the first 100,000 customers.
Why? Because you weren't just building the network into areas that were likely to have a high uptake. You were building it into rural and regional Tasmania and all over the place.
And I acknowledge that the geographic and demographic spread was typical, but the uptake in terms of early adopters was probably not. And so if I'd had to wave my hands around, which I know can't be captured, I would not be at all surprised.
The video broadcast will get it.
And I would not be surprised to find that the initial uptake was by bandwidth hungry early adopters, that as we add more customers, that'll come down to the assumed levels, and then as with the passage of another year or two, as bandwidth hungry applications become more popular, the bandwidth demand will increase, but the price won't. Now, that's a critical assumption. You may well want to debate that, but you'd be debating it against a panel, not just here, but experts that take a different view.
Okay, so you think that the rate of return that you're going to be able to provide back to the taxpayer or whoever ends up owning the company is insensitive to the technology mix that you're going to be stranding people on?
At the revenue level, that's probably true.
Wow.
If there are sharp changes in technology, that may change the costs.
No, I mean, I can't imagine these sharp changes in technology. I'm trying to compare people in the fibre footprint, who you can effectively offer an open-ended upgrade path as technology improves, to people, whatever it is, the 2/3 of the population that will be stuck inside your copper footprint, who will have a ceiling imposed over their heads. And you won't be able to offer those top-tier services.
Again, just to go back to the strategic review conclusions, if we take 100% of the 12 million points of connection that will constitute the end of the rollout, of the 12 million, 1 million will be within the satellite and fixed wireless footprint, rounding out.
Yep.
11 million are left.
Yep.
Of the 11 million, about 3 million will be in an HFC footprint. Another 3 million will be in an all-fibre footprint, and 5 million will be in a FTTN construct. So it's 5 out of the 12.
And you're submitting that that's likely to have no impact at all on your average revenue per user?
I think that is the assumption, because of the conviction that fibre to the node, the path that we're on in terms of speed tiers as we go from 25 to 50 in 2019 to 100 beyond that.
How are you going to go to 100?
Sorry,
in the fibre to the node footprint?
Yeah.
How are you going to do that without ripping these nodes out and just cabling people up? How are you going to go to 100 meg service for fibre to the node?
Let's not get too far ahead. Beyond 2020, as these technologies that are currently being test-bedded in the laboratory, GFAST, etc., will get us into that triple-digit megabit per second bracket.
To the whole population, netting out those on wireless and satellite.
No. I mean, again, it'll be progressive initially, and again, the execution of this remains ahead of us. But you know that it is dependent upon distance from a node, and initially it'll be available to 300 metres from the node. Eventually 600 or 700. Once we get to 600 metres away, we've got, I think, 90% of the population in the copper footprint that are capable of getting these higher speeds. These are the sorts of details that I may actually be getting wrong, but which were part of the strategic review spreadsheet and model that underpin the conclusions that we drew.
I'll forgive you the details. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree that it's going to have no impact, but our time's a bit limited, so I'll need to move us on. Could you just confirm for us your understanding of... there are voices inside the coalition party room who will be proposing that you be flogged off and privatised along with Australia Post and SBS and all the other stuff. Can you just confirm for me your understanding of your legal obligations in terms of the part or whole sale of NBN Corporation?
I'm not even sure that I understand the question.
There are legislative preconditions for the sale of NBN.
Oh,
code.
okay.
Just wondering if you're aware of what they are.
Oh, okay. Firstly, there is no, at NBN, and that includes me, no conversation about any path to privatisation. None at all.
Inside the company?
Inside the
What about inside the coalition party room?
I have no insights into the
Have you spoken?
And neither do you, Senator.
No, that's what I'm asking.
I might just add.
You feel free to enlighten us if you will.
There's nothing.
Just one point.
Of course.
So you're saying, Dr. Switkowski, that under new technology, the copper will deliver 100 megs or so?
We're on a path to get to 100 megabits per second on copper within several hundred metres of the node in the 2020s.
Is that what they're getting in the UK, similar?
They're not deploying that technology at the moment. In the UK, the best they've done is, I think, 80, but they're getting close. And this was a 2013 stat.
Thanks, Senator.
That's all right. It's useful to clarify. And how many, while we're on that subject, how many people did you acknowledge were outside that 600 metre catchment?
I think in the copper footprint, it's 15% or thereabouts.
Of the overall 12 million?
No, of the inside the copper network.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
15% of the households getting copper are 600 or more metres away from the node.
Okay, thanks.
Is that about 5 million? That figure you said?
It's about 5 million in the ultimate. At the moment, the number of households inside the Telstra copper footprint is probably 7 million of that order. That number's falling away as people do other things.
All right.
Can I just, before, I want
to come back to
about
privatisation.
So I was asked the question about future funding, and evidently, and the original plan, which goes back a little way, anticipated tapping into the debt market.
Yeah.
Robin, I guess, in 2015. And I think the context of the question was, will you be in a position to raise debt in a year's time? And the answer is no.
No. What about 2 years?
No.
What about ever?
Yes.
At what point do you think you're going to have the sort of financial metrics that would allow you to do that?
Well, there are two elements to that. One is the government has made clear thus far that the total amount of government equity will be $29.5 billion, and we know that the revised plan is going to cost more than that. So in order to complete the rollout, we're going to have to find alternative financing structures. We don't need to do that for some time, like some years, but if nothing else changes, we'll have to find another $10 to $14 billion of financing. Towards the end of the rollout, as the business model is proved out, whether your assumptions are right or mine, we'll know by then.
So if I'm right, you'll find that job a little bit easier.
Much easier, and I hope you're right. I really, really do. And there'll be any number of financing bodies that will want to partner up with NBN in terms of providing debt or other forms of financing to complete the rollout. But the other dimension here is that the cost-benefit analysis that's under the chair of Mike Vertigan may well reflect upon industry structure and government ownership of NBN and form other views. So we stand alert to what they might be.
Have you been approached, I'm not sure whether I put you this question before, have you been approached to provide some financial metrics for benefits, apart from the costs, which are presumably a lot easier to model, of building a network like the one you're building?
Not yet, but I would hope we will be. We will certainly volunteer them.
Yeah, okay, very good. So just coming back to your obligations as far as the part or total privatisation of NBN Co goes, are you familiar with how the Act is drafted that you operate under?
Not in details, but I would say the first step would be a discussion with the Minister, and I have no doubt that he is familiar with it.
I suspect he probably would be. This was hashed out in depth when the enabling legislation was put through. But just for your information, it's actually not legally possible for the company to be privatised until the network is complete. So I'm just wondering what your metrics for completion are as far as the terms of your Act are concerned.
Well, at this stage, Senator Ludlam, it's the strategic review scenario 6 that puts completion around 2020.
Okay. All right. We took evidence in Perth a couple of weeks ago in the Select Committee, including from a company that's been engaged, I believe, by some of your subcontractors to make much greater use of Telstra's existing network of pits and ducts. And it's a technology that effectively involves just blowing pressurised water through the ducts so that they can be more easily reused. Are you familiar with that company or that technology?
Only in having read the media reports.
Okay, but was your interest piqued by the media reports and the degree to which the costs and the time of the rollout was radically improved by reusing much more of Telstra's infrastructure?
Yes, and I think that was labelled as a micro-trenching technology. And look, we welcome every idea and every innovation.
So what did you do when you saw those press reports?
Well, I had a chat with people in the technology group.
What did they tell you?
They were, firstly familiar with the technology and were curious but not moved to immediately trial it.
Why is that? Yeah, all right. I find that a little bit inconceivable. The committee was impressed. We can't name the company for commercial and confidence reasons. We said we'd keep their identity confidential. But your pointy heads in the accounting department didn't think it was worth...
I didn't say the accounting department.
Engineers? who advised you not to bother?
We have quite a number of projects and many ideas of ways in which we can reduce costs and accelerate the rollout. As I say, we welcome all those ideas. Where we feel that there's a reasonable chance that they could be put into practice, we'll follow up.
Can I commend that one to you and maybe pass that to your financial people? Maybe they'll be impressed in ways that others
Well, it's
won't.
more to our operating people to see how it actually plays
Well,
out.
certainly I commend that to you. I think it would be well worth it.
So will you give me more information?
Maybe not at the table.
Okay.
We were asked to keep their material confidential. Look, my colleagues in Melbourne have approached us about a residents' association who've informed us that NBN's been rolled out in the whole neighbouring area around a particular estate, public housing estate in Carlton. Because of technical issues around MDUs, this particular estate's been left behind. I can be as specific as you like. And so they're now quite worried that they won't be connected. So I'm wondering if you can give us any comfort, and maybe you addressed this in passing in your opening statement. They've had a philanthropic offer for a wireless system for the whole estate if it can be connected to NBN Co's hardware. But it's the Carlton Public Housing Estate across 6 buildings. I presume you're familiar with the area. It's just immediately north of Melbourne. The estate's listed as build commenced on the maps on your website, so I'm just wondering whether the rollout's flowing around those estates or whether you can give them some comfort tonight.
I guess we'll take that one on notice and get more information. I'm familiar with the area. It's adjacent to the university and the cemetery, but I don't know what the build out.
The boundary is sort of between Lygon Street, Drummond, Elgin, Nicholson Street. So it's that block immediately north of town.
Which your follow up?
If you could, and I guess they're very concerned that the rollout's effectively going to flow around them. So I'm wondering what your policy is on public housing as a whole. Is there anything there that might affect them? As in, there's no policy to exclude
Public housing is included in our footprint.
I would have thought so.
There's some process issues which we have tackled in most of the states now, but not all, in terms of getting approval from the actual state governments who are officially the owners of those premises, because there's a lot of approval process steps that they actually have to positively wave us through. That has resulted in some delays in some areas, but most of that is now dealt with.
Are you aware of whether this area
that one specifically I will have to take on notice and revert with the answer on the specifics of that.
All right. So look, I might run through... I'll just run through what I was going to put on notice, given these gentlemen can't help me from the table, and if you can just, so that you've got a bit of structure around what I'm asking, whether each apartment is intended to be connected, or whether you're going to try one of these, whatever it is, units in the basement, which I know your minister is very interested in, or whether you'll be cabling up each apartment. Where we can find some confirmation about the status of when they will eventually be connected. and whether private homes around the public housing areas have been connected before the public housing estates, and if so, why that would be the case. So anything at all that you can provide us to give them some confidence would be greatly appreciated.
We shall certainly do that.
If I'm out of time, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ludlam. Senator O'Neill, you have about 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that many of you have had a very nice time coming to the Central Coast at some point of time, and was a very excited community when we got the very early rollout of the NBN fibre to the premise. Roughly 1/3 of the Central Coast has been committed to that technology. And it's of some concern to the residents that they would have had fibre to the premise right across by 2016. The rollout, the maps that have been in discussion here this afternoon were in fact very accurate on the Central Coast. People made plans with regard to their work, etc., about the rollout, which was on time and was being delivered. I'm just wondering, seeing as we're not in government anymore, it's hard to get the statistics. Could you possibly provide the committee with details of the number of places that have access to the NBN, proper fibre to the premises on the Central Coast? How many of those are signed up and active? Because if community representations to me are any indication that it's a very high take-up rate. Could we also get an indication of people who signed up in good faith in anticipation of the rollout continuing to them, but now no longer have the opportunity to have fibre to the premises because of change in government and change in government policy? So, in fact, those who are happy and those who are disappointed, I'd like some figures on that if I can. With regard to transparency and stakeholder disclosure, could you take me through the decision-making and the evidence base that has led you to select Epping in Victoria and particularly Umina, Woy Woy on the Central Coast as the trial sites for the fibre to the node testing?
Anybody want to take that?
Yeah. So the base of selection of the two locations was predominantly availability of spare copper lines. So we're effectively putting down about 10 FT10 cabinets. And again, the trial is about the construction process, but more important, or just as importantly, the migration process of how you would connect a customer and indeed what product can be sustained. There's no doubt the technology works. The question is, how do you commercialise a product? So remembering that's the focus, the real issue was, can we pick places that are least disruptive, that actually have sufficient copper pairs where we're not interfering with the existing Telstra network? And in discussing with Telstra, they were the two places that made best sense. And that was a decision made by NBN, but with discussions with Telstra about what's the easiest place to start. And
Could you provide us with some documentation around that, about the processes that were undertaken? And could you confirm or clarify whether community consultation was undertaken? Were local businesses, local councils, local representatives of the Central Coast involved in that decision-making?
So we will confirm that, but as far as I'm aware, we have not consulted with local businesses. This is a very small, very specific purpose trial, and it's to do with how do we build things, how do we connect people. We're not offering commercial services. This is an opportunity to, if you like, iron out the bugs without disrupting the residents.
One of the concerns I have to raise is, and I hope you are already aware of, a submission by over 250 businesses from the Central Coast who articulated a case for a trial of the whole of the Central Coast as a fibre to the premise rollout, to do proper demographic and research studies about the impact of a regional rollout in terms of telehealth, economic development, social benefit, education, all of those modes of improvement that we are already beginning to see the edge of with the rollout thus far. To put fibre to the node in the context of the Central Coast and have this, we already are very concerned about a digitally divided community. To have fibre to the node rolling out, and particularly in the area Umina, there's considerable concern expressed by the Chamber of Commerce locally, not only that they're going to be receiving an inferior grade of access to the digital world by comparison to their competitors in the same region, but that there will be an impact on the streetscape of a tourist destination with these new fibre to the node fridge-type things going around on the streets. Could you tell me, in the footprint, is it 100 premises that you're going to service with these fibre to the node? Is that correct?
It's in that range.
Okay. How many of these?
It's quite small in number, and obviously our intent is not to create impact in the local community. Our intent is to test how to do this job and what products and services you can run over the network at what price.
How do you intend to respond to the community concern about this, though, that will have this visual impact in a highly sought-after tourist destination and a differentiation of access to technology for the business sector? I've got a number of questions around this that I'd like to put on notice, and I'd like
You'll
some
have to put them on notice,
information
Senator
back.
Neal, because we're frankly out of time. We've been 2 hours and 50 minutes with this mob.
So I would also, if I could, Senator, just add, we will have quite an extensive community consultation process around those communities, so it's not a surprise to them. The cabinets, as we envisage them, will not be significantly larger than the FTTP cabinets that we're already putting in. But again, we will talk to the local community, so there's no surprises.
Okay, order. Time has expired. Senator O'Neill, you have put further questions. I notice Dr Switkowski and your group, thank you for your presence today, and thank you for answering questions, and I do apologise for the behaviour of some. The committee is adjourned until shortly after 4:05.